Art and Architecture of the Ancient Greeks, Archaic and Classical Period, written by Haya Vent, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1: Introduction to Ancient Greek Art and Architecture. Ancient Greek art and architecture stand as some of the most influential cultural achievements in Western history. They not only shape the development of artistic forms and structures for centuries, but also reflect the values, beliefs, and societal advancements of the Greek world. From the earliest expressions in the Archaic period through to the refined masterpieces of the Classical period, Greek art was deeply intertwined with daily life, politics, religion, and philosophy. The importance of art and architecture in ancient Greece cannot be overstated. Greek society viewed the creation of art as a means of celebrating their gods, glorifying their leaders, and expressing their philosophical and intellectual pursuits. Art was seen as a reflection of order, beauty, and harmony, which were central to Greek thought. The gods were portrayed in idealized forms, reflecting the Greeks' belief in the perfection of divine figures. This idealization would also extend to human figures, with a focus on the beauty and symmetry of the human body, which was thought to embody a higher order of existence. Greek architecture, meanwhile, was not just functional, but symbolic. Temples and public buildings were constructed with a sense of proportion, symmetry, and alignment to cosmic order. These structures were designed to be visually pleasing and to inspire awe, reflecting the Greek pursuit of beauty and balance. The temples built in honor of gods, such as the Parthenon on the Acropolis of Athens, remain as examples of the Greeks' ability to blend form, function, and religious devotion. The historical context of ancient Greek art and architecture spans from the Archaic period, circa 800 to 500 BCE, through the Classical period, circa 500 to 323 BCE. The Archaic period saw the formation of Greek city-states, which laid the foundation for the artistic and architectural innovations that followed. During this time, Greek art was heavily influenced by the cultures of Egypt and the Near East, yet it began to develop a distinct style characterized by a focus on human figures, geometric patterns, and the early construction of temples. The Classical period marked a turning point in Greek art. It was during this period that the idealized, balanced forms of Greek architecture and sculpture reached their zenith. Art became more naturalistic, with an increasing focus on capturing human emotion, expression, and movement. Greek architects refined the design of their buildings, introducing new elements such as the Corinthian column and perfecting the use of the Doric and Ionic orders. In this chapter, we begin by exploring the essential role that art and architecture played in the development of Greek civilization, setting the stage for a deeper understanding of their evolution and the lasting impact they had on Western culture. Overview of Greek civilization and its cultural impact. Greek civilization, flourishing from the 8th century BCE to the conquest of Alexander the Great in the 4th century BCE, is one of the cornerstones of Western culture. Its impact on art, philosophy, politics, and science has been profound and enduring, influencing countless societies that followed. At the heart of Greek civilization was a commitment to intellectual exploration, civic engagement, and aesthetic achievement, which permeated all aspects of Greek life, from governance to religious practice and artistic expression. The Greek city-states, or polis, were the incubators of political and cultural development. Among the most influential were Athens, Sparta, and Corinth, each with its own unique system of government and cultural values. Athens, in particular, became a beacon of democracy, philosophy, and artistic endeavor. It was here that the concept of democracy was born, where citizens had the power to participate directly in political life, and intellectuals like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle laid the foundations for Western philosophy. The democratic ideals that emerged in Athens also influenced Greek art, which often celebrated human achievement, intellectual pursuits, and the collective identity of the polis. Greek art and architecture were closely tied to religious practices and civic pride. Temples dedicated to gods like Athena, Apollo, and Zeus were monumental structures meant to reflect the grandeur and importance of both the deity and the community. Architecture, particularly in the classical period, sought to achieve harmony, proportion, and beauty, embodying the Greek ideals of order and balance. Sculpture during this time moved toward realism, celebrating the human form and expressing emotions, a departure from the more stylized representations of earlier periods. In addition to their artistic and intellectual pursuits, the Greeks made lasting contributions to science and mathematics. Figures such as Pythagoras, Euclid, and Archimedes laid the groundwork for later developments in geometry, physics, and astronomy. The Greek exploration of the natural world and human existence influenced later intellectual movements, particularly during the Renaissance, when Greek texts were rediscovered and became a source of inspiration. The cultural impact of ancient Greece spread far beyond its borders, especially following the conquests of Alexander the Great. Greek culture, often referred to as Hellenistic, blended with local traditions across the Mediterranean and Asia, creating a lasting legacy in art, language, and governance. The spread of Greek ideas and aesthetics set the stage for the rise of the Roman Empire, and through it, shaped the foundations of modern Western civilization. Importance of art and architecture in Greek society. In ancient Greek society, art and architecture were not merely aesthetic pursuits. They were integral to the cultural, religious, and social fabric of daily life. These artistic expressions served as vehicles for communicating deeply held beliefs, demonstrating civic pride, and celebrating human achievement. Art and architecture were profoundly connected to the Greek sense of identity, their understanding of the divine, and their view of the human condition. Greek art, particularly sculpture and pottery, was largely driven by religious and cultural ideals. Temples, sculptures, and painted vases depicted gods, goddesses, and mythological scenes, reflecting the importance of religion in the lives of the Greeks. The Greeks believed that their gods and goddesses were the epitome of beauty and perfection, and thus, art became a way to capture these ideals. The idealized forms of gods in Greek sculpture were not just representations of divine beings, but also reflections of the qualities the Greeks valued: strength, beauty, wisdom, and harmony. These works were created with a sense of reverence and devotion, often placed in temples or public spaces as offerings to the gods, ensuring that the divine was always present in the life of the city-state. Architecture, too, held a central place in Greek society, particularly in the construction of temples and public buildings. The design of temples was meant to be a physical manifestation of divine order, with their proportions, columns, and layouts reflecting an idealized balance of form and function. The Greeks were pioneers in creating architectural orders, the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian columns, each style embodying specific ideals of simplicity, elegance, and complexity, respectively. These columns and the structures they supported were more than just practical buildings. They were symbols of the power of the gods, the authority of the polis, and the harmony that the Greeks sought in all aspects of life. Art and architecture also played a significant role in the civic life of the Greek city-states. Public spaces were designed not only for functional purposes, but also to serve as places of a communal activity, where citizens gathered to discuss politics, engage in religious ceremonies, and celebrate athletic victories. The grandeur of public buildings, such as the Parthenon in Athens, was intended to inspire awe and foster a sense of unity and pride among the people. These architectural feats demonstrated the collective achievement of the community and were a testament to the prosperity and cultural refinement of the Greek world. Ultimately, art and architecture in Greek society were essential to the expression of the Greek worldview, where beauty, order, and balance were seen as the highest ideals. Through these forms of expression, the Greeks sought to connect with the divine, celebrate their cultural identity, and leave a lasting legacy for future generations. Historical context: archaic to classical period. The transition from the archaic to the classical period in ancient Greece marks a profound shift in both the artistic and political development of the Greek world. This evolution, occurring roughly between the 8th and 4th centuries BCE, was shaped by significant social, political, and cultural changes that had lasting effects on Greek civilization. The Archaic period, which spanned from around 800 to 500 BCE, saw the formation of Greek city-states, known as polis, and the emergence of a distinctive Greek identity. It was during this time that many of the foundational elements of Greek art, architecture, and culture began to take shape. In the Archaic period, Greece was still recovering from the Dark Ages, a period of decline following the collapse of the Mycenaean civilization. The Greeks slowly rebuilt their societies, establishing colonies across the Mediterranean and creating new forms of governance, often characterized by the development of city-states with varying forms of political organization. The most notable political development during this period was the rise of the polis, a city-state centered around a fortified urban area, where citizens came together to make decisions, defend their territory, and celebrate their collective identity. This period also saw the development of Greek writing, influenced by the Phoenicians, and the creation of the first epic poetry, such as Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, which helped to define Greek cultural values. The Archaic period also marked the early stages of Greek artistic expression. Greek art during this time was heavily influenced by the art of the Near East and Egypt, yet it began to move towards a distinct Greek style. Sculpture evolved from stiff, formulaic representations of human figures, such as the Kouros and Kora statues, to more dynamic and naturalistic forms. Greek pottery also flourished during this period, with the introduction of the black figure technique and later the red figure technique, both of which allowed for more detailed depictions of mythological and everyday scenes. The Classical period, beginning around 500 BCE and lasting until the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BCE, represented a golden age for Greek civilization. The Classical period saw the rise of Athens as the intellectual and cultural center of Greece, particularly under the leadership of Pericles. This was a time of political experimentation, with the establishment of democracy in Athens, which allowed male citizens to participate directly in the governance of the city. It was also a period of tremendous artistic and architectural achievement, as Greek artists and architects sought to create works that reflected the ideals of proportion, harmony, and beauty. The Classical period was characterized by a shift towards greater naturalism in art, with sculptures and paintings becoming more realistic and focused on human emotion and movement. Architecture, too, reached new heights with the construction of monumental buildings like the Parthenon, which symbolized the power and cultural prestige of Athens. This period also saw the birth of Greek philosophy, with thinkers like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle laying the foundations for Western intellectual thought. The Classical period thus marks a time of great cultural flourishing, setting the stage for the Hellenistic period that would follow after Alexander's conquests. Chapter 2. The Archaic period, 800-500 BCE. The Archaic period, spanning from approximately 800 to 500 BCE, was a formative era in Greek history, marked by significant social, political, and cultural developments that laid the foundation for the flourishing of the Classical period. It was a time of recovery and transformation following the decline of the Mycenaean civilization and the Dark Ages, during which the Greeks began to reestablish themselves as a distinct and dynamic culture. The Archaic period saw the formation of the Greek city-state, or polis, and the emergence of an early, distinctive Greek identity that would deeply influence their art, architecture, and philosophy. The Greek city-states that arose during this time were often independent and self-governing, each with its own political systems and social structures. These city-states became centers of cultural and intellectual life, with Athens and Sparta emerging as the most well-known and influential. The period also saw the spread of Greek colonies across the Mediterranean, from Asia Minor to the shores of Italy and Sicily, facilitating the exchange of ideas, art, and culture. Artistically, the Archaic period was marked by a shift from the static and highly stylized forms of the earlier periods to more naturalistic representations. Greek sculpture began to evolve during this time, moving from the rigid, formulaic forms of earlier statues to more dynamic and lifelike figures. The kouros, youth, and kor maiden statues, which represented idealized young men and women, became iconic examples of archaic Greek sculpture. These figures were often used as offerings to the gods or as grave markers, embodying both the Greek ideals of beauty and the reverence for youth and vitality. The development of Greek pottery also flourished during the Archaic period. The black figure technique, which involved painting figures in black slip-on red clay, was perfected, allowing for more detailed and sophisticated depictions of mythological and everyday scenes. Later in the period, the red figure technique was introduced, offering greater flexibility and finer details in depicting the human form. Pottery became an important medium for the expression of Greek myth, daily life, and social values. In architecture, the Greeks began to build monumental stone temples dedicated to their gods. The design of these early temples was characterized by the use of columns, which would later evolve into the iconic Doric and Ionic orders. Temples like the Temple of Hera at Olympia and the Temple of Apollo at Delphi are prime examples of the architectural advancements of the time. These structures reflected the Greeks' belief in harmony, proportion, and the connection between the divine and the human. The Archaic period set the stage for the political and cultural achievements that would define the Classical period. It was a time of experimentation and exploration, during which the Greeks began to shape their unique artistic and intellectual traditions that would resonate for centuries to come. Early Greek art and the development of the polis. The early stages of Greek art, from the 8th to the 6th centuries BCE, coincided with the development of the Greek city-state, or polis. This period marked a crucial phase in both the evolution of Greek art and the formation of Greek society, as art became intertwined with the political, religious, and cultural life of the emerging city-states. The rise of the polis was accompanied by a shift from small, tribal communities to larger, more organized urban centers. This transformation had a profound impact on Greek art, influencing the way people perceived themselves, their gods, and their civic responsibilities. In the early Greek world, the polis served as a focal point for civic identity and pride. The city-state was not only a political unit, but also a cultural one, where the collective identity of the citizens was expressed through public spaces, festivals, and the arts. The growth of the polis led to the construction of monumental public buildings, many of which were adorned with artwork depicting gods, heroes, and important civic events. Temples and sanctuaries dedicated to the gods became the primary sites for public art, and sculptures and paintings began to take on new roles as both religious offerings and expressions of civic pride. The early development of Greek art is often characterized by its use of geometric patterns and motifs. In pottery, for example, the geometric style dominated the 8th century BCE, with intricate patterns and abstract forms filling the surfaces of vases and other ceramic items. However, as the Greek city-states grew in power and influence, art began to take on more humanistic and narrative qualities. This shift was evident in the transition from the geometric patterns to the more naturalistic depictions of human figures and mythological scenes in the later Archaic period. The development of Greek sculpture also reflects the growing sophistication of Greek society. The earliest examples of Greek sculpture were stiff and stylized, such as the kouros, youth, and kore maiden statues, which were used as votive offerings or grave markers. These sculptures, while still idealized, began to show more attention to proportion and human anatomy. The increasing focus on the human form reflected the growing Greek belief in the importance of the individual and the human body as a symbol of beauty and strength. As the Greek city-states became more powerful and culturally advanced, art began to serve not only religious functions but also political ones. Art and architecture became key ways for the citizens of a polis to express their civic pride, celebrate their gods, and assert their identity. The development of early Greek art thus played a central role in the establishment of the polis as a unique and influential force in the ancient world, contributing to the creation of a cultural identity that would resonate for centuries. Geometric and Orientalizing styles. The geometric and orientalizing styles are two important phases in the early development of Greek art, spanning roughly from the 9th to the 7th centuries BCE. These periods mark the transition from abstract and symbolic representations to more naturalistic and figurative forms, setting the stage for the later advances of the Archaic period. Each style reflects distinct cultural influences and shifts in Greek society, revealing both a continuity of earlier traditions and an openness to external ideas. The geometric style, which dominated much of the 9th and 8th centuries BCE, is characterized by its use of abstract geometric patterns and motifs. This style is most commonly seen in pottery, where vases and other ceramic objects were decorated with intricate patterns, such as meanders, triangles, and zigzags. The human figure, when it appeared, was often rendered in a highly stylized and simplified form, reflecting the general abstraction of the time. The geometric style is thought to reflect the period of the Greek Dark Ages, when Greek society was fragmented and recovering from the collapse of the Mycenaean civilization. The patterns on the pottery may have had symbolic or ritualistic significance, representing the Greeks' connection to the divine or their ancestors. The transition from the geometric to the orientalizing style, which emerged around the 7th century BCE, was influenced by contact between the Greeks and the art of the ancient Near East, particularly from the civilizations of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Persia. The term orientalizing refers to the incorporation of these foreign artistic elements into Greek art, which led to more complex designs and the introduction of figural representation. In the orientalizing style, Greek artists began to depict more naturalistic human and animal forms, drawing inspiration from the stylized depictions they encountered in Eastern art. Motifs such as the Sphinx, lion, and griffin, which were common in Near Eastern and Egyptian art, began to appear on Greek pottery. Additionally, the use of more detailed and flowing lines in the decoration of vases reflected a shift away from the strict geometric patterns of the previous era. Despite these external influences, Greek artists maintained a sense of individuality in their adaptation of Oriental forms. They reinterpreted these motifs within their own cultural context, blending them with their evolving artistic traditions. The Orientalizing period also saw the introduction of the human figure in more elaborate and narrative scenes, such as mythological battles and gods interacting with mortals, foreshadowing the more complex storytelling of later Greek art. Overall, the geometric and orientalizing styles played crucial roles in the development of Greek art. The geometric style established the foundation of Greek artistic forms, while the orientalizing style marked the beginning of the Greek desire for more naturalistic and expressive representations of the human world. These early styles set the stage for the dramatic transformations that would follow in the Archaic and Classical periods. Key architectural structures in the Archaic period. The Archaic period, 800 to 500 BCE, in ancient Greece, was a time of significant architectural experimentation and development. This period saw the rise of monumental stone buildings, most notably temples dedicated to the gods, which became key symbols of both religious devotion and civic pride. The architectural innovations of this era laid the foundation for the grandeur of later Greek architecture, particularly during the Classical period. During the Archaic period, the Greeks developed important architectural structures that reflected their evolving religious practices, political systems, and cultural values. One of the most significant architectural advancements of the Archaic period was the development of the Greek temple. These temples were not just places of worship, but also symbols of a city-state's power and prestige. The temples were designed to house statues of gods and were often located in prominent places within the city or at sanctuaries outside the city, such as Olympia or Delphi. Early temples were typically constructed with a wooden framework and mud brick, but as the period progressed, stone became the dominant material, marking the beginning of Greek monumental stone architecture. The earliest example of a stone temple is the Temple of Hera at Olympia, which dates back to the mid-7th century BCE. This temple, built in the Doric style, had a simple rectangular plan with a series of columns surrounding the central cella or inner chamber, which housed the statue of Hera. The Doric order, with its sturdy and unadorned columns, became the most popular architectural style for temples during the Archaic period and would continue to be used throughout Greek history. Another important structure from the Archaic period is the Temple of Apollo at Delphi. This temple, built in the 6th century BCE, was a major religious center where the famous Oracle of Delphi was located. The temple was known for its grandeur and its detailed sculptures, including the famous frieze depicting the battle between the Greeks and the Amazons, which symbolized the victory of order and civilization over chaos and barbarism. Additionally, the development of the stoa, a covered walkway or portico, began in the Archaic period. These structures, often found in public spaces, served as gathering places for citizens and were essential components of Greek agora, marketplaces. The stoa was an important architectural feature that continued to evolve throughout Greek history and was used for a variety of functions, from civic meetings to social gatherings. The architectural achievements of the Archaic period not only demonstrated the Greeks' technical expertise, but also reflected their cultural values, such as the importance of the gods, civic pride, and the desire for harmony and proportion. These early structures set the stage for the later grandeur of classical Greek architecture, including the iconic temples and public buildings that would come to define the aesthetic of ancient Greece. The evolution of Greek sculpture, Kouros and Korai. Greek sculpture underwent a significant evolution during the Archaic period, with the Kouros and Korai statues emerging as two of the most iconic and enduring forms of representation. These sculptures not only mark the shift from earlier, more stylized depictions of the human form, but also reflect the cultural and religious values of ancient Greek society. The Kouros and Korai figures, though similar in many ways, also reveal the different roles and meanings that sculpture played in Greek life. The Kouros, plural kouroi, is a life-sized or larger-than-life statue of a young man, typically depicted in a standing, frontal pose. The earliest examples of kouroi date back to the 6th century BCE and were heavily influenced by Egyptian and Near Eastern art, which also favored rigid, stylized depictions of the human form. The Kouros statues, however, marked a shift toward greater naturalism and anatomical accuracy. These figures were typically depicted with a symmetrical, well-proportioned body, with the artist striving to show the human form in a more realistic way. Despite this increased attention to human anatomy, the Kouros still maintained a sense of idealization. The youthful, muscular body of the figure symbolized the Greek ideals of strength, beauty, and athleticism, embodying the qualities that were valued in Greek society. The kor, plural korai, is the female counterpart to the Kouros and was similarly a prominent form of sculpture during the Archaic period. Korai were typically depicted clothed, standing in a similar frontal pose, and often holding offerings or symbolic objects. These figures were more modest than the Kouros, reflecting the social role of women in Greek society, where they were generally expected to be more restrained and less publicly visible. Like the Kouros, the Korai was an idealized representation, with a focus on beauty and grace rather than realism. The drapery of the Korai figures was often highly stylized, with the folds of the garments accentuating the form of the body beneath. This style of drapery became a defining feature of archaic Greek sculpture and would influence later depictions of the human figure. Both the kouros and kore statues had important religious and symbolic functions. They were often placed as votive offerings at temples or as grave markers, representing the ideal qualities of youth, beauty, and devotion. Over time, the rigid and formulaic nature of the kouros and kore began to evolve, with later sculptures introducing more movement, emotional expression, and naturalistic detail. This development laid the groundwork for the more dynamic and expressive forms of sculpture that would emerge in the classical period, such as the works of Phidias, Praxiteles, and others. The evolution of the kouros and kore statues from stylized representations to more naturalistic and individualized forms reflects the broader changes in Greek society during the Archaic period. These sculptures not only demonstrate the Greeks' growing mastery of human anatomy and artistic techniques, but also embody their cultural values, from the celebration of the human form to the ideals of beauty, strength, and piety. Chapter 3, The Classical Period, 500 to 323 BCE. The Classical Period, spanning from 500 to 323 BCE, represents the pinnacle of ancient Greek art, architecture, and philosophy, marking a time of profound cultural and intellectual achievements. This era, following the Archaic period, saw the rise of some of the most influential thinkers, artists, and statesmen in history. The classical period was characterized by a shift toward more naturalistic and dynamic artistic expression, as well as the flourishing of democracy, particularly in Athens. It was a time of both political triumphs and intense conflict, with the Persian Wars and the Peloponnesian War shaping much of the period's historical context. One of the defining features of the classical period was the development of the Greek ideal of humanism, which emphasized the potential and importance of individual human beings. This ideal was mirrored in the art and sculpture of the time, where there was a dramatic shift from the static and stylized forms of the Archaic period to more naturalistic and expressive representations of the human figure. Sculptors like Phidias, Praxiteles, and Polykleitos sought to depict the human body in its most idealized and harmonious form, achieving a balance between realism and artistic beauty. The contrappostos stance, where the weight of the body is shifted onto one leg, became a hallmark of classical sculpture, symbolizing both movement and grace. Architecture also reached new heights during the classical period, with the construction of monumental temples and public buildings that reflected the ideals of balance, order, and symmetry. The Parthenon in Athens, designed by architects Iktinos and Kallikrates and sculpted by Phidias, stands as the epitome of classical Greek architecture. Built in honor of the goddess Athena, it combined the Doric order with innovative elements, such as slight curvature in the columns, to create a structure of perfect proportions and beauty. The Parthenon sculptures, including the famous Parthenon marbles, embodied the Greek ideal of the human form and became an enduring symbol of Athenian cultural supremacy. In the realm of philosophy, the classical period saw the emergence of the great thinkers Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, whose ideas would form the foundation of Western philosophy. Socrates' emphasis on ethics and the pursuit of knowledge through questioning laid the groundwork for Plato's philosophical writings, while Aristotle's contributions to logic, ethics, and natural science established him as one of the most influential figures in intellectual history. Politically, the classical period was dominated by the city-state of Athens, which developed a unique system of democracy that allowed male citizens to participate directly in decision-making. This political system, along with Athens' cultural achievements, allowed it to become the intellectual and artistic center of the Greek world. However, the period also witnessed the destructive Peloponnesian War, a conflict between Athens and Sparta, which ultimately led to the weakening of Greek power and paved the way for the rise of Macedon under Alexander the Great. The classical period, With its profound contributions to art, architecture, philosophy, and politics, set the stage for the Hellenistic period and remains one of the most influential eras in world history. Transition from the archaic to the classical style. The transition from the archaic to the classical style in Greek art, occurring around the late 6th century and into the 5th century BCE, marked a pivotal shift in both artistic and cultural expression. This period of transformation was shaped by broader societal changes, including political, intellectual, and military developments, which in turn influenced the way the Greeks approached art and representation. The move from the rigid, formulaic forms of the archaic style to the naturalistic and dynamic expressions of the classical style represents a shift towards greater realism, emotional depth, and intellectual sophistication. In sculpture, the archaic style was characterized by stiff, idealized figures, such as the Kouros and Kore statues, which followed set conventions of proportion and posture. These early works were heavily influenced by Egyptian and Near Eastern art, emphasizing symmetry and frontal poses. The figures were typically static, with little suggestion of movement or emotion, and their primary function was often as votive offerings or grave markers. The use of the so-called archaic smile, a slight, enigmatic grin, was common in these figures, but it did little to convey individual personality or emotion. The classical style, emerging around the mid-5th century BCE, represented a dramatic departure from these conventions. Sculptors like Phidias, Polykleitos, and Praxiteles began to focus on portraying the human form in a more lifelike and naturalistic manner. The shift was evident in the way the human body was represented. No longer were figures stiff and symmetrical. Instead, they were imbued with a sense of movement, proportion, and anatomical accuracy. The introduction of contrapposto, a technique in which the weight of the body is shifted onto one leg, created a more relaxed, dynamic pose, suggesting a more naturalistic stance and an increased sense of realism. This technique was first widely employed in the sculptures of the classical period and became one of the hallmarks of the style. In addition to advancements in the portrayal of the human body, the classical style saw a greater emphasis on individual expression. Unlike the generic, idealized figures of the archaic period, classical sculptors began to convey a sense of emotion and personality. This was particularly evident in the depiction of gods and heroes, who were shown not just as ideal types, but as figures capable of expressing a wide range of emotions and actions. The classical period also saw the introduction of narrative in art, with scenes of mythological and historical events becoming more complex and detailed. In architecture, the transition from the archaic to the classical period was similarly marked by a move toward greater refinement and proportion. The Doric and Ionic orders, which had emerged in the archaic period, became more sophisticated, with temples such as the Parthenon embodying the ideals of balance, harmony, and symmetry that defined the classical style. The design of these temples reflected an increasing understanding of mathematical principles, with architects making subtle adjustments to ensure visual harmony, such as the slight curvature of the Parthenon's columns to counteract optical illusions. The transition from the archaic to the classical style was not just a change in artistic techniques. It also mirrored the broader cultural and intellectual shifts taking place in Greek society. The rise of democracy in Athens, the flourishing of philosophy and science, and the impact of the Persian Wars all contributed to a new Greek worldview that placed a greater emphasis on the human experience, reason, and the pursuit of beauty and knowledge. This transition laid the groundwork for the remarkable artistic and cultural achievements that would follow in the classical period, making it one of the most influential eras in the history of Western civilization. Idealism and realism in classical Greek art. The classical period in Greek art, spanning from the 5th to the 4th century BCE, represents a delicate balance between two seemingly opposing artistic ideals, idealism and realism. Greek artists and sculptors sought to represent the human form in its most perfect and harmonious state, Yet they also aimed to depict the world as it truly appeared, with all its natural beauty and flaws. The interplay between these two approaches defined much of classical art and shaped the visual culture of ancient Greece, influencing Western artistic traditions for centuries to come. Idealism in classical Greek art refers to the pursuit of an artistic vision where figures are represented in an idealized form, free from imperfections. Greek artists believed that beauty and perfection were inherent qualities of the human body and sought to depict the ideal proportions, symmetry, and balance that embodied physical and moral excellence. The notion of the ideal was not based on a specific individual, but rather a universal standard of beauty, derived from mathematical principles and philosophical concepts. Sculptors such as Polykleitos, who wrote the canon on ideal proportions, sought to capture this ideal through rigorous rules of symmetry, balance, and proportion. The Dorophoros, or spear bearer, is one of the most famous examples of this idealism, where the figure of the athlete is shown with a perfectly balanced and harmonious body, demonstrating strength, grace, and composure. However, realism also played an important role in classical Greek art. While idealized forms were important, Greek artists were increasingly interested in representing the human body and the world around them with greater accuracy and attention to natural detail. Realism in Greek sculpture involved a more accurate portrayal of human anatomy, movement, and expression. This is evident in works like the Rias Warriors, where the sculptors paid close attention to the details of muscles, skin folds, and hair, giving the figures a sense of life and energy. The transition to realism was particularly significant in the depiction of emotions and facial expressions. Sculptors began to convey a range of emotions, from serenity to intensity, and to capture the psychological depth of their subjects. Praxiteles' Aphrodite of Knidos, for example, was one of the first sculptures to depict a god in a more intimate, naturalistic manner, embodying both beauty and sensuality. The combination of idealism and realism in classical art was not contradictory but complementary. Artists sought to represent the human form in its perfect, harmonious state while also portraying the natural world with accuracy and depth. This balance between the ideal and the real reflected the Greeks' belief in the potential for human achievement, as well as their recognition of the complexities and imperfections inherent in human nature. Ultimately, the classical Greek approach to art allowed for the creation of works that were both visually striking and intellectually profound, reflecting a deep understanding of the human condition and the natural world. Key architectural innovations of the classical period. The classical period, 500 to 323 BCE, in ancient Greece witnessed significant advancements in architecture, with innovations that not only transformed the Greek architectural landscape, but also laid the foundation for the architectural traditions of the Western world. During this time, the Greeks developed architectural solutions that emphasize balance, proportion, and harmony, reflecting the cultural values of rationality, order, and beauty. Among the key innovations were refinements in the design and construction of temples, the development of public buildings, and the introduction of new architectural elements that influenced later architectural styles. One of the most significant achievements of the classical period was the refinement of the three orders of Greek architecture: Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. While the Doric and Ionic orders had already been established in the Archaic period, classical architects refined these orders to achieve greater aesthetic balance and precision. The Doric order, known for its simplicity and sturdy columns, saw subtle adjustments in its proportions. For example, the columns became more slender, and the entablature was refined for visual harmony. The Ionic order, which is more decorative with its elegant, scroll-like volutes on the capitals, was also refined during this period, with a more delicate and sophisticated design. Although the Corinthian order, characterized by highly decorative capitals with acanthus leaves, was developed later in the classical period, its introduction marked an important step toward increased ornamentation and visual complexity in Greek architecture. One of the most iconic examples of classical architecture is the Parthenon in Athens, built between 447 and 432 BCE. Designed by architects Iktinos and Kallikrates, this temple dedicated to the goddess Athena is considered the epitome of Greek architectural achievement. The Parthenon combined Doric elements with subtle innovations to create a building that achieved visual perfection. For example, the columns of the Parthenon were slightly curved, an innovation intended to counteract the visual distortion caused by straight lines, making the building appear more harmonious. The Parthenon also featured sophisticated sculptural decoration, including the famous Parthenon marbles, which were crafted by the sculptor Phidias and depicted scenes of mythological and historical significance. The classical period also saw the expansion of public buildings such as stoas, agoras, and theaters. The stoa, a covered walkway with columns, became a key architectural feature in public spaces, offering shelter and a place for social interaction. The agora, or central marketplace, served as a civic and political hub, and its design reflected the democratic ideals of the time, with open spaces and prominent buildings that symbolized public life. Additionally, the construction of large theaters, such as the Theater of Epidaurus, showcased the Greeks' understanding of acoustics and audience experience. The design of these theaters, with their semicircular seating arrangements and open-air structures, allowed for optimal sound transmission and sightlines. In summary, the classical period in Greek architecture was marked by a refinement of existing architectural orders, a focus on proportion and balance, and the development of monumental public buildings that embodied the cultural values of the time. These innovations in architecture influenced the development of Western architectural traditions and continue to inspire architectural design today. Development of the Greek orders: Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. The Greek architectural orders, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, are fundamental to the understanding of ancient Greek architecture. These orders, each distinct in its design and proportions, evolved over time and became essential components of the architecture of temples, public buildings, and other structures throughout the Greek world. Each order is characterized by its columns, entablature, and decorative elements, which reflect different regional tastes, cultural values, and aesthetic preferences. The development of these orders during the Archaic and Classical periods laid the foundation for the grandeur of Greek architecture and had a lasting impact on the Western architectural tradition. The Doric order is the oldest and simplest of the Greek architectural orders. It originated in the Greek mainland and was widely used in the temples of the Archaic period. Doric columns are characterized by their sturdy, fluted shafts and simple, unadorned capitals. The capital consists of a rounded, disc-like abacus, the square slab, on top of a circular echinus, a convex element, with no decorative embellishments. The columns themselves are relatively squat and thick, emphasizing strength and solidity. The entablature, or horizontal structure that rests on the columns, is also simple, consisting of a frieze divided into alternating triglyphs, 3 vertical grooves, and metopes, plain or decorated panels. The Parthenon, completed in 438 BCE, is one of the most famous examples of Doric architecture and reflects the Doric emphasis on simplicity and proportionality. The Ionic order, which originated in the eastern Greek islands, is more elegant and ornate than the Doric. Ionic columns are taller and more slender, with a base at the bottom of the column shaft, unlike the Doric columns, which lack a base. The defining feature of the Ionic capital is its volutes, scroll-like, spiral shapes on either side of the capital that give the column a more decorative appearance. The entablature of the Ionic order is also more elaborate than that of the Doric, often featuring a continuous frieze and more intricate ornamentation. Ionic temples, such as the Temple of Athena Nike in Athens, c. 427 BCE, reflect a lighter, more graceful aesthetic compared to the sturdier Doric style, making it particularly popular for smaller temples and structures. The Corinthian order is the most ornate and complex of the three and was developed later during the Classical period. It is characterized by its elaborate capital, which is decorated with acanthus leaves, giving the column a more intricate and decorative look than the Ionic capital. The Corinthian order was initially a variation of the Ionic style, but it soon gained popularity due to its grandeur and decorative appeal. Although it was used more sparingly in the classical period, it became increasingly widespread during the Hellenistic and Roman periods. The Temple of Zeus at Olympia, c. 460 BCE, is an early example where the Corinthian order was used in a more experimental manner. Each of these Greek orders, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, served as a reflection of the cultural and aesthetic values of the time. The Doric order emphasized strength and simplicity, the Ionic order showcased elegance and refinement, and the Corinthian order conveyed opulence and decoration. The development of these orders played a significant role in shaping the evolution of Greek architecture, influencing not only later Greek temples, but also Roman architecture and architectural styles throughout the Western world. Chapter 4. The Architecture of the Archaic Period. The Archaic period of Greek architecture, spanning from approximately 800 to 500 BCE, marked a transformative era in the development of the architectural styles and techniques that would later define classical Greek architecture. During this time, Greece moved from the early, more rudimentary structures of the Dark Ages to the sophisticated and monumental buildings that became hallmarks of Greek civilization. The architecture of the Archaic period laid the foundation for the more refined and monumental structures that would emerge in the classical period, such as the Parthenon. One of the defining features of archaic Greek architecture was the development and refinement of the temple. Temples dedicated to the gods were the most important architectural structures of this period, and their design evolved significantly. The early temples were typically simple, made of wood, and constructed with thatched roofs, but over time, they began to be built from stone and featured more permanent, durable materials. The introduction of the stone-built temple around the 7th century BCE marked the beginning of a significant shift in Greek architectural practices. The Doric order, which would dominate Greek architecture, began to take shape during the Archaic period. The earliest stone temples followed a simple and straightforward design, with heavy columns and a plain entablature. These columns, made from sections of stone stacked on top of one another, were typically squat and thick, with no base and minimal ornamentation. The simple design of the Doric columns reflected the functional and utilitarian nature of early Greek temples, while still adhering to the early aesthetic principles of balance and proportion. By the late Archaic period, the Ionic order, with its more slender and elegant columns, began to emerge. The Ionic temples were often built on a slightly raised platform and were characterized by a continuous frieze that decorated the upper part of the temple. The use of Ionic columns allowed for a more graceful and refined design, and their proportions were more slender compared to the massive Doric columns. The Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, completed in the late 6th century BCE, is one of the most famous examples of Ionic architecture from this period. Aside from temples, other important buildings, such as altars, stoas, and public spaces, began to take form during the Archaic period. The stoa, a long covered walkway or portico supported by columns, became an essential element of Greek public spaces. These structures were used for shelter, meetings, and commercial activities, and their design would later influence the development of the classical stoa. In terms of urban planning, the Greeks began to adopt a more organized approach with the development of the polis, city-state. Temples, public spaces, and civic buildings were often arranged in a harmonious and well-planned manner, reflecting the growing importance of the city as both a political and religious center. The architecture of the Archaic period represents a time of experimentation and refinement. While Greek builders were still finding their footing in terms of formal design and construction techniques, The period set the stage for the grandeur and sophistication that would define the classical period. The emphasis on proportion, symmetry, and the use of durable materials ensured that Greek architecture would become one of the most influential artistic traditions in history. Temples. Evolution of Greek temple architecture. Greek temple architecture evolved significantly from its early beginnings to the monumental structures of the classical period, reflecting the cultural, religious, and social developments of ancient Greece. Temples were primarily built to honor the gods and goddesses, and their architectural design followed specific principles of proportion, symmetry, and function. Over time, the design of Greek temples became more refined, incorporating advances in materials, construction techniques, and stylistic features. The evolution of Greek temple architecture can be seen through three key stages: the early wooden temples of the geometric and archaic periods, the refinement and innovation of the Doric and Ionic orders, and the monumental stone temples of the classical period. In the early stages of Greek temple architecture, during the geometric and orientalizing periods, circa 800 to 600 BCE, temples were primarily constructed from perishable materials like wood and mud brick, with thatched roofs. These early structures were simple and functional, serving as places of worship for local communities. The first stone temples, emerging in the 7th century BCE, were still relatively modest, but marked a significant shift toward permanence and durability. These early stone temples followed a rectangular plan and were often constructed using a single row of columns on the front, a feature that distinguished them from earlier, more temporary structures. During the Archaic period, circa 600 to 500 BCE, Greek temple architecture became more sophisticated, and two major architectural styles, Doric and Ionic, began to take shape. The Doric order, with its sturdy, columnar forms and simple entablature, was widely used for temples in mainland Greece and was associated with a sense of strength and stability. Doric temples, such as the Temple of Hera at Olympia, featured heavy, robust columns and a simple, functional design that emphasized the solidity and permanence of the structure. In contrast, the Ionic order, characterized by more slender columns and decorative capitals with volutes, spiral elements, became prominent in the temples of the Aegean Islands in Asia Minor. Ionic temples, such as the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, were often more elaborate and refined in their design, featuring continuous friezes and more intricate ornamentation. As temple design continued to evolve into the classical period, 5th century BCE, the use of stone became more advanced, with architects employing techniques that enhanced the aesthetic appeal and structural integrity of temples. The Parthenon in Athens, constructed between 447 to 432 BCE, is perhaps the most famous example of classical temple architecture. It exemplifies the height of Greek temple design, combining Doric columns with innovative features such as slight curvature to counteract optical illusions and create a sense of harmony. The Parthenon also incorporates intricate sculptural decoration, including the Parthenon marbles, which depict mythological and historical scenes that were integrated into the architectural structure. By the end of the classical period and into the Hellenistic period, circa 323 BCE onward, Greek temple architecture began to evolve further with greater ornamentation and grandeur. The Corinthian order, with its elaborate acanthus leaf capitals, began to be used more frequently in the design of temples, adding an additional layer of sophistication and decoration. In summary, the evolution of Greek temple architecture reflects the cultural and religious importance of these structures, as well as the increasing sophistication of Greek architectural practices. From the humble wooden temples of the early period to the grand stone temples of the classical era, Greek temples served as both places of worship and symbols of the Greek ideals of beauty, proportion, and harmony. Early Doric and Ionic temples. The development of the Doric and Ionic orders in Greek architecture marked significant milestones in the evolution of temple design, each reflecting the cultural, regional, and aesthetic preferences of the time. Emerging during the Archaic period, the early Doric and Ionic temples set the foundation for the monumental structures of the Classical era, characterized by their unique structural elements, proportions, and decorative features. These temples not only represented places of worship, but also embodied the Greeks' ideals of symmetry, harmony, and balance in architecture. The early Doric temple, often considered the more austere and straightforward of the two orders, was primarily used in mainland Greece and the Western colonies. Doric columns were typically robust and short, with fluted shafts and no base, resting directly on the temple floor. This simplicity reflected a sense of strength and functionality, which suited the needs of the early Greek societies that valued practicality and permanence. The columns had simple, rounded capitals and a relatively plain entablature, which consisted of the architrave, frieze, and cornice. The frieze was divided into alternating triglyphs, 3 vertical grooves, and metopes, plain or decorated panels, which created a rhythmic visual pattern across the temple facade. The early Doric temples were often built on a raised platform and featured a cella, or inner chamber, where the statue of the god or goddess to whom the temple was dedicated would be placed. The Temple of Hera at Olympia, built around 600 BCE, is one of the earliest examples of a Doric temple, showcasing the typical heavy columns and simple proportions that would become the hallmark of Doric design. In contrast, the Ionic order, which originated in the eastern Greek islands, such as Ionia and the Aegean coast, was characterized by more slender and elegant proportions. Ionic columns were taller and more slender than their Doric counterparts, and they featured a distinctive base that set them apart. The capitals of Ionic columns were adorned with volutes, spiral-like scrolls that gave the order a more decorative, graceful appearance. The entablature above the columns was also more ornate, often featuring a continuous frieze that wrapped around the building, providing space for continuous decorative relief sculptures. Early Ionic temples, such as the Temple of Hera at Samos, circa 600 BCE, showcased these stylistic differences, emphasizing delicate proportions and decorative elements that contrasted with the robust and simplified Doric style. Despite their regional differences, both Doric and Ionic temples served as expressions of Greek religious devotion and architectural sophistication. While the Doric style represented strength and order, the Ionic style conveyed elegance and refinement. As Greek temple architecture progressed, both orders continued to evolve, influencing the monumental temples of the classical period, such as the Parthenon, and setting the standards for Western architectural tradition for centuries to come. The design of sanctuaries and public spaces. The design of sanctuaries and public spaces in ancient Greece was deeply influenced by the cultural and religious values of the society, reflecting the Greeks' commitment to both civic life and worship. Sanctuaries, which were sacred spaces dedicated to gods and goddesses, and public spaces, such as agoras and theaters, were central to the organization of Greek city-states. These spaces were not only functional, but also meticulously designed to express harmony, order, and the ideals of Greek civilization, with an emphasis on proportion and balance. Sanctuaries were often located outside the city center, on the outskirts of town, or in scenic natural settings, reinforcing the connection between the divine and the natural world. The layout of a sanctuary typically consisted of several key components: an altar, temples, and other supporting buildings such as stoas or treasuries. The temple, as the focal point of the sanctuary, housed a statue of the god or goddess to whom the space was dedicated. For example, the sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi housed the famous Temple of Apollo, where pilgrims came to seek guidance from the Oracle of Delphi. The altars, often placed outside the temple, were where sacrifices were made in honor of the gods. These spaces were often laid out in a symmetrical fashion, creating a sense of order and harmony that was reflective of the divine presence. Temples and altars were carefully oriented, usually facing east, as it was believed that this alignment invited the gods' attention and allowed for proper rituals to be performed. The design of public spaces, such as the agora, was equally important in Greek city planning. The agora, or marketplace, was the heart of civic and commercial life, where citizens gathered for political discussions, social events, and market activities. It was typically an open, rectangular space surrounded by stoas, covered walkways supported by columns that provided shelter and spaces for conversation, debate, and trade. The stoa served as a place for public discourse, while the open space allowed for free movement and interaction among citizens. The layout of the agora reflected the democratic ideals of the Greek city-state, where citizens could gather and participate in the political, social, and economic life of the community. In Athens, the agora was not only a center for daily life but also housed significant public buildings, such as the Bouleuterion, where the Council of 500 met, and the Stoa of Attalos, which served as a civic building. Public spaces also included theaters, which were essential venues for cultural activities, particularly drama and performances. The design of Greek theaters, such as the Theater of Epidaurus, was highly refined, with a semicircular arrangement of seating around a central stage area. The acoustics and sightlines were carefully considered, creating a space that allowed for optimal audience engagement. The design of theaters reflected the Greeks' commitment to the performance of tragedy and comedy as part of their cultural and religious celebrations. In conclusion, the design of sanctuaries and public spaces in ancient Greece was integral to the functioning of Greek society. These spaces were not only religious and civic hubs, but also expressions of Greek ideals, with an emphasis on proportion, harmony, and the relationship between human activity and the divine. Through careful design and organization, these spaces reflected the values of balance and order, serving as a testament to the Greeks' understanding of architecture and urban planning. Notable examples: Temple of Hera at Olympia, Temple of Apollo at Delphi. Two of the most significant and well-preserved examples of early Greek temple architecture are the Temple of Hera at Olympia and the Temple of Apollo at Delphi. These temples stand as monumental representations of Greek religious and architectural achievements during the Archaic period, offering insight into the evolving design principles and the role of religion in public life. The Temple of Hera at Olympia, constructed around 600 BCE, is one of the earliest examples of Doric temple architecture. Dedicated to the goddess Hera, the temple was situated in the sacred sanctuary of Olympia, where the ancient Olympic Games were held in her honor. This temple follows the typical Doric style, with heavy, robust columns that lack bases, emphasizing the strength and permanence associated with the goddess Hera. The temple originally had 6 columns along the front and 16 along the sides, creating a rectangular shape, and it was constructed using local limestone, later faced with marble. The cella, or inner chamber of the temple, was where the statue of Hera stood, though much of the sculpture has not survived. The design of the temple was relatively simple compared to later, more refined examples of Greek architecture, yet it still embodied the Greek principles of symmetry and proportion. The Temple of Hera set the foundation for later Doric temples, influencing the architectural designs of subsequent structures, including the Parthenon. The Temple of Apollo at Delphi, located in the sanctuary of Apollo on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, represents one of the most iconic and historically significant Greek temples. Originally built in the 6th century BCE and rebuilt in the 4th century BCE after being destroyed by fire, the temple was dedicated to the god Apollo, who was revered as the deity of prophecy. Delphi was considered the center of the world in ancient Greek mythology, and the temple played a crucial role as the site of the famous Oracle of Delphi. The architectural design of the temple was notable for its use of the Doric order, although it featured several innovations and refinements. The columns of the Temple of Apollo were slender and graceful, with a slight tapering, and the entablature was intricately decorated with sculptural reliefs that depicted various mythological scenes. The temple's location and the surrounding sanctuary, with its dramatic setting against the mountainside, enhanced its significance and connection to the divine. The Temple of Apollo at Delphi became a symbol of Greek religious devotion and was central to the cultural and political life of ancient Greece, with city-states from across the Greek world sending offerings and seeking guidance from the oracle. Both the Temple of Hera at Olympia and the Temple of Apollo at Delphi illustrate the importance of temples in ancient Greek society as places of worship, political symbolism, and artistic expression. These structures represent the evolution of Greek architectural styles and the increasing sophistication of design and construction, setting the stage for the monumental temple building that would define the classical period. Chapter 5. The Architecture of the Classical Period. The Classical Period, circa 500 to 323 BCE, in ancient Greece represents the height of Greek architectural achievement. During this era, Greek architecture underwent significant refinement as temples, civic buildings, and public spaces became more elaborate and sophisticated. The Classical Period is characterized by the development of a more perfect sense of proportion and balance in the design of buildings, with an emphasis on idealized beauty and harmony. The influence of this period extended far beyond Greece, shaping architectural practices in Rome and the Western world for centuries to come. A defining feature of classical Greek architecture is the transition from the simpler, more robust forms of the archaic period to more elegant and refined structures. The Doric and Ionic orders, which had been established earlier, reached their full expression during this time, while the Corinthian order began to emerge as a more decorative style. Classical temples, in particular, demonstrated an acute awareness of how optical illusions could affect the perception of proportions. Architects began to introduce subtle curves and adjustments to counteract these distortions, such as slightly tapering columns and curving the stylobate, the platform on which the columns rest, to create a sense of visual harmony. One of the most famous examples of classical Greek architecture is the Parthenon in Athens, designed by the architects Iktinos and Callicrates and completed in 438 BCE. The Parthenon exemplifies the refinement of the Doric order with its carefully proportioned columns and entablature, and subtle adjustments made to improve the structure's visual appeal. The Parthenon was not only a temple dedicated to the goddess Athena, but also a symbol of Athenian democracy, showcasing the city's power and cultural supremacy. The use of sculptural decoration, such as the Parthenon marbles, also exemplified the classical period's commitment to depicting idealized human forms and mythological narratives in architecture. The Temple of Athena Nike, also in Athens, offers an example of Ionic architecture at its finest. Built around 427 BCE, this small temple features slender Ionic columns and a continuous frieze, with elegant proportions and intricate details. It stands as a testament to the refined and delicate aesthetics that characterized Ionic temples during the classical period. Similarly, the Temple of Zeus at Olympia, built around 460 BCE, showcases the transition between Doric and Ionic elements, with a focus on monumental scale and ornamentation. Public architecture in the classical period also saw great advancements. The construction of civic buildings, such as the Stoa of Attalos in Athens, and the development of theaters, like the Theater of Epidaurus, with their advanced acoustics and seating arrangements, reflects the growing importance of public spaces in Greek life. These structures were designed not only for functional use, but also to reflect the civic pride and cultural values of Greek city-states. In conclusion, the architecture of the classical period in ancient Greece represents the pinnacle of Greek architectural achievement. With a focus on proportion, harmony, and the human experience, classical Greek architecture influenced generations of architects and remains an enduring legacy in the history of Western architecture. The Parthenon and its architectural significance. The Parthenon, constructed between 447 and 438 BCE on the Athenian Acropolis, is one of the most iconic and influential buildings in the history of Western architecture. Designed by the architects Iktinos and Callicrates under the direction of the statesman Pericles, the Parthenon was built as a temple dedicated to the goddess Athena, whom the Athenians considered their patron deity. It stands as a masterpiece of Doric architecture, and its design incorporates many innovative features that were groundbreaking at the time, cementing its place as a symbol of both religious devotion and Athenian civic pride. One of the most significant aspects of the Parthenon is its embodiment of the Greek ideals of proportion, harmony, and order. Its dimensions were meticulously calculated to achieve a perfect balance, with the length of the temple set at 69.5 meters and the width at 30.9 meters. The columns, 8 in the front and 17 along the sides, are spaced in a way that creates an illusion of perfect symmetry. However, the architects incorporated subtle refinements to correct visual distortions caused by the use of straight lines. The columns are slightly tapered, and the stylobate, the temple's foundation, curves upward in the center, counteracting the optical illusion that would make the structure appear to sag if viewed from a distance. These adjustments, along with others like the slight inward lean of the columns, demonstrate the Greeks' deep understanding of human perception and their dedication to creating a visually harmonious structure. In addition to its structural refinements, the Parthenon's decoration is also of immense architectural significance. The temple was adorned with a variety of sculptural elements, the most famous of which are the Parthenon marbles, created by the sculptor Phidias and his workshop. These sculptures, which include the frieze, metopes, and the grand pediments, depict various mythological scenes, including the birth of Athena and the Panathenaic procession, which celebrated the goddess's patronage of Athens. The sculptures were carefully integrated into the architectural design, enhancing the temple's visual impact and reinforcing its religious significance. The Parthenon also symbolizes the political and cultural achievements of Athens during the height of the classical period. It was not only a religious center, but also a visual representation of Athenian democracy and power, reflecting the city-state's success in both military and cultural endeavors. The construction of the Parthenon, funded by the Delian League, was part of a broader effort to demonstrate Athenian dominance after the Persian Wars, making it a symbol of resilience and cultural superiority. In conclusion, the Parthenon stands as an architectural and artistic triumph of the classical period. Through its refined design, innovative use of proportions, and incorporation of elaborate sculptural decoration, it encapsulates the core values of ancient Greek architecture: harmony, balance, and reverence for the gods. Its lasting influence can be seen not only in the architecture of ancient Greece, but also in the buildings that followed, both in the ancient world and in modern architecture. Acropolis and the construction of the Athenian Acropolis complex. The Athenian Acropolis is one of the most important and recognizable cultural and architectural landmarks in the world. Perched on a high rocky outcrop above Athens, it has served as a symbol of Greek civilization, religious devotion, and political power for centuries. The construction of the Acropolis complex, particularly during the 5th century BCE, was a monumental project that transformed the site from a fortress into an architectural and artistic ensemble that continues to captivate people today. Under the leadership of Pericles, the Acropolis was developed as a reflection of the city's democratic ideals, artistic achievements, and reverence for its patron goddess, Athena. The construction of the Acropolis complex began after the end of the Persian Wars, circa 479 BCE, when Athens emerged as a dominant power in Greece. Pericles, recognizing the need for a grand symbol of Athenian identity, initiated an ambitious building program to refurbish and expand the Acropolis, which had been severely damaged by the Persian invasion in 480 BCE. The central component of this project was the Parthenon, a grand temple dedicated to Athena Parthenos, designed by architects Iktinos and Callicrates. Its construction began in 447 BCE and was completed in 438 BCE and it became the most prominent structure on the Acropolis. The Parthenon's monumental scale, refined proportions, and sculptural decoration represented the height of Greek architectural achievement and stood as a powerful symbol of Athenian pride and prosperity. In addition to the Parthenon, several other structures were built or renovated as part of the Acropolis complex, including the Temple of Athena Nike, the Erechtheion, and the Propylaea. The Temple of Athena Nike, built around 427 BCE, was a small but elegant Ionic temple dedicated to the goddess of victory. Its delicate proportions and sculptural decoration, including the famous frieze depicting historical battles, contrasted with the more massive Doric style of the Parthenon, but complemented the overall aesthetic of the Acropolis. The Erechtheion, begun in 421 BCE and completed around 406 BCE, was an unusual temple with an asymmetrical design, dedicated to both Athena and Poseidon. Its most famous feature is the Porch of the Caryatids, where 6 elegantly draped female figures replace traditional columns. The Propylaea, the monumental gateway to the Acropolis, designed by the architect Mnesicles, was another key part of the complex. Built between 437 to 432 BCE, the Propylaea served as both an architectural and symbolic entrance, marking the transition from the everyday world of Athens to the sacred precinct of the gods. The construction of these structures was not only an expression of religious devotion, but also a reflection of Athens' political and cultural dominance in the Greek world. The Acropolis complex, with its harmonious design, exquisite craftsmanship, and integration of sculpture and architecture, became a symbol of Athenian democracy, artistic excellence, and the enduring legacy of Greek civilization. In conclusion, the Athenian Acropolis complex stands as one of the most extraordinary architectural achievements of the ancient world. Its construction, particularly during the height of the Athenian Empire, represents the city's desire to project its power, devotion to the gods, and commitment to artistic and architectural excellence. The Acropolis remains a lasting testament to the cultural and political legacy of Athens. The influence of architectural theorists, Vitruvius and others. Architectural theorists played a significant role in shaping the principles and practices of ancient architecture, and their ideas continue to influence the field today. One of the most notable figures in this regard is Vitruvius, a Roman architect and engineer whose treatise De Architectura, written in the 1st century BCE, became a cornerstone for architectural theory in both the ancient and modern worlds. Vitruvius synthesized much of the knowledge and practices of earlier Greek and Roman architects, offering essential insights into the principles of design, proportion, and construction. His work, which combined theoretical principles with practical advice, became the foundation for Western architectural tradition, influencing generations of architects and serving as a guide for classical architecture through the Renaissance and beyond. Vitruvius is best known for his emphasis on the 3 core principles of architecture: firmitas, strength; utilitas, utility; and venustas, beauty. He argued that these qualities should be the foundation of all architectural work, guiding architects to design structures that were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also functional and structurally sound. This balance of form, function, and beauty became a central tenet in architectural design and was reflected in the careful proportions, symmetry, and harmony of Greek and Roman buildings. Vitruvius also made significant contributions to the understanding of proportion in architecture, particularly through his use of the human body as a model for ideal proportions. His famous concept of the Vitruvian man encapsulated the idea that architecture should be in harmony with the human form, setting the stage for later explorations of proportion and human-centered design. Although Vitruvius is one of the most influential theorists from antiquity, his ideas were built upon the work of earlier Greek thinkers and architects. The Greeks themselves were deeply concerned with the principles of proportion, symmetry, and aesthetics in their architecture. Philosophers like Plato and Aristotle discussed the importance of these qualities in their writings, emphasizing the relationship between beauty and the natural world. In the practice of architecture, Greek theorists like the architect and engineer Iktinos and the mathematician and philosopher Pythagoras explored the use of mathematical ratios and geometry to achieve perfect proportions in buildings, particularly in temple design. Greek architects also followed a set of practical rules regarding construction materials, the layout of sacred spaces, and the use of the orders, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, each with its distinct proportions and aesthetic characteristics. These architectural principles, combined with the influence of theorists like Vitruvius, laid the foundation for the development of classical architecture, shaping not only the ancient world, but continuing to impact the design of buildings throughout the centuries. In conclusion, the influence of architectural theorists, particularly Vitruvius, played a crucial role in shaping the foundations of architectural design. Their emphasis on proportion, symmetry, and the relationship between form and function has had a lasting impact on architecture, making their theories and ideas as relevant today as they were in the ancient world. Advances in the use of proportion and symmetry. The use of proportion and symmetry in architecture reached new heights during the classical period in ancient Greece. These principles were central to the design of temples, civic buildings, and public spaces, reflecting the Greek ideal of harmony and balance. Greek architects and builders recognized that proportion and symmetry not only contributed to the aesthetic beauty of a structure, but also to its structural integrity and visual appeal. The advancements made during this time continue to influence architectural practices to this day. One of the most significant contributions of Greek architecture was the development and refinement of the mathematical principles behind proportion and symmetry. The Greeks applied precise measurements and geometric calculations to ensure that their buildings were both visually harmonious and structurally sound. The use of the golden ratio, a mathematical ratio that appears in nature and is considered aesthetically pleasing, became an important tool for Greek architects in achieving perfect proportions in their designs. While the exact application of the golden ratio in Greek architecture is debated, many scholars believe that it played a role in the design of key structures like the Parthenon. The proportions of the Parthenon's columns, for example, were carefully calculated to create a sense of balance and order. Columns were slightly tapered to avoid the illusion of swelling at the base, and the stylobate, the platform on which the columns rest, was subtly curved to counteract the optical illusion of sagging. These refinements demonstrate the Greeks' deep understanding of how proportions could affect the perception of a building. Symmetry, another fundamental aspect of Greek architecture, was achieved through the careful alignment and repetition of elements within a structure. Temples were designed with a balanced arrangement of columns and architectural features, creating a sense of order and unity. The use of the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian orders, each with its own set of proportions, further refined the concept of symmetry in Greek architecture. The Doric order, for example, was characterized by its sturdy, simple columns, while the Ionic and Corinthian orders introduced more delicate and ornate designs. These different column styles were employed in various contexts, depending on the desired effect and the nature of the building, but all adhered to the overarching principles of proportion and symmetry. The advancements made by Greek architects in the use of proportion and symmetry were not limited to religious temples. Public buildings, such as the Agora in Athens and the Stoa of Attalus, also incorporated these principles to create harmonious spaces for civic life. The careful arrangement of columns, courtyards, and walkways ensured that these spaces were both functional and visually appealing, fostering a sense of order and balance in the daily lives of the citizens. In conclusion, the advancements in the use of proportion and symmetry in Greek architecture represent a significant leap forward in the understanding and application of design principles. The Greeks' meticulous attention to these elements not only enhanced the aesthetic quality of their buildings, but also established lasting architectural conventions that continue to shape the design of buildings in the modern world. Through their innovations, Greek architects created structures that embodied both beauty and function, setting the standard for architectural excellence in the centuries that followed. Chapter 6: Greek Sculpture in the Archaic Period. Greek sculpture during the Archaic period, circa 800 to 500 BCE, marks a transformative era in the development of artistic expression in the ancient world. This period witnessed a shift from the rigid, stylized representations of the early Greek art to more naturalistic forms, laying the groundwork for the classical period that would follow. Archaic Greek sculpture, characterized by its distinctive features and techniques, not only reflected the religious and cultural values of the time, but also represented the growing sophistication of Greek artistic practices. One of the most notable developments in archaic sculpture was the emergence of the kouros and kore figures. These statues were life-sized or larger representations of male and female figures, often created as votive offerings or as markers for graves. The kouros statues, typically depicting young, athletic men in a standing position, were heavily influenced by Egyptian art in terms of their frontal pose and rigid posture. However, Greek sculptors gradually infused these figures with a sense of movement and proportion, signaling a shift towards more naturalistic representation. The classical ideal of the human form, with an emphasis on physical beauty and strength, began to take shape during this period. The stance of the kouros figures, straightforward, with one leg slightly advanced, became a defining characteristic of archaic sculpture, demonstrating the Greek desire for balance and order. On the other hand, the kore statues, representing young women, were often draped in elaborate garments, with more attention paid to detailing the folds and textures of the clothing. Unlike the male kouros, the kore figures maintained a more reserved and static posture with less emphasis on the physical body. While they retained a certain stiffness, the gradual refinement of facial features and clothing in kore statues signaled a move towards greater realism. Another significant development in archaic Greek sculpture was the increasing use of marble and the refinement of carving techniques. Early sculptures were often made from wood or bronze, but by the 6th century BCE, marble became the preferred material due to its durability and ability to capture intricate details. Sculptors began to experiment with more dynamic poses, intricate facial expressions, and realistic anatomy, although the figures still retained an element of idealization. The archaic smile became a common feature of many sculptures, a technique used to create a sense of life and vitality in the otherwise stoic figures. This smile was subtle and often employed as a way to convey a sense of divine perfection, highlighting the Greek tendency to depict their subjects in an idealized, rather than realistic, light. In conclusion, the archaic period in Greek sculpture laid the foundation for the naturalism and sophistication that would define the classical period. Through the development of the kouros and kore statues, the refinement of sculptural techniques, and the growing focus on human proportions and beauty, Greek sculptors made significant strides in their quest to capture both the physical and symbolic aspects of the human form. The legacy of archaic Greek sculpture continues to influence art and sculpture to this day, serving as a testament to the enduring quest for beauty, balance, and harmony in the visual arts. The development of Greek sculpture styles. The evolution of Greek sculpture from the archaic to the classical and Hellenistic periods reflects profound changes in both artistic techniques and the cultural values of the ancient Greeks. The transition from rigid, stylized forms to more naturalistic and expressive representations of the human figure was a gradual process, shaped by advances in material usage, a deeper understanding of anatomy, and a growing emphasis on individual expression and movement. In the early stages of Greek sculpture, particularly during the Archaic period, circa 800 to 500 BCE, artists were heavily influenced by the art of Egypt and the Near East. Figures were often posed rigidly, with both arms at the sides and a stiff, frontal stance. These early sculptures, such as the Kouros, male, and Kora, female, statues, featured idealized representations of the human body, but lacked the lifelike qualities that would later define Greek sculpture. The archaic figures were primarily designed to serve religious purposes, marking graves or temples, and their stiff poses and stylized features were a reflection of the period's artistic conventions. Despite this rigidity, there was an increasing emphasis on proportion and symmetry, particularly in the representation of the human form. As the classical period, circa 500 to 323 BCE, emerged, a dramatic shift occurred. Sculptors began to explore more dynamic and realistic depictions of the human body, seeking to capture the natural movements and emotions of their subjects. This period saw the development of the contrapposto pose, where figures were shown with weight shifted onto one leg, creating a more relaxed and lifelike stance. The focus on anatomical accuracy became more pronounced as artists like Phidias, Myron, and Polykleitos sought to represent the human form in its idealized yet natural state. Polykleitos, in particular, created his famous canon of proportions, a set of mathematical principles used to achieve idealized human proportions, which influenced the way figures were represented for centuries. The classical period also introduced the notion of expressive realism, especially in portraiture. While earlier Greek sculpture was concerned primarily with the idealized representation of the human body, sculptors in the classical period began to capture individual features and emotions in their works. This is evident in sculptures such as the Discobolus, discus thrower, by Myron, which depicted movement in a way that had never been seen before, and the Doryphoros, spear bearer, by Polykleitos, which exemplified the balanced and harmonious proportions of the human body. In the Hellenistic period, circa 323 to 31 BCE, Greek sculpture reached new heights of expressiveness and an emotional depth. The Hellenistic style was characterized by dramatic poses, intense emotion, and a focus on realism. Sculptors such as Lysippos and Praxiteles pushed the boundaries of idealized forms, exploring more individualized and complex portrayals of both gods and humans. The sculptures from this period, such as the Laocoon group and the Venus de Milo, convey movement, tension, and human vulnerability, marking a departure from the serene and controlled figures of the classical period. In conclusion, the development of Greek sculpture was marked by a progression from rigid, stylized figures to naturalistic and expressive representations of the human form. The classical period, in particular, saw a heightened focus on proportion, movement, and emotional expression, while the Hellenistic period pushed these ideals to new extremes. The legacy of Greek sculpture continues to influence art today, reflecting the ancient Greeks' enduring pursuit of beauty, realism, and emotional depth in the representation of the human figure. Characteristics of archaic sculpture: stiffness and symbolism. Archaic Greek sculpture, spanning roughly from 800 to 500 BCE, represents a critical stage in the development of Greek art. During this period, artists began to break away from earlier artistic traditions, evolving their representations of the human figure and their use of symbolism. While still heavily influenced by earlier Eastern art, particularly Egyptian and Near Eastern sculptures, archaic Greek artists began to explore new ways of depicting the human body, blending naturalistic tendencies with strong symbolic and cultural motifs. One of the most defining characteristics of archaic Greek sculpture is the stiffness of the figures. Early archaic statues, such as the famous Kouros, male youth, and Kore, female youth figures, are characterized by a rigid frontal pose. These figures often stand with their feet together, or with one leg slightly advanced, arms at their sides, or sometimes held in specific positions. The stance lacks the fluidity and relaxed posture seen in later classical works. This stiffness is partly due to the influence of Egyptian art, where figures were similarly depicted in static, idealized poses. The Greeks, however, began to experiment with this static form, subtly introducing a sense of movement over time. For example, the slight advancement of one leg in the Kouros statues suggested the beginning of a more naturalistic stance, though it still adhered to the formality and rigidity typical of the era. Despite the physical stiffness, archaic Greek sculpture is imbued with rich symbolism. The figures of the Koros and Kore often served as offerings to the gods or were placed as gravestones for the deceased. They symbolized ideals of youth, strength, and beauty, and were created with a focus on representing the divine or the idealized human form. The presence of these statues in temples or as grave markers reinforced their role in connecting the mortal world with the divine. They were meant to convey a sense of permanence and idealized beauty, not necessarily to capture individual likenesses. The repetition of specific poses and facial expressions in archaic sculpture, such as the archaic smile, further emphasized their symbolic function. This slight, enigmatic smile was not intended to reflect actual emotion, but rather to give the figure a sense of life and vitality, indicating that the subject was divine or favored by the gods. In addition, the use of symmetry and geometric patterns in the design of these statues conveyed an idealized view of the human body. The proportions of the figures were based on aesthetic principles rather than naturalistic accuracy. These statues were not intended to be exact representations of real people, but were idealized symbols of strength, beauty, and virtue, reflecting the Greek belief in the perfection of the human form. In conclusion, archaic Greek sculpture was defined by its stiffness and symbolic intent. Although these early statues lacked the naturalism and expressiveness that would emerge in the classical period, they laid the foundation for the development of more realistic and dynamic representations of the human body. Their symbolic nature, focusing on idealized beauty and the divine, helped shape the Greek artistic tradition and reflected the culture's values of symmetry, harmony, and the pursuit of perfection. Notable works: the Koros and Kore statues. The Koros and Kore statues are two of the most iconic and significant examples of archaic Greek sculpture. These life-sized or larger sculptures of young men and women provide crucial insight into the evolution of Greek art during the Archaic period, circa 800 to 500 BCE. Both types of statues were created as votive offerings, grave markers, or representations of idealized human forms. Though their styles and purposes differ, they reflect key cultural and artistic developments of the time. The Kuro statue, representing a young, athletic male figure, is typically characterized by its rigid, frontal stance and idealized proportions. These figures often stand with one leg slightly forward, arms at their sides, and a fixed expression. The pose and structure of the Kuros reflect early influences from Egyptian art, in which figures were similarly depicted in a highly formalized manner. However, unlike their Egyptian counterparts, Greek sculptors began to experiment with slight variations in posture and anatomical proportions, paving the way for more naturalistic representations in later periods. The Koros figures, with their emphasis on physical strength and youthful beauty, embody the Greek ideal of the male form. They often symbolize youth, vitality, and the divine, with their stylized bodies reflecting the cultural reverence for athleticism, physical perfection, and the human form as an object of beauty. These statues were used both as offerings to gods in temples and as grave markers, serving as a representation of the deceased's idealized beauty and eternal youth. The Kore statues, which depict young women, often display a more reserved and modest demeanor compared to the Koros figures. Unlike the muscular, often naked male figures, Kore statues are typically clothed in elaborate drapery that showcases the sculptor's skill in rendering the folds and textures of fabric. The stiff posture of the Kore figures is contrasted by their more intricate clothing and the careful detailing of their faces. The Kore statues were often placed as offerings to goddesses or as memorials for young women, and they too reflected the idealization of youth, beauty, and virtue. While the Kore statues generally lacked the muscular form seen in the male figures, they symbolized purity, fertility, and the female virtues. The facial expression in Kore statues, although somewhat stylized, conveyed a sense of grace and composure, reflecting the idealized image of the female form in Greek society. Both the Kouros and Koi statues were created with an emphasis on symmetry, proportion, and the idealized human form. They represent the Greek pursuit of beauty through artistic perfection, as well as the cultural values of strength, virtue, and the divine. These statues, with their stiffness and formal poses, represent the early stages of Greek sculpture, but they set the foundation for the more naturalistic, expressive works that would emerge in the classical period. Despite their simplicity in terms of emotion and movement, they reflect the sophistication of Greek artistry and the cultural significance of visual representation during the Archaic period. Artists and sculptors of the Archaic period. The Archaic period, circa 800 to 500 BCE, marked a transformative era in the development of Greek sculpture. While many of the individual sculptors from this time remain anonymous, a few key artists and schools of thought helped shape the trajectory of Greek art during this foundational phase. The period is characterized by the introduction of significant artistic innovations and the beginnings of a more naturalistic approach to the human form, setting the stage for the classical advancements that would follow. One of the earliest known sculptors associated with the Archaic period is Dipylon Master, who is recognized for creating some of the earliest examples of large-scale grave markers, or stelae, from the 7th century BCE. These early pieces are important because they reflect the influence of both Eastern and Egyptian art traditions, which emphasize stylized formal poses. The work of the Dipylon master is crucial in understanding the transition from the geometric art style of the preceding period to the more lifelike, naturalistic forms emerging in the Archaic. The Sicyonian school, which flourished in the 6th century BCE, is another significant contributor to Archaic sculpture. Artists from this region, such as Theodoros of Sicyon, played an essential role in refining the Greek sculptural style and moving away from rigid, Egyptian-inspired forms. Theodoros is credited with introducing a greater sense of proportion and movement to his figures, laying the groundwork for the more dynamic sculptures of the classical period. He is also noted for experimenting with the depiction of drapery, which added a new level of realism to the representation of human forms. Agelatas of Argos, an influential figure in the development of early Greek sculpture, is often cited as the teacher of renowned sculptors like Phidias, Myron, and Polykleitos, who would later define the classical style. Agelatas's contributions were pivotal in advancing the naturalistic representation of the human body, particularly in his depiction of the human head and facial features. His work marked a shift towards a more lifelike portrayal of human anatomy, though still within the constraints of the Archaic style. The school of sculptors at Delphi also played an important role during the Archaic period, with artists such as Onatas from Sicyon contributing to monumental works like the bronze statues of the Charioteer of Delphi. Onatas's works were especially important for their depiction of motion and emotion, marking a step forward in the evolution of Greek sculpture. While many sculptors from the Archaic period remain largely unnamed due to the lack of historical records, their collective achievements paved the way for the innovations seen in classical Greek sculpture. The period's focus on idealized forms, symbolism, and the gradual move towards greater naturalism set the stage for the flourishing of Greek art and culture in the following centuries. Chapter 7. Greek Sculpture in the Classical Period. The classical period of Greek sculpture, roughly spanning from 500 to 323 BCE, represents a pinnacle of artistic achievement in the history of Western art. It is a time when Greek sculptors moved beyond the idealized forms of the Archaic period, embracing greater naturalism, emotional depth, and complex depictions of the human body. This era saw the emergence of highly sophisticated artistic principles, including the pursuit of perfect proportions, the exploration of movement and emotion, and the idealization of the human form in a way that emphasized both beauty and realism. One of the key advancements in classical sculpture was the introduction of the contrapposto stance, where a figure is depicted with its weight shifted onto one leg, creating a more relaxed and dynamic pose. This stance, which was first seen in the works of early classical sculptors, signified a major departure from the rigid, frontal poses of the archaic period. Contrapposto brought an unprecedented sense of naturalism to sculpture, allowing for more lifelike depictions of the human figure that conveyed a sense of motion and physical presence. This innovation had a profound influence on the development of Greek art, leading to sculptures that were more fluid and expressive. Phidias, one of the most celebrated sculptors of the classical period, epitomized the ideal of perfect proportion and harmony in his works. His most famous project, the sculptural decoration of the Parthenon, showcased his mastery in creating figures that embodied the Greek ideal of beauty, balance, and grace. Phidias' use of scale and proportion was groundbreaking, influencing not only his contemporaries, but also sculptors for generations to come. His ability to convey both physical perfection and a sense of divine presence in his works exemplified the classical approach to art, where the human body was not only a physical subject but also a representation of higher ideals. Other prominent sculptors of the classical period, such as Myron and Polykleitos, further refined the art of representing human figures in movement. Myron's Discobolus, or discus thrower, is a prime example of the Greek fascination with athleticism and the human form in motion. The sculpture captures the moment of action with remarkable precision, showcasing the sculptor's deep understanding of human anatomy and kinetic energy. Polykleitos, known for his development of the canon of proportions, created sculptures such as the Doriphoros, spear-bearer, which exemplified his belief in the ideal proportions of the human body. Polykleitos' works were marked by a focus on symmetry and balanced proportions, aiming to reflect both the physical and philosophical ideals of Greek society. In conclusion, Greek sculpture in the classical period marks a transformative moment in the history of art. Sculptors moved away from the stylized forms of earlier periods, embracing a more naturalistic and dynamic approach to the human figure. With innovations like the contrapposto stance, the pursuit of perfect proportions, and a deep engagement with the representation of movement and emotion, classical sculpture captured the Greek ideals of beauty, strength, and balance. The legacy of this period endures in Western art, as it sets standards of artistic excellence that continue to influence sculptural practices to this day. Introduction of the classical Greek ideal in sculpture. The classical Greek period, spanning from the 5th to the 4th centuries BCE, represents a transformative era in the history of art, particularly in sculpture. During this time, Greek sculptors sought to define and embody an idealized vision of the human form, blending naturalism with philosophical concepts of beauty, balance, and proportion. This period marks the shift from the rigid, formalized styles of the archaic era toward a more dynamic, lifelike representation of the human body, laying the foundation for the Western tradition of classical art. One of the core principles of classical Greek sculpture was the search for an idealized human form that was not just anatomically accurate, but also embodying the philosophical notions of harmony and perfection. This was reflected in the concept of symmetria, which emphasized the proportionate relationship between the different parts of the human body. Artists such as Polykleitos, who developed the canon of proportions, sought to establish a set of ideal measurements that defined the perfect human body. Polykleitos' work, including his famous statue Doriphoros, spear-bearer, illustrated this ideal perfectly, demonstrating a carefully calculated balance of form and symmetry that embodied the classical vision of human beauty. His sculpture depicted a muscular, athletic figure in a contrapposto stance, where the weight of the body was shifted onto one leg, lending the figure a natural, relaxed appearance while still maintaining the rigid sense of proportion. At the same time, the classical Greek ideal in sculpture was influenced by the growing interest in humanism, the belief in the potential and dignity of human beings. Sculptors not only emphasized physical beauty, but also conveyed the concept of moral and intellectual virtues through their works. The human body was seen as a reflection of higher ideals, and thus, the depiction of gods and heroes in sculpture took on a more humanized form. Phidias's work on the Parthenon, particularly the depiction of the goddess Athena, exemplified this blending of divinity and humanity, where even gods were portrayed with lifelike features, demonstrating an effort to make the divine accessible and relatable. The classical ideal also gave rise to a new sense of motion and expression in sculpture. The rigid frontal poses of earlier periods were replaced with more dynamic and fluid stances, reflecting a growing understanding of anatomy and movement. The discobolus, discus thrower, by Myron, for instance, captured a moment of athletic action in a way that was both scientifically accurate and artistically expressive, representing the ideal harmony between body and movement. In conclusion, the introduction of the classical Greek ideal in sculpture represented a profound shift in artistic philosophy, where beauty, proportion, and motion were united to create representations of the human form that conveyed both physical perfection and moral virtue. This ideal not only defined Greek art during its time, but also had a lasting influence on the development of Western artistic traditions. Naturalism and the representation of the human body. The classical Greek period marked a significant departure from the stylized and rigid forms of earlier art, particularly through its emphasis on naturalism in the representation of the human body. Artists sought to depict the human figure with a level of realism that had not been seen before, focusing on anatomical accuracy, proportion, and the dynamics of movement. This shift toward a more lifelike representation was not only a technical achievement, but also a reflection of the Greek culture's increasing appreciation for the individual and the human experience. In the early stages of Greek sculpture, the human figure was often stylized or generalized, with an emphasis on symbolic representation rather than lifelike detail. However, during the classical period, artists began to closely observe the human form, studying anatomy, posture, and muscle structure. This led to the development of more accurate and detailed depictions of the body. The sculptors of this era, such as Phidias, Myron, and Polykleitos, aimed to present the idealized human body in a way that was both natural and harmonious, grounded in the concept of symmetria, the belief that beauty arises from proportionate and balanced relationships between different parts of the body. One of the most notable innovations was the introduction of the contrapposto pose, which involved the shifting of weight onto one leg, creating a relaxed, more natural stance. This technique, seen in works like Polykleitos Doryphoros, Spear Bearer, was revolutionary in giving sculptures a sense of movement and life. By breaking away from the stiff frontal poses of the archaic period, artists were able to create figures that seemed to breathe and engage with their surroundings, marking a new phase in the understanding of human anatomy and motion. Greek sculptors also placed a great emphasis on the musculature of the body, showcasing the detailed contours of muscles, bones, and veins. Sculptures such as Myron's discobolus, discus thrower, demonstrate this focus on physical detail. In capturing the athleticism of the human form in action, these artists not only celebrated the human body as a work of art, but also elevated it as a symbol of strength, beauty, and moral excellence. However, while naturalism in Greek sculpture aimed for lifelike accuracy, it also sought an idealized perfection. The figures were often depicted as symmetrical and youthful, reflecting the Greek belief in the ideal proportions of the human body. The focus on perfect proportions was not just an artistic choice, but also a philosophical one, suggesting that beauty and excellence in the human body mirrored the beauty and excellence of the mind and spirit. In conclusion, naturalism in Greek sculpture was a groundbreaking achievement that allowed for the human body to be represented in a more realistic and dynamic way. The classical sculptors' attention to anatomical accuracy, proportion, and movement paved the way for an artistic tradition that continues to influence Western art today. This naturalism, paired with the pursuit of idealized perfection, helped define the Greek vision of human beauty, not only as a physical ideal, but as a reflection of intellectual and moral virtue. Key sculptors: Phidias, Praxiteles, and Myron. The classical Greek period produced some of the most renowned sculptors in history, with Phidias, Praxiteles, and Myron standing out as pivotal figures in the development of sculpture. Their contributions not only advanced technical skills, but also reflected the cultural values of their time, focusing on the human form, idealized beauty, and the expression of emotion and movement. Each of these artists brought their unique style and innovations, shaping the trajectory of Greek art and leaving a lasting legacy in the history of Western sculpture. Phidias is arguably the most famous of all Greek sculptors and is often considered the master of classical Greek art. He is best known for his monumental sculptures that adorned the Parthenon in Athens, including the massive statue of Athena Parthenos, which stood over 40 feet tall inside the temple. Phidias' work exemplified the classical Greek ideal of proportion and harmony. His statues were designed with the principle of symmetria in mind, aiming for a balance between ideal beauty and anatomical precision. Phidias also emphasized the divine nature of his subjects, infusing them with a sense of otherworldly presence while still maintaining a connection to human characteristics. His sculptures, such as the famous depiction of Zeus at Olympia, reflected his ability to blend realism with idealization, creating figures that were both human and divine. Praxiteles, another renowned sculptor of the classical period, is known for his ability to infuse his works with a sense of grace and sensuality. Unlike the more rigid and athletic figures of Phidias, Praxiteles introduced a softer, more naturalistic approach to the human body. His most famous works include the Aphrodite of Knidos, the first full-scale representation of the goddess of love in the nude, which caused a sensation in the ancient world. Praxiteles' figures were characterized by fluidity and elegance, with gentle curves and relaxed poses that conveyed a sense of calm and beauty. His sculptures represented not only the idealized human form, but also a more intimate and emotional connection to the subjects, particularly in his depictions of gods and goddesses as human-like figures with relatable emotions. Myron, another key figure in classical sculpture, was known for his dynamic and realistic depictions of human movement, particularly in athletic figures. His most famous sculpture, the Discobolus, discus thrower, captures the moment of a discus throw, freezing the athlete in a tense, dramatic pose that conveys both physical effort and grace. Myron's work is characterized by its emphasis on capturing action and the precise moment of movement, reflecting the Greek fascination with athleticism and the human body in motion. His sculptures demonstrated an understanding of human anatomy and muscle structure, yet he also sought to idealize the human form, combining realism with a sense of timeless beauty. In conclusion, Phidias, Praxiteles, and Myron were three of the most influential sculptors of the classical Greek period, each contributing to the development of Greek art in their own way. Phidias brought monumental scale and divine grandeur to his works. Praxiteles introduced a softer, more emotional representation of the human form, and Myron captured the dynamic movement of athleticism. Together, their work helped shape the classical Greek ideal, which would go on to influence art and sculpture for centuries to come. Iconic sculptures: the Discobolus and the statue of Zeus at Olympia. Two of the most iconic sculptures of the classical Greek period are Myron's Discobolus, discus thrower, and Phidias's statue of Zeus at Olympia. These masterpieces not only exemplify the artistic and technical achievements of the time, but also reflect the core values of Greek society, such as the celebration of athleticism, humanism, and divine grandeur. The Discobolus by Myron is one of the best-known examples of classical Greek sculpture that captures the human body in motion. The statue represents an athlete in the act of throwing a discus, frozen in a moment of dynamic tension. What sets this work apart is Myron's ability to combine an idealized human form with a naturalistic sense of movement. The figure is not merely a static representation of the body, but rather a study in the expression of motion, demonstrating the sculptor's deep understanding of anatomy and human action. The athlete's stance, with one leg bearing the weight of the body and the other extended, creates a sense of rhythm and balance. The pose also reflects the Greek fascination with the physical prowess of the human body, particularly in the context of athletic competitions, which were central to Greek culture. Myron's Discobolus is a prime example of how Greek artists sought to capture the beauty and elegance of the human figure while simultaneously conveying a sense of vitality and motion. Phidias' statue of Zeus at Olympia was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world and a defining achievement in Greek sculpture. This colossal statue, made of ivory and gold-plated bronze, stood over 40 feet tall and was housed in the Temple of Zeus at Olympia. The statue depicted Zeus, the king of the Greek gods, seated on a grand throne, radiating divine authority and majesty. The figure of Zeus was depicted with a regal, larger-than-life presence, emphasizing the god's power and importance in Greek religion and mythology. Phidias' careful attention to detail in the folds of Zeus's robes and the intricacies of his posture created a sense of grandeur and permanence. The statue of Zeus also exemplified Phidias' mastery of proportion and balance, key principles of classical Greek art. The statue was not only a marvel of craftsmanship, but also a symbol of Greek religious and cultural values, emphasizing the connection between humanity and the divine. Both the Discobolus and the statue of Zeus at Olympia represent the zenith of Greek sculptural achievement, each capturing different aspects of Greek ideals. Myron's work focuses on the human body, its athleticism, and its capacity for movement, while Phidias' monumental statue emphasizes the divine and transcendent qualities of the gods. Together, these sculptures continue to inspire awe and admiration, representing the enduring legacy of classical Greek art. Chapter 8: Pottery and Ceramics of the Archaic and Classical Periods. Pottery and ceramics played a pivotal role in the daily life of ancient Greece, serving not only as functional objects, but also as canvases for artistic expression. The Archaic and Classical periods of Greek history, spanning from around 800 BCE to 323 BCE, witnessed significant developments in pottery styles, techniques, and decorative motifs. These changes reflect the broader cultural and artistic shifts of the time, with Greek pottery evolving from simple geometric patterns to intricate depictions of mythological narratives and everyday life. In the Archaic period, Greek pottery was dominated by the geometric style, characterized by repeating patterns of meanders, triangles, and concentric circles. These designs often filled the entire surface of the vessel and were applied using a technique called the black figure method. In black figure pottery, figures and scenes were painted with a slip made of clay that turned black during the firing process, while the background remained the natural red color of the clay. This style was particularly popular during the 7th and 6th centuries BCE and was used to depict both everyday activities and mythological themes. A notable feature of black figure pottery is the use of silhouette forms, where the figures are outlined with intricate details, often with additional fine lines scratched into the black surface to create shading and texture. By the 5th century BCE, during the Classical period, the style of Greek pottery underwent a transformation with the development of the red figure technique. In contrast to the black figure method, red figure pottery involved leaving the figures in the natural red color of the clay while painting the background black. This allowed for greater flexibility and precision in the depiction of human figures and scenes, as artists could use fine brushstrokes to add details such as drapery, facial expressions, and muscle definition. The red figure style quickly gained popularity and became the dominant method of pottery decoration during the Classical period, with notable examples found in the works of painters such as Euphronius and Euthymides. Greek pottery was not only an art form, but also a tool for storytelling. Many vessels featured scenes from Greek mythology with gods, heroes, and monsters depicted in dynamic, dramatic poses. The famous Panathenaic amphorae, large ceramic vessels awarded as prizes in the Panathenaic Games, are prime examples of how pottery was used to commemorate athletic and religious events. Additionally, everyday scenes such as banquets, athletic competitions, and domestic life were commonly depicted, providing valuable insights into the culture and values of ancient Greece. In conclusion, pottery and ceramics from the archaic and classical periods of ancient Greece serve as a rich testament to the technical, artistic, and cultural achievements of the time. The development of the black figure and red figure techniques revolutionized Greek pottery, allowing artists to depict the human form and complex narratives with increasing realism and precision. Beyond their aesthetic value, these works offer a window into the social and religious life of the Greeks, making them an essential component of the artistic legacy of ancient Greece. Styles and techniques in Greek pottery. Greek pottery is renowned for its beauty, craftsmanship, and the innovative techniques that evolved over the centuries. From the geometric patterns of the archaic period to the detailed narrative scenes of the classical period, Greek pottery served as both functional items and works of art. The primary styles of Greek pottery include the black figure and red figure techniques, each marking a significant shift in artistic expression and technical achievement. These styles were complemented by various decorative motifs and methods that reflected the social, religious, and artistic values of ancient Greek culture. In the Archaic period, the dominant style of pottery decoration was the black figure technique. In this method, artists would apply a slip, a mixture of clay and water, to the surface of the pot and then use a sharp tool to carve intricate details into the design. The pot was then fired in a kiln with a unique three-stage process. First, the pot was heated to a low temperature, turning the clay a reddish color. Then, during the second phase, it was exposed to high heat, causing the slip to turn black, while the body of the pottery remained red. In the final stage, the temperature was reduced, resulting in the black figure style, with the natural red of the clay as the background. This technique allowed for the creation of dramatic, stylized figures and intricate scenes, often depicting gods, heroes, and mythical creatures, as well as everyday life. As the classical period emerged, so did the red figure technique, which became the dominant form of pottery decoration. The red figure method involved the opposite approach. The figures were left in the natural red color of the clay, while the background was painted black. This innovation provided artists with greater flexibility and precision when depicting the human body and intricate details. Instead of relying on the labor-intensive process of scratching lines into the surface, red figure artists could now paint fine details using a brush, allowing for more complex and realistic depictions of human anatomy, facial expressions, and drapery. This style also allowed for greater depth in the portrayal of space, as figures could be shown in multiple poses, capturing movement and emotion more effectively than black figure pottery. Another important aspect of Greek pottery was the wide variety of vessel shapes and the purposes they served. From the large storage jars known as amphorae to the elegant drinking cups called kylixes, the forms of Greek pottery were designed for both practical and ceremonial use. Additionally, certain vessels were commissioned as prizes in athletic and religious events, such as the Panathenaic amphorae, which featured elaborate decoration celebrating the gods and honoring the winners of the Panathenaic Games. Greek pottery also featured a range of decorative motifs, from geometric patterns in the early archaic period to detailed mythological narratives and scenes of daily life in the classical era. These designs provided a window into the values and concerns of Greek society, reflecting their beliefs in the gods, the importance of athleticism, and the role of the home and family. In conclusion, the styles and techniques in Greek pottery evolved significantly over the centuries, with the transition from black figure to red figure decoration marking a key turning point. The detailed and expressive quality of Greek pottery not only reveals the technical skill of the artists, but also offers valuable insights into the culture, religion, and social life of ancient Greece. Through these vessels, Greek pottery remains an enduring symbol of the artistic and intellectual achievements of the ancient world. The evolution of Greek vase painting, black figure versus red figure. Greek vase painting represents one of the most significant artistic achievements of the ancient world, evolving through distinct styles that reflect both technical innovation and changing aesthetic preferences. The two dominant techniques that emerged in this art form were the black figure and red figure styles, each contributing to the development of Greek pottery and providing insights into the culture's evolving views on art, mythology, and society. The black figure technique, which flourished during the Archaic period, circa 700 to 500 BCE, was the first method of large-scale decorative painting on pottery. In this process, artists would apply a thin layer of slip, a liquid mixture of clay and water, to the surface of the pot. After the application, the figures and scenes were painted in black using a fine brush, and the details were incised using a sharp tool, allowing the underlying clay to show through. The pottery was then fired in a three-stage process in a kiln. During the first stage, the pot was heated in a low-oxygen environment, making the entire pot turn red. In the second stage, oxygen was introduced, causing the figures to turn black while the background remained red. In the final stage, the temperature was lowered to return the background to its natural red color, while the figures retained their black hue. Black figure pottery typically featured silhouettes of human figures, gods, and mythological scenes, often arranged within geometric borders. The method allowed for dramatic compositions, but limited the depth and detail that could be achieved, especially in the depiction of faces, drapery, and complex poses. Despite this, the technique reached a high level of sophistication, with artists like Exekias and the Andokides painter creating iconic works that are still celebrated today for their narrative complexity and visual impact. By the late Archaic period, red figure pottery began to emerge and quickly gained popularity, particularly in the Classical period, circa 500 to 323 BCE. The red figure technique reversed the process of black figure pottery. In this method, the figures were left in the natural red color of the clay, and the background was painted black. The major advantage of red figure pottery was the increased flexibility it offered artists, particularly in the depiction of human figures. Artists could now paint fine details, such as facial expressions, muscles, and intricate folds in clothing, using a fine brush rather than relying on incised lines. This shift allowed for a more naturalistic representation of the human form and more dynamic compositions, capturing both action and emotion. The red figure style also provided artists with greater freedom in the arrangement of figures, allowing them to explore different poses and movements with greater ease. Masterpieces such as the works of Euphronios and the Berlin painter demonstrate how the red figure technique enabled more complex scenes and a heightened sense of realism. The more nuanced treatment of space, anatomy, and movement in red figure vase painting reflected the cultural shift in Greece during the Classical period, where emphasis was placed on humanism, individualism, and the exploration of the natural world. In conclusion, the transition from black figure to red figure vase painting marks a crucial moment in the evolution of Greek art. While black figure pottery remained popular throughout much of the Archaic period, the advent of red figure painting revolutionized the medium by allowing for greater detail, depth, and realism. Together, these two styles represent the technical and artistic innovations of Greek pottery, capturing the dynamic nature of Greek society and its values from the Archaic to the Classical period. Function and significance of pottery in Greek culture. Pottery played an essential role in the daily life of ancient Greece, serving not only as a practical necessity, but also as an important cultural and artistic medium. The Greeks produced a wide range of pottery items that were integral to both domestic and public life, and their use and decoration often reflected the values, beliefs, and artistic innovations of the time. Pottery in Greek culture was far more than a functional craft. It was a means of storytelling, a tool for religious rituals, and a symbol of status and identity. One of the primary functions of Greek pottery was utilitarian. Vessels such as amphorae, craters, kylixes, and oinako were used for everyday tasks, including the storage and transport of goods like olive oil, wine, and grain. The large, sturdy amphorae were especially important in trade, as they could be sealed and used to transport foodstuffs across the Mediterranean. Craters, with their wide mouths, were used to mix wine and water, a practice that was central to Greek social life, especially during symposia, drinking parties. Additionally, smaller vessels, such as oinako, wine pitchers, and kylixes, drinking cups, were often used during rituals, feasts, and everyday meals. Beyond their practical uses, Greek pottery also held significant symbolic and cultural value. The decoration of pottery often depicted mythological scenes, historical events, and daily life, reflecting the Greek emphasis on storytelling, religious devotion, and cultural identity. Vases would be adorned with images of gods, heroes, and athletes, illustrating both the divine and human aspects of Greek life. These scenes were more than mere decoration. They served as visual narratives, communicating values such as honor, heroism, and the relationship between mortals and gods. For example, the frequent depiction of mythological tales on pottery, such as the exploits of Heracles or the Trojan War, not only conveyed cultural myths, but also reinforced moral lessons and ideals central to Greek society. Pottery also had important social and religious functions. Certain types of vessels were used in rituals, including offerings to the gods or to mark religious festivals. Large, intricately decorated vases, such as the Panathenaic amphora, were awarded as prizes in athletic competitions and were symbols of honor and prestige. These special vessels were often designed with complex images of the gods or scenes from the games, and they served to commemorate the athletic achievements of the victors, linking personal success with divine favor. Furthermore, pottery played a significant role in Greek trade and cross-cultural exchange. The distinctive styles of Greek pottery, such as the black figure and red figure techniques, were highly prized across the Mediterranean and were often exported to places like Etruria, modern Italy, and Egypt. This spread of Greek pottery also contributed to the dissemination of Greek artistic and cultural values throughout the ancient world. In conclusion, Greek pottery was far more than a mere craft. It was a vital element of Greek society. It served practical purposes in daily life, but its decoration and use also reflected the complex interplay of religion, culture, and social structure. Through pottery, the Greeks were able to communicate their values, celebrate their heroes, and demonstrate their artistic innovation. The lasting legacy of Greek pottery, with its unique blend of form and function, continues to offer profound insights into the world of ancient Greece. Famous pottery painters: Exekias, Euphronios. Greek pottery reached its artistic zenith during the Archaic and Classical periods, thanks in part to the skill and innovation of renowned potters and painters. Among the most celebrated figures in Greek vase painting are Exekias and Euphronios, two artists whose work profoundly impacted the evolution of Greek pottery. Both artists were renowned for their mastery of the black figure technique, and their paintings on vases continue to be studied for their intricate detail, narrative depth, and stylistic advancements. Exekias, active in the early 6th century BCE, is one of the most famous black figure painters of the Archaic period. He is best known for his ability to bring mythological scenes to life with remarkable precision and drama. Exekias often depicted mythological subjects, particularly those related to Greek gods and heroes, and his works are celebrated for their emotional intensity and compositional balance. One of his most famous works is the Athenian black figure amphora depicting Achilles and Ajax playing a board game. The piece stands out not only for its detailed rendering of the figures, but also for the way Exekias captured the moment of tension and quiet reflection before the warriors prepare for battle. The simplicity of the composition, combined with the skillful use of space and form, demonstrates Exekias's mastery of the black figure technique. Another of his notable works is the Dionysus cup, in which the god is depicted riding a panther, showcasing Exekias's ability to bring mythological stories to vivid life. Euphronios, a contemporary of Exekias, is another of the greats in Greek pottery painting, and his work represents the transition from the archaic to the classical style. Active during the 6th and early 5th centuries BCE, Euphronios is known for his contributions to the red figure technique, which allowed for greater naturalism and flexibility in the depiction of human figures. One of his most famous works is the Death of Sarpedon, painted on a large red figure crater. This piece depicts the moment when the Trojan hero Sarpedon is slain and carried away by sleep and death. Euphronios' skillful use of red figure painting allowed for a more accurate and detailed portrayal of the human body, with lifelike muscle definition, drapery, and emotional expression. The figures are more dynamic and three-dimensional compared to the more static black figure works of earlier artists. Euphronios' innovative handling of space, anatomical detail, and emotional depth in his scenes marked a significant shift in Greek vase painting and laid the foundation for the increased naturalism that would dominate the classical period. Both Exekias and Euphronios exemplify the peak of artistic achievement in Greek pottery. Their works reflect the technical sophistication of the era, as well as the Greeks' deep engagement with mythological, social, and religious themes. Through their paintings, these artists immortalized key moments from Greek myth and laid the groundwork for future developments in Greek art, contributing to the lasting legacy of Greek pottery in the history of Western art. Chapter 9: The Role of Art in Greek Religion. In ancient Greece, art was deeply intertwined with religious practices and beliefs. Religion permeated every aspect of Greek life, from daily routines to monumental public festivals, and art served as both a vehicle for expressing religious devotion and as a means of representing the divine. Temples, sculptures, paintings, and pottery all played significant roles in Greek religious rituals, offering insight into how the Greeks conceptualized their gods and their relationship with the divine. One of the primary functions of Greek art and religion was the creation of images of the gods. These representations served as focal points for worship in temples and sanctuaries. Statues of gods like Athena, Zeus, Apollo, and Artemis were crafted to embody the idealized forms and attributes of these deities, reinforcing the divine presence in daily life. Sculptors like Phidias, who created the statue of Zeus at Olympia, and Praxiteles, known for his depiction of Apollo, were commissioned to create monumental works that captured the gods in idealized forms. These statues were often placed in temples, where they became the focus of religious rituals, including sacrifices and prayers, and acted as symbols of divine protection over the polis. Greek temples themselves were significant works of art and were designed not only to house the cult statues of the gods, but also to serve as representations of the gods' power and influence. The architecture of temples was grand, with intricate carvings and decorative elements that told stories of the gods and their interactions with mortals. For instance, the Parthenon in Athens, dedicated to the goddess Athena, is adorned with sculptural reliefs and friezes that depict mythological scenes, such as the famous Parthenon frieze, which portrays the Panathenaic procession. These works not only honored the gods, but also illustrated the central role that divine favor played in the civic life of the Greeks. In addition to monumental sculptures and temple art, pottery also played a role in Greek religious practices. Vases and amphorae, many of which were used in ceremonies and rituals, were often decorated with scenes from mythology and divine life. These objects were not only practical, but served as offerings to the gods. For example, Panathenaic amphorae, which were awarded as prizes in the Panathenaic Games, depicted images of Athena and were considered sacred vessels. Their decoration was a reminder of the connection between the gods and the people, reinforcing the idea that art was a means of honoring the divine. The depiction of rituals and the gods' activities in Greek art helped to reinforce the beliefs and practices surrounding religion. Art communicated the power of the gods, the importance of piety, and the need for human devotion. Furthermore, art itself was viewed as a gift to the gods, with artists seeking divine favor through their creations. The role of art in Greek religion, therefore, was not merely decorative, but deeply symbolic, representing the sacred relationship between mortals and immortals, while also preserving the myths and religious narratives central to Greek identity. In conclusion, art in Greek religion was integral to the expression and practice of faith. It connected the people of Greece with their gods, portrayed divine power, and served as a constant reminder of the sacred. Through monumental sculptures, architecture, and everyday objects, Greek art encapsulated the religious worldview of the time, making it an enduring part of their cultural and spiritual legacy. Art and architecture as expressions of religious beliefs. In ancient Greece, art and architecture were not only aesthetic endeavors, but also powerful expressions of religious beliefs. The Greek gods and goddesses were central to everyday life, and their divine presence was reflected in the art and structures created for worship. Greek artists and architects used their craft to honor the gods, embody their ideals, and communicate the values of their society, creating a deep connection between religion and the built and visual environment. Greek temple architecture was one of the most prominent forms of religious art. Temples were designed as homes for the gods, places where the divine and mortal worlds could intersect. These monumental structures were not only impressive in scale, but were also meticulously crafted to reflect the gods' perceived perfection. The Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian orders in architecture, with their distinct proportions and elegance, were employed to convey the harmony and balance associated with the gods. The temples were often placed at strategic locations, such as mountaintops or city centers, to symbolize the gods' dominance over the natural and human realms. For example, the Parthenon, dedicated to Athena, was built with a clear sense of proportion and harmony, with sculptural elements that depicted mythological stories and gods in idealized forms. The friezes, pediments, and metopes of the Parthenon were filled with scenes of divine and heroic figures, emphasizing the connection between the people and their gods, as well as illustrating themes of victory, sacrifice, and piety. Sculpture, too, played a key role in representing and reinforcing religious beliefs. The creation of monumental statues of gods and goddesses for placement in temples allowed the divine to be physically manifested in the world of mortals. These sculptures aim to capture the gods in their most idealized and human-like forms, emphasizing beauty, symmetry, and perfection, qualities that were seen as divine attributes. The works of sculptors like Phidias and Praxiteles reflected these ideals, with their statues of gods such as Zeus, Athena, and Apollo showcasing not only the gods' power, but also their human-like beauty. These sculptures were designed to evoke reverence and awe, reminding worshippers of the gods' omnipotence and their intimate connection with human life. In addition to monumental sculptures, pottery and other smaller-scale artworks also conveyed religious themes. Vases, often used in rituals and offerings, were decorated with scenes from mythology, such as the labors of Heracles or the adventures of the Trojan War. These works were both functional and symbolic, serving as a way to honor the gods while also educating the populace about mythological narratives and religious rituals. The Greeks viewed art and architecture as a means to communicate with the divine and ensure divine favor. Artists and architects sought to please the gods with their creations, believing that beauty, symmetry, and harmony were divine qualities that could bring prosperity and protection to the city-state. In this way, art and architecture were inseparable from the religious fabric of Greek society, reinforcing the belief that the gods were active participants in the daily lives of the people. Ultimately, Greek art and architecture were expressions of religious devotion, reflecting the centrality of the gods in the lives of the Greeks. These artistic achievements allowed the divine to be made visible, offering a connection to the gods and reinforcing the moral and spiritual values that shaped Greek culture. Through their art, the Greeks not only honored their gods, but also celebrated the harmony between humanity and the divine. Temples, altars, and sanctuaries, religious architecture. In ancient Greece, religious architecture played a central role in the worship of the gods, providing sacred spaces where rituals, offerings, and ceremonies could take place. Temples, altars, and sanctuaries were built to honor the gods, and each structure was designed with both practical and symbolic significance. These religious buildings were not just places for the performance of rituals, but also expressions of divine power and human devotion, reflecting the Greeks' deep connection to their gods and the natural world. Temples were the most important and iconic structures in Greek religious architecture. Built as houses for the gods, temples were designed to house the cult statues of deities, which were believed to represent the gods' presence on earth. The architectural style of temples evolved over time, with three main orders emerging: Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. Doric temples, such as the Parthenon in Athens, were characterized by their simplicity, strength, and symmetry, while Ionic temples, like the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, featured more elaborate and decorative elements. The Corinthian order, with its ornate capitals, became popular in the later periods of Greek architecture. Regardless of the style, all temples shared certain features, including a rectangular floor plan, a front and back porch, pronaos and opisthotomos, a cella or inner chamber where the cult statue was placed, and a roof designed to emphasize the harmony and balance between the human and divine. Altars were often located in front of temples, serving as the focal point for sacrifices and offerings to the gods. These were usually open-air structures, simple in design, but were nonetheless significant for their role in ritual practice. The Greeks believed that sacrifices, whether of animals, food, or libations, were necessary to gain the favor of the gods and ensure prosperity, health, and protection. Altars were often constructed in natural settings, emphasizing the connection between divine worship and the natural world. The placement of altars outside temples reflected the idea that the gods were not confined to one place, but were present throughout nature. Sanctuaries were sacred precincts that often included multiple temples, altars, and other religious structures dedicated to one or more gods. These areas were designated for worship and rituals and were usually situated in locations considered to be spiritually significant, such as the slopes of mountains, near springs, or close to the sea. The most famous Greek sanctuary was Delphi, dedicated to Apollo, which housed the Oracle of Delphi, where people came from across the Greek world to seek divine guidance. Another important sanctuary was at Olympia, where the Olympic Games were held in honor of Zeus. Sanctuaries were designed to accommodate large crowds of worshipers and athletes, and often included other features such as treasuries, statues, and monuments to commemorate victories. In conclusion, temples, altars, and sanctuaries were vital components of Greek religious architecture. These structures were not just architectural feats, but were deeply imbued with spiritual meaning, symbolizing the relationship between mortals and immortals. Through these sacred spaces, the Greeks honored their gods, performed rituals, and sought to ensure divine favor in all aspects of life. The architectural design of these spaces reflected the Greeks' belief in harmony, proportion, and the interconnectedness of the divine and human worlds. The role of sculpture in Greek temples. Sculpture played an essential role in the design and function of Greek temples, serving both as a decorative element and a powerful means of religious expression. The intricate sculptures that adorned the exterior and interior of temples helped communicate mythological stories, celebrate the gods, and express the idealized beauty of the divine. These artworks were not only visually striking, but were also deeply connected to the religious and cultural practices of ancient Greece. One of the primary ways sculpture was integrated into Greek temples was through the decoration of architectural elements. The most prominent examples of this are the pediments, metopes, and friezes, which adorned the temple's exterior. The pediments were the triangular sections at each end of the temple, often filled with large-scale sculptures depicting scenes from Greek mythology. These sculptures were placed in a way that emphasized the temple's divine purpose, often illustrating the deeds of the gods and heroes. For example, the Parthenon's pediments depict the birth of Athena and the contest between Athena and Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. These powerful scenes not only honored the gods, but also reinforced the civic and religious identity of the city. Metope reliefs, located between the columns of the temple, were another significant feature of temple sculpture. These square panels often depicted scenes from Greek mythology, such as the labors of Heracles or the battle between gods and giants, reinforcing the temple's association with divine power and human virtue. The frieze, a continuous band of sculpted imagery running along the upper part of the temple, frequently portrayed religious rituals, processions, or mythological narratives. The Parthenon frieze, for instance, depicts the Panathenaic procession, a ritual honoring Athena, which was celebrated by the people of Athens. Through these scenes, the sculptures reinforced the relationship between the divine and mortal realms, illustrating both the gods' power and the devotion of the people. Inside the temple, sculptures took the form of cult statues, which were placed in the cella, inner chamber, of the temple. These large, monumental statues of gods were the focal point of worship. The cult statue of Athena Parthenos, created by Phidias for the Parthenon, stood as an embodiment of the goddess's divine presence. Sculptors sought to capture the idealized forms of the gods, representing them in majestic and dignified poses, often in a way that conveyed both strength and beauty. These statues served not only as physical representations of the divine, but also as symbolic presences that bridged the gap between the mortal world and the gods. In conclusion, sculpture in Greek temples was integral to both the aesthetic and religious experience of the space. It transformed temples into not only places of worship, but also cultural monuments that celebrated the gods, reinforced civic identity, and expressed religious devotion. The sculptural elements of Greek temples thus played a central role in shaping the spiritual and cultural landscape of ancient Greece, serving as both symbols of divine power and as acts of devotion created by human hands. Rituals, festivals, and the display of art. In ancient Greece, art and rituals were deeply intertwined, with festivals serving as significant occasions to showcase and celebrate both. The Greek festivals were not only a time for religious worship, but also provided a platform for the public display of art, especially in the form of sculptures, pottery, and performances. These events were integral to Greek religious life, offering opportunities for the city-states to honor their gods, demonstrate civic pride, and showcase artistic and cultural achievements. The most prominent Greek festivals were religious in nature, dedicated to specific gods and held at various times of the year. The Panathenaic Festival, held every 4 years in Athens, is one of the most famous examples. It was a celebration of the goddess Athena, the city's patron deity. The festival included athletic competitions, sacrifices, and cultural performances, such as poetry readings and musical contests. One of the key features of the Panathenaic Festival was the Panathenaic Procession, where Athenians would carry a specially woven robe, peplos, for the goddess Athena to the Parthenon. This event was depicted in the Parthenon frieze, showcasing the civic and religious importance of art during these festivals. Temples and other public spaces were decorated with statues, banners, and paintings, all designed to honor the gods and celebrate the city's role in their worship. Rituals were central to Greek religious life, and art played a pivotal role in these ceremonies. Temples housed statues of gods, and the act of approaching these statues with offerings or prayers was an important part of worship. The Greeks also performed sacrifices, often at altars near temples, and many of these rituals were depicted in Greek art. For example, scenes of animal sacrifices were common on pottery, often illustrating the reverence with which the Greeks approached their gods. In addition to ritual sacrifices, processions and dramatic reenactments of mythological stories were frequently featured in festivals, with artistic performances such as dithyrambs, choral hymns, being performed in honor of gods like Dionysus. The display of art during festivals was not limited to religious icons and ritual objects. The athletic and artistic competitions, especially the Olympic Games, also became a form of artistic celebration. Victors were often honored with statues, trophies, and commemorative pottery, further elevating the role of art in public life. These artworks celebrated the achievements of athletes as well as the gods who were believed to bestow victory and fortune. Through rituals and festivals, Greek art became a living, interactive force within society. It was not just confined to temples or private collections, but was part of the vibrant public expression of faith and civic pride. Art during these events acted as both a medium for devotion and a tool for expressing Greek values, from athletic excellence to the honoring of divine power. In this way, rituals, festivals, and the display of art were inseparable, shaping the cultural and religious landscape of ancient Greece. Chapter 10: Greek Art and Architecture in the Wider Mediterranean World. Greek art and architecture had a profound influence on the wider Mediterranean world, shaping the visual culture of neighboring regions and enduring far beyond the boundaries of Greece itself. The spread of Greek art, particularly during the classical and Hellenistic periods, was facilitated by the expansion of Greek colonies and the conquests of Alexander the Great. As Greek culture spread throughout the Mediterranean, it was absorbed, adapted, and integrated by various civilizations, creating a fusion of Greek and local artistic traditions. The Greek colonies established along the coast of Asia Minor, in southern Italy, Sicily, and North Africa, served as crucial points for the diffusion of Greek art and architectural styles. These colonies adopted Greek artistic conventions, such as the use of the Doric and Ionic orders in temple design, and incorporated them into their own local contexts. In cities like Paestum in Italy and Syracuse in Sicily, the remains of Greek temples demonstrate the influence of Greek architectural forms, which were adapted to suit regional tastes and building materials. These temples, while reflecting the Greek commitment to symmetry and proportion, also introduced local innovations in style and decoration, blending Greek ideals with indigenous architectural traditions. Beyond the Greek colonies, the Hellenistic period, following the conquests of Alexander the Great, marked a period of intense cultural exchange. As Alexander's empire stretched from Greece to Egypt, Persia, and India, Greek art and architecture encountered a wide variety of artistic traditions. In Egypt, Greek artists integrated Hellenistic realism with Egyptian stylistic conventions, producing statues of pharaohs that blended both traditions. In the city of Alexandria, a thriving center of Greek culture, monumental structures such as the Pharos Lighthouse and the museum showcase the blend of Greek architectural expertise with the local Egyptian context. In the Roman world, Greek art and architecture were highly revered, and the Romans eagerly adopted Greek styles. The Romans copied Greek sculptures, and many Greek temples were replicated or adapted in Rome and throughout the empire. Roman emperors, such as Augustus, commissioned statues that reflected the idealized forms of Greek gods and heroes, while Roman architecture embraced Greek columned forms and open spaces, as seen in buildings like the Pantheon. The Romans also embraced Greek painting and pottery, often commissioning Greek artisans to create decorative works for public buildings and private homes. The legacy of Greek art and architecture extended beyond the ancient world, continuing to influence Western artistic traditions throughout the Renaissance and beyond. The study and admiration of Greek ideals of proportion, symmetry, and realism profoundly shaped Western artistic movements, particularly in sculpture and architecture. Greek influence also continued through the medieval and modern periods, as Greek art remained a model of beauty, balance, and harmony. In conclusion, Greek art and architecture were not confined to the Greek world, but spread across the Mediterranean, influencing a wide range of civilizations. The exchange of ideas and artistic styles between Greece, its colonies, and other cultures helped shape the visual landscape of the ancient world and laid the foundation for future artistic and architectural traditions. Influence of Greek art and architecture on neighboring cultures. The influence of Greek art and architecture on neighboring cultures was profound and far-reaching, impacting a wide array of civilizations throughout the Mediterranean and beyond. As Greek culture expanded through colonization, trade, and the conquests of Alexander the Great, it left a lasting imprint on the artistic and architectural traditions of several regions, including Egypt, Persia, and the Roman Empire. The spread of Greek aesthetics and building techniques often led to the fusion of Greek and local styles, creating a rich tapestry of artistic innovation across the ancient world. One of the most significant examples of Greek influence was in Egypt. Following the conquests of Alexander, the Ptolemaic dynasty, established by one of his generals, Ptolemy, ruled Egypt. This period saw a blending of Greek and Egyptian artistic traditions. Greek artists introduced more naturalistic styles, emphasizing the human form and the principles of balance and proportion seen in classical Greek sculpture. At the same time, Egyptian religious symbolism and royal portraiture influenced the depiction of rulers. The result was a distinctive style that combined Hellenistic realism with Egyptian iconography, as seen in statues like the Ptolemaic kings and the famous Cleopatra portraits. In Persia, Greek art also made an impact during the Hellenistic period, especially after Alexander's conquest of the Persian Empire. Greek soldiers, administrators, and artists who accompanied Alexander helped spread Greek artistic techniques and ideas. In cities like Persepolis, Greek influence was evident in the detailed sculptures and architectural elements, where the use of columns, friezes, and naturalistic depictions of figures became more prominent. Over time, this interaction between Greek and Persian cultures produced a unique fusion, particularly in the art of the Seleucid Empire, which combined Greek styles with Persian traditions. The most enduring influence of Greek art and architecture, however, was on the Roman Empire. Romans admired Greek artistic achievement and eagerly adopted Greek styles, both in public monuments and private collections. Roman architecture, for example, embraced the Greek orders Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, while adapting them to Roman needs. Roman architects perfected the use of the arch, vault, and dome, which were not Greek innovations, but were incorporated into a style that retained the Greek emphasis on proportion and symmetry. The Pantheon in Rome is a prime example of this synthesis, blending Greek aesthetic ideals with Roman engineering feats. Furthermore, Roman sculpture and painting were heavily influenced by Greek artists and their depictions of gods, heroes, and mythological narratives. Greek statues were often copied and displayed in Roman homes and public spaces. This fascination with Greek art led to the creation of numerous replicas and adaptations, making Greek artistic traditions a cornerstone of Roman culture. In conclusion, the influence of Greek art and architecture on neighboring cultures was transformative, leading to a cross-cultural exchange that enriched the artistic and architectural practices of civilizations throughout the Mediterranean and Near East. Whether through the blending of Greek and Egyptian styles in the Ptolemaic period or the adoption of Greek ideals by the Romans, Greek aesthetics became a defining feature of ancient Mediterranean art. The legacy of this influence continues to shape Western artistic traditions to this day. The spread of Greek culture through colonization. The spread of Greek culture through colonization was one of the most significant forces that shaped the ancient Mediterranean world, contributing to the diffusion of Greek art, architecture, and ideas far beyond Greece's borders. Beginning in the 8th century BCE, Greek city-states established colonies across the Mediterranean and Black Seas, a process that continued through the Hellenistic period. These colonies became cultural hubs where Greek art, philosophy, and architectural styles flourished, influencing neighboring civilizations and blending with local traditions to create new, hybrid cultures. The primary motivation for Greek colonization was the need for land and resources, especially as the population of Greek city-states like Athens and Corinth grew. Colonies were established along the coasts of Asia Minor, Sicily, southern Italy, North Africa, and the Black Sea, with cities such as Massalia, modern Marseille, Cumae, and Syracuse becoming prominent centers of Greek influence. As Greek settlers brought their customs, language, and religious practices to these new territories, they inevitably also brought their artistic and architectural styles. One of the most notable cultural exchanges was the introduction of Greek architectural forms, including the Doric and Ionic orders, to the colonies. Greek colonists constructed temples, theaters, and public buildings that adhered to the principles of proportion and symmetry found in the Greek mainland. These structures often bore inscriptions and carvings that depicted Greek myths and gods, allowing local populations to adopt Greek iconography. The temples at Paestum in Italy, for example, reflect Greek architectural design, but also reveal a mix of local influences, as seen in their use of indigenous materials and decorative elements. Greek pottery and vase painting also spread to the colonies, influencing local artisans and blending with native pottery styles. Greek vases became popular throughout the Mediterranean for their beauty and craftsmanship. In southern Italy, the Apulian style emerged as a fusion of Greek artistic techniques with native traditions, leading to the creation of distinctive red figure pottery decorated with both Greek mythological themes and local subjects. The Greek colonists brought with them a strong sense of civic identity, and their cities became models of Greek ideals of democracy, philosophy, and artistic expression. As these cities flourished, they became important cultural centers, attracting scholars, artists, and philosophers. Greek language and thought spread throughout the Mediterranean, influencing local intellectual traditions and contributing to the growth of Hellenistic culture. In conclusion, Greek colonization was a powerful vehicle for the spread of Greek culture across the Mediterranean world. Through the establishment of colonies, Greek art, architecture, and ideas were shared with diverse civilizations, transforming local traditions and fostering cultural exchange. The legacy of this spread can be seen in the enduring influence of Greek art, philosophy, and architectural styles on later Mediterranean cultures, particularly the Romans, and in the ongoing impact of Greek ideas on Western civilization. The Hellenistic period and its impact on architecture and art. The Hellenistic period, 323 to 30 BCE, following the death of Alexander the Great, marked a transformative era in Greek art and architecture, characterized by significant changes in style, scale, and the expression of human experience. As Alexander's empire expanded across Greece, Egypt, Persia, and into India, Greek culture encountered diverse influences, leading to a fusion of artistic traditions that shaped the visual culture of the ancient Mediterranean world. This period saw the decline of the idealized, restrained forms of the classical era, and the rise of more dynamic, expressive, and emotional works in both architecture and sculpture. One of the most notable characteristics of Hellenistic art was the move towards realism and individualism. Greek artists began to focus more on the natural world and the human form, portraying figures with greater emotional depth and movement. This shift was evident in sculpture, where figures became more animated, with elaborate poses and facial expressions that conveyed a wide range of emotions, from the agony of pain to the joy of victory. Sculptors like Lysippus, who worked under Alexander the Great, introduced more realistic proportions and a sense of movement in his figures, moving away from the static idealism of earlier classical works. Other sculptors, such as Praxiteles and Skopas, pushed the boundaries of sensuality and drama in their work, capturing a more humanistic view of gods, heroes, and ordinary people. In architecture, the Hellenistic period saw the rise of grandiose, monumental structures designed to convey power and magnificence. Large public buildings and temples were constructed not only in Greece but also in the newly established cities of the East, such as Alexandria in Egypt. The architecture of the period embraced the use of Greek orders, but also incorporated innovations that reflected the new grandeur. The Stoa of Attalus in Athens and the Mausoleum at Halicarnassus, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, are examples of Hellenistic architectural achievements, characterized by elaborate facades, intricate details, and grand spatial arrangements that symbolize the wealth and cosmopolitan nature of the era. The use of space in architecture was also redefined during this time. Hellenistic architects began to experiment with large open courtyards and complex urban planning, reflecting the more diverse and interconnected nature of cities as they grew in size and complexity. Temples became larger and more elaborately decorated, and the construction of civic structures like theaters, libraries, and public baths became widespread in both Greek and non-Greek cities. In painting, the Hellenistic era also saw significant developments, with more vivid depictions of everyday life, landscapes, and mythological subjects. The introduction of perspective in painting, as seen in works like the Fayum mummy portraits and wall paintings at Pompeii, allowed for greater depth and realism, further enhancing the emotional connection between the viewer and the artwork. In conclusion, the Hellenistic period dramatically reshaped both Greek art and architecture, moving away from the idealized forms of the classical era and embracing a more emotional, dynamic, and realistic representation of the world. The cultural exchange between East and West, coupled with the desire to express the complexities of human experience, resulted in a vibrant and innovative artistic tradition that influenced the Roman Empire and continues to resonate through the history of Western art. Chapter 11: Legacy and Influence of Greek Art and Architecture. The legacy of Greek art and architecture has had a profound and enduring impact on the development of Western culture, shaping artistic and architectural traditions for centuries. From the classical period through the Renaissance and into the modern era, Greek artistic principles of proportion, symmetry, and naturalism continue to influence the ways in which we view beauty, design, and human expression. The Greeks' ability to blend aesthetic ideals with functional design while emphasizing the human experience has made their art and architecture a lasting benchmark for creativity and innovation. Greek architectural innovations, particularly the development of the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian orders, set the foundation for architectural practices across the Western world. These classical column styles were adopted by the Romans, who further refined them and incorporated them into their own monumental structures, such as the Pantheon in Rome. The Roman Empire's vast influence ensured that Greek architectural concepts spread throughout Europe and beyond, cementing the legacy of Greek design in both public and private buildings. The ideals of proportion and balance inherent in Greek structures like the Parthenon continued to influence European architecture during the Renaissance, with architects like Andrea Palladio drawing inspiration from Greek temples and their geometric precision. Greek sculpture also left an indelible mark on later art, particularly with its emphasis on the idealized human form and the movement toward realism. The Greek pursuit of naturalism in sculpture, seen in the works of Phidias, Praxiteles, and Myron, inspired artists throughout history to pursue a more accurate representation of the human body. The classical ideals of beauty, symmetry, and proportion shaped Renaissance sculpture, where artists like Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci embraced the Greek model of the human form as the epitome of artistic achievement. Greek vase painting, with its distinctive styles of black figure and red figure pottery, also influenced subsequent generations of artists. The detailed narrative scenes on Greek vases, often depicting mythological tales, became a model for storytelling in visual art. This tradition of using art to convey stories, themes, and ideas continued throughout the centuries, particularly in the development of European painting. Beyond the visual arts, the Greeks' intellectual contributions, particularly in the fields of philosophy, mathematics, and theater, laid the groundwork for Western thought. The pursuit of reason, order, and beauty that characterized Greek art paralleled their philosophical inquiries into the nature of existence and human potential. In the realm of theater, the principles of Greek drama and stage design influenced European theater productions for centuries. In conclusion, the legacy of Greek art and architecture extends far beyond the ancient world. The principles of beauty, balance, and realism, pioneered by Greek artists and architects, continue to resonate in the Western artistic tradition. From the monumental columns of classical buildings to the sculptural forms that celebrate the human body, the influence of Greek art remains a cornerstone of Western culture, shaping artistic and architectural practices to this day. The enduring influence of Greek art on later civilizations. The influence of Greek art on later civilizations is both profound and enduring, shaping the development of art and architecture in the Western world for centuries. Greek artistic principles, particularly the pursuit of idealized beauty, proportion, and naturalism, have resonated throughout history, leaving a legacy that can be seen in the art of the Roman Empire, the Renaissance, and even into modern times. In the Roman Empire, Greek art became a significant source of inspiration. Roman artists and architects admired Greek sculpture for its portrayal of the human form and its focus on naturalism. They emulated Greek models in their own works, often creating copies or adaptations of famous Greek sculptures. For instance, the Romans adopted the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian architectural orders, incorporating them into the design of monumental structures like the Colosseum and Pantheon. These classical styles continued to define Roman architecture, demonstrating the deep connection between Greek and Roman artistic traditions. Moreover, Roman portraiture was heavily influenced by Greek ideals of realistic representation, even as the Romans added their own personal touches. The Renaissance in the 14th to 17th centuries saw a revival of classical Greek ideals, sparked by renewed interest in the art and philosophy of ancient Greece. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael were inspired by the Greek emphasis on proportion, anatomy, and the celebration of the human figure. The study of Greek sculptures, particularly the works of Phidias and Praxiteles, directly influenced Renaissance artists in their quest for naturalism and the representation of human beauty. Michelangelo's David, for example, is a perfect example of how Greek ideals of idealized human form were adopted and transformed during the Renaissance. Greek art's emphasis on narrative and symbolism also left its mark on the development of Western painting. The stories depicted on Greek vases, such as those illustrating mythological tales, inspired European artists throughout the ages, from the Baroque to the neoclassical periods. The use of mythological themes, storytelling through visual imagery, and attention to human emotions in art all trace their roots to Greek artistic traditions. In the modern era, Greek art continues to influence contemporary architecture and sculpture. The classical ideals of balance and harmony are foundational in neoclassical architecture, as seen in buildings such as the U.S. Capitol and the British Museum. Similarly, the study of Greek sculpture remains essential for artists seeking to understand the human form. In conclusion, Greek art has left an indelible mark on later civilizations, shaping the development of art, architecture, and culture for over 2 millennia. From the Romans to the Renaissance, and even in modern times, The principles of Greek art, its pursuit of beauty, proportion, and naturalism, remain a cornerstone of Western artistic and architectural traditions. Greek art's impact on Renaissance art and architecture. The Renaissance, which spanned from the 14th to the 17th centuries, was a period of great cultural renewal and transformation in Europe, marked by a revival of interest in the classical traditions of ancient Greece and Rome. Greek art had a profound impact on this movement, influencing the way Renaissance artists and architects approached the human form, space, and proportion while shaping their understanding of beauty and the natural world. Central to the Renaissance was a rediscovery of classical ideals of proportion, symmetry, and naturalism. The study of ancient Greek sculptures, such as the works of Phidias and Myron, inspired Renaissance artists to pursue a more realistic representation of the human body. The idealized human form, as seen in works like the Discobolus, the discus thrower, or Chorus, became a model for Renaissance sculptors. Michelangelo's David is one of the most famous examples of this influence, where the sculptor replicated the grace and proportion of Greek statues while adding a sense of individuality and psychological depth. In painting, the Greek emphasis on the study of anatomy and the accurate portrayal of human figures was embraced by artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael. Da Vinci's studies of human anatomy and his iconic Vitruvian Man were directly inspired by the Greek desire to represent the human body in its most idealized and proportional form. The ideal proportions of the human body, derived from the ancient Greek architect Vitruvius, became the foundation for Renaissance artistic endeavors, with painters and sculptors striving to capture the harmony and beauty that the Greeks had championed. Greek architecture also played a significant role in shaping Renaissance design. The Greek orders, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, served as the basis for Renaissance architects who sought to recreate the classical grandeur of Greek temples in their own structures. Architects like Andrea Palladio drew heavily from Greek principles of symmetry and proportion in his designs, with buildings such as the Villa Rotonda exemplifying the influence of Greek temple architecture. The use of columns, colonnades, and porticos became integral to Renaissance architectural style, as Greek structures had demonstrated their ability to convey both beauty and functional space. In conclusion, the influence of Greek art on Renaissance art and architecture was profound and multifaceted. Through a revival of Greek ideals, Renaissance artists and architects sought to emulate the proportions, naturalism, and symmetry of classical Greek art. This resulted in some of the most iconic works in Western art history, from Michelangelo's sculptures to Raphael's paintings, and from Palladio's buildings to the design of churches and palaces across Europe. The enduring legacy of Greek art and architecture in the Renaissance laid the foundation for modern Western artistic and architectural traditions. Modern interpretations and adaptations of Greek architectural principles. Greek architecture, with its emphasis on proportion, symmetry, and the use of classical orders, has had a profound and lasting influence on modern architectural design. The enduring legacy of Greek temples and public structures can be seen in a variety of contemporary buildings and styles, from neoclassical monuments to modernist interpretations of classical principles. Even as architectural trends evolved over the centuries, the core concepts established by ancient Greek architects continue to shape the visual and spatial language of modern architecture. One of the most significant ways in which Greek architectural principles have been adapted is through the neoclassical movement. Beginning in the 18th century and reaching its peak in the 19th century, neoclassicism revived the ideals of ancient Greek architecture, particularly the use of the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian orders. Buildings such as the U.S. Capitol, the Parthenon replica at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C., and the British Museum are prime examples of neoclassical architecture, where Greek columns and temple-like facades evoke a sense of grandeur and timelessness. These structures use classical elements not only for aesthetic appeal, but also to convey a sense of civic virtue, democracy, and cultural continuity. In the modern era, Greek architectural principles have continued to influence a wide range of styles, particularly in government buildings, cultural institutions, and public spaces. The use of Greek-inspired elements like columns, porticos, and symmetry can be seen in the design of courthouses, museums, and universities around the world. For example, the Supreme Court building in Washington, D.C. is heavily influenced by classical Greek design, with its grand entrance flanked by large Corinthian columns. These buildings evoke the classical ideals of reason, justice, and civic duty, linking modern society to the democratic principles of ancient Greece. Greek architecture also made its mark on modernist design, albeit in a more abstract way. In the 20th century, architects such as Le Corbusier and Walter Gropius incorporated elements of Greek spatial organization, proportions, and symmetry into their minimalist structures. For instance, Le Corbusier's Villa Savoye in France, while not overtly classical, draws on the Greek principles of geometric harmony and balanced proportions to create a sense of order and clarity in space. Similarly, the Parthenon's influence can be seen in the clean lines and functional beauty of modernist buildings that prioritize form and function. In conclusion, Greek architectural principles have transcended time and culture, leaving a lasting impact on modern architecture. From the grand neoclassical monuments that evoke the ideals of ancient Greece, to the minimalist modernist structures that abstractly reference classical design, Greek architecture continues to inspire and influence contemporary architecture. Its emphasis on proportion, symmetry, and the careful integration of form with function remains a cornerstone of architectural practice today. Preservation and study of ancient Greek art and architecture. The preservation and study of ancient Greek art and architecture is crucial for understanding the cultural, social, and political life of ancient Greece and its profound influence on subsequent civilizations. Efforts to conserve these masterpieces ensure that future generations can continue to engage with the legacy of the Greeks, while the study of these works deepens our understanding of ancient artistic techniques, ideologies, and architectural innovations. Ancient Greek art, including sculpture, vase painting, and temple architecture, has been subject to the ravages of time, natural disasters, and human intervention. Despite these challenges, a significant portion of Greek art and architecture has survived, albeit often fragmented or in a degraded state. The most iconic examples, such as the Parthenon in Athens, have been the focus of restoration and preservation efforts since the 19th century. These efforts aim to prevent further decay while maintaining the integrity of the original structure. The restoration of the Parthenon, for example, has involved delicate work to preserve the marble columns and sculptures, while addressing the damage caused by centuries of pollution, warfare, and earlier restoration attempts. In addition to large-scale monuments, the preservation of smaller works of art, such as pottery, bronze sculptures, and mosaics, has also been a priority for archaeologists and conservationists. Many of these works were uncovered through excavations at key Greek archaeological sites, including Delphi, Olympia, and Pompeii. These objects offer valuable insights into the daily lives of the Greeks, their religious practices, and their artistic achievements. Museums around the world, such as the National Archaeological Museum in Athens and the British Museum in London, house collections of Greek artifacts that have been meticulously preserved and studied by experts. Through scientific techniques like carbon dating, X-ray imaging, and 3D scanning, researchers are able to analyze the materials, techniques, and iconography of Greek works in unprecedented detail. The study of Greek architecture has also been essential to understanding the Greeks' advancements in structural design. Monuments like the Temple of Hera at Olympia and the Temple of Apollo at Delphi provide examples of the evolution of Greek temple architecture, from the early Doric style to the more elaborate Ionic and Corinthian orders. Scholars examine these buildings to understand how the Greeks used mathematical principles of proportion, geometry, and symmetry to create aesthetically pleasing and structurally sound designs. In conclusion, the preservation and study of ancient Greek art and architecture offer invaluable insights into the artistic, cultural, and intellectual achievements of ancient Greece. Through restoration projects, careful conservation, and ongoing scholarly research, the legacy of Greek art continues to be appreciated and understood in modern times, providing a bridge between the ancient world and the present. Chapter 12, Conclusion. The art and architecture of ancient Greece stand as pillars of Western civilization, embodying ideals of beauty, proportion, and harmony that have influenced cultures for millennia. From the majestic temples of the archaic and classical periods to the intricate sculptures that capture the human form, Greek art has played a central role in shaping the visual and intellectual legacy of the ancient world. Its profound impact continues to resonate in the realms of art, architecture, and philosophy, influencing countless generations across time and space. The exploration of Greek art and architecture reveals the Greeks' deep understanding of human nature, their commitment to perfection, and their desire to capture the idealized forms of gods, heroes, and mortals. Their architectural achievements, particularly the development of the Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian orders, not only revolutionized the design of public and religious spaces, but also established principles of symmetry and proportion that remain central to architectural design to this day. The temples they built, including the Parthenon and the Temple of Apollo, continue to stand as monumental achievements, illustrating the Greeks' ability to marry artistic expression with structural ingenuity. Equally influential were the advancements in sculpture, where Greek artists elevated the representation of the human body to new heights. From the early rigid Kouros figures to the naturalistic masterpieces of Phidias, Myron, and Praxiteles, Greek sculpture encapsulated the pursuit of idealized beauty and realistic portrayal. These works not only conveyed physical perfection, but also expressed deeper philosophical and emotional themes, illustrating the Greeks' understanding of the relationship between the human form and the divine. Pottery, too, holds a special place in Greek art with its functional beauty and narrative imagery. The evolution from black figure to red figure vase painting, exemplified by artists such as Exekias and Euphronios, reflects the Greeks' increasing mastery over artistic techniques and their ability to convey complex stories and mythological themes through their works. These vases, along with their broader cultural context, provide us with an invaluable window into daily life, religious practices, and the mythological beliefs of ancient Greece. The Greek contribution to art and architecture extends far beyond their time, influencing Roman, Renaissance, and modern architecture, sculpture, and painting. Through the preservation and study of Greek art, we continue to explore their innovative techniques, aesthetic ideals, and cultural values, ensuring that the legacy of ancient Greece remains an enduring source of inspiration. Their achievements in the realms of art and architecture are not only monumental in their own right, but also serve as a foundation upon which Western civilization continues to build, reflecting the timeless pursuit of beauty, knowledge, and human expression. The Art of the Middle Ages, a survey from the fall of Rome to the Renaissance, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, The Early Middle Ages, c. 500 to 1000. The early Middle Ages, often referred to as the Dark Ages, marked a period of transition and transformation in European art following the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE. As centralized authority collapsed, artistic production became fragmented, with regional styles emerging across the continent. Despite political instability, the church played a crucial role in preserving and shaping artistic traditions, leading to a distinct fusion of Roman, Christian, and Germanic influences. Monasteries became the primary centers of artistic production, as monks dedicated themselves to copying and illuminating manuscripts. These illuminated manuscripts, such as the Book of Kells and the Lindisfarne Gospels, featured intricate interlacing patterns, vivid colors, and detailed iconography. The emphasis on symbolism over naturalism reflected the spiritual concerns of the time, with biblical scenes and saintly figures depicted in stylized, otherworldly forms. Byzantine art, with its roots in the Eastern Roman Empire, exerted a significant influence on early medieval artistic expression. The use of gold backgrounds, elongated figures, and solemn expressions in religious icons demonstrated the continuity of Roman traditions while adapting to Christian themes. Mosaics, particularly in churches such as Ravenna's San Vitale, showcased the grandeur of Byzantine influence in the West. In contrast to the refined and hierarchical aesthetics of Byzantine art, the migration and warrior cultures of the early medieval period developed their own artistic styles. The Anglo-Saxon, Celtic, and Viking artistic traditions emphasized intricate metalwork, including brooches, belt buckles, and armor adorned with complex knotwork and animal motifs. The Sutton Hoo burial, discovered in England, provides a striking example of this tradition, blending ornamental craftsmanship with symbolic meaning. Architecture during the early Middle Ages remained relatively simple compared to later developments. Many churches were built using repurposed Roman materials, leading to a mix of classical and emerging medieval styles. The basilica form persisted, though new regional variations emerged. Carolingian architecture, under the reign of Charlemagne, R. 768 to 814, sought to revive Roman grandeur while adapting it to Christian needs. The Palatine Chapel in Aachen stands as a testament to this ambition, incorporating elements of Byzantine and Roman architecture into a distinctly medieval structure. Despite its reputation as a period of decline, the early Middle Ages laid the foundation for the artistic achievements that followed. The synthesis of Roman, Christian, and Germanic influences fostered a unique visual language that would evolve over the centuries, ultimately shaping the artistic legacy of medieval Europe. The fall of Rome and its impact on art. The fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE marked the end of an era and the beginning of a profound transformation in European art. As centralized governance collapsed and barbarian kingdoms took control of former Roman territories, artistic traditions shifted to reflect the new cultural and social realities of the medieval world. The grandeur of classical Roman art, with its emphasis on realism, proportion, and architectural mastery, gave way to more regionalized, symbolic, and often abstract artistic expressions influenced by emerging Christian and Germanic traditions. One of the most immediate impacts of Rome's decline was the loss of large-scale architectural projects. Roman cities, once adorned with monumental buildings, aqueducts, and elaborate sculptures, fell into disrepair as urban populations dwindled and resources became scarce. Without the patronage of the imperial government, construction slowed dramatically, and many existing structures were either repurposed or abandoned. The Roman Basilica, originally a public building used for legal and administrative purposes, became the architectural model for early Christian churches, demonstrating how remnants of the empire shaped medieval artistic development. Sculpture also saw a dramatic shift. While Roman sculptors had mastered lifelike portraiture and dynamic movement, medieval artisans moved away from naturalism, favoring more stylized and symbolic representations. This change reflected a growing emphasis on religious themes, where the goal was not to capture physical likeness, but to convey spiritual truths. Relief carvings and statues became rigid, frontal, and simplified, often emphasizing hierarchical compositions that reinforced Christian teachings. Another significant transformation occurred in the realm of painting and decorative arts. The frescoes and mosaics of late Roman villas and public spaces gradually disappeared, replaced by religious imagery designed for churches and monasteries. Gold backgrounds, flattened perspectives, and elongated figures became dominant in Christian art, particularly in regions influenced by Byzantine traditions. The iconography of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints took precedence over mythological or historical scenes, reflecting the cultural shift from a secular empire to a faith-driven society. At the same time, the influx of Germanic and Celtic artistic traditions introduced new forms of decoration, particularly in metalwork and manuscript illumination. The intricate patterns and interwoven designs of Anglo-Saxon and Viking art blended with Roman and Christian influences to create a distinctive medieval aesthetic. The Lindisfarne Gospels and other illuminated manuscripts from this period exemplify this fusion, combining vibrant color, geometric precision, and spiritual symbolism in ways that departed from the classical artistic ideals of Rome. Despite the collapse of imperial Rome, its artistic legacy endured in new and unexpected ways. The medieval world, rather than simply abandoning Roman traditions, adapted and reinterpreted them, laying the foundation for the artistic innovations that would emerge throughout the Middle Ages. The role of monasticism in preserving art. In the centuries following the fall of Rome, monasticism emerged as one of the most important institutions for the preservation and creation of art. As political instability and invasions disrupted urban centers, monasteries became isolated strongholds of knowledge, faith, and artistic expression. These religious communities not only safeguarded classical traditions, but also played a crucial role in shaping medieval art, particularly through manuscript illumination, architecture, and religious iconography. One of the most significant artistic contributions of monasteries was the production of illuminated manuscripts. Monks in scriptoria, the writing rooms of monasteries, meticulously copied and decorated sacred texts, ensuring the survival of religious, philosophical, and historical works from antiquity. The Lindisfarne Gospels, the Book of Kells, and the Carolingian manuscripts from the court of Charlemagne are prime examples of this intricate art form. These manuscripts combined Roman, Celtic, and Germanic artistic influences, featuring elaborate initials, interwoven patterns, and depictions of biblical scenes in vivid colors and gold leaf. More than mere books, these illuminated works were visual representations of divine beauty, crafted with painstaking devotion. Monasteries also played a central role in preserving architectural knowledge. While the grandeur of Roman engineering had faded, monastic builders adapted classical techniques to create their own distinct structures. The Romanesque style, with its thick walls, rounded arches, and sturdy columns, was deeply influenced by monastic construction. Monasteries such as Cluny in France became architectural marvels, inspiring the development of grand churches and cathedrals across medieval Europe. These structures were not only places of worship, but also centers of artistic and intellectual activity, often housing frescoes, sculpture, and decorative elements that reflected Christian themes. Religious iconography flourished within monastic settings as monks developed new artistic conventions to express theological ideas. Unlike Roman art, which emphasized naturalism, monastic art became increasingly symbolic. Figures were depicted with elongated proportions, frontal poses, and stylized features, focusing on conveying spiritual truths rather than physical realism. The influence of Byzantine art, with its gold backgrounds and solemn expressions, further shaped monastic visual traditions, reinforcing the sense of the sacred. Beyond their own artistic production, monasteries served as custodians of ancient knowledge. They preserved and recopied classical texts on art, architecture, and philosophy, ensuring that the wisdom of the past was not lost. The Carolingian Renaissance, led by Charlemagne, benefited greatly from monastic efforts, as scholars and artists sought to revive Roman artistic ideals while integrating Christian themes. Through their devotion to artistic and intellectual pursuits, monastic communities played a vital role in bridging the classical and medieval worlds. Their work not only preserved the artistic heritage of antiquity, but also laid the foundation for the rich visual culture of the Middle Ages. Byzantine influence and the continuation of Roman traditions. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman, or Byzantine, Empire continued to thrive, preserving and evolving Roman artistic traditions. As the dominant cultural and political force in the Eastern Mediterranean, Byzantium maintained a strong connection to the classical past while infusing its art with new religious and stylistic elements. This influence extended across Europe, shaping medieval artistic developments and ensuring the survival of key Roman traditions in architecture, painting, and decorative arts. One of the most enduring legacies of Byzantine art was its emphasis on religious iconography. Unlike the naturalistic sculptures and frescoes of Rome, Byzantine artists favored a highly stylized and symbolic approach. Figures in mosaics and paintings were elongated, frontal, and often depicted with solemn expressions set against shimmering gold backgrounds that created a sense of divine presence. This aesthetic, seen in masterpieces such as the mosaics of Hagia Sophia and the Church of San Vitale in Ravenna, profoundly influenced medieval Christian art in both the East and West. The use of icons, painted images of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints, became a cornerstone of Byzantine religious practice, and their influence spread to regions such as Italy and the Slavic world. Byzantine architectural innovations also carried forward the grandeur of Roman engineering while adapting to new liturgical needs. The construction of Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, commissioned by Emperor Justinian in the 6th century, exemplified the empire's ability to build on Roman structural techniques. The massive central dome, supported by pendentives, created an ethereal, almost weightless effect that inspired later medieval church designs. This architectural ingenuity influenced the development of Romanesque and Gothic cathedrals in Western Europe, where builders sought to replicate the awe-inspiring spatial effects of Byzantine churches. Another significant aspect of Byzantine influence was the continuation of Roman decorative arts. Luxury items such as ivory carvings, enamel work, and silks displayed a fusion of classical motifs with Christian themes. These finely crafted objects, often commissioned for religious or imperial use, circulated throughout medieval Europe, reinforcing Byzantine artistic dominance. The Carolingian and Ottonian art movements, which sought to revive the artistic heritage of Rome, drew heavily from Byzantine styles, particularly in manuscript illumination and metalwork. Through its preservation and reinterpretation of Roman artistic traditions, the Byzantine Empire acted as a bridge between the classical and medieval worlds. Its influence extended far beyond its borders, shaping the visual language of Christian art for centuries. Even as Western Europe developed its own artistic identity, the Byzantine legacy remained a vital force in the evolution of medieval aesthetics. The rise of Christian iconography. As Christianity became the dominant faith of medieval Europe, its visual culture developed into a powerful tool for religious expression and teaching. The rise of Christian iconography was deeply influenced by the transition from Roman polytheism to monotheism, the establishment of the Church as a central authority, and the need to communicate biblical narratives to a largely illiterate population. Over time, Christian art evolved its own distinct symbols, styles, and themes, shaping the visual identity of the Middle Ages. Early Christian iconography borrowed heavily from Roman artistic traditions, but reinterpreted them to reflect new theological ideas. The naturalistic sculptures and frescoes of antiquity gave way to more symbolic representations that emphasized spirituality over physical realism. Scenes from the Old and New Testaments, such as the Nativity, Crucifixion, and Resurrection, became central subjects in painting and sculpture. Artists developed a visual language rich in allegory, where figures were often depicted with simplified forms, frontal poses, and expressive gestures to convey their divine significance. One of the most enduring symbols in Christian art was the cross, which evolved from a simple representation of Christ's sacrifice into a highly decorative and sacred motif. The early church also adopted imagery such as the fish, ichthys, the lamb, and the good shepherd, which held deep theological meaning and were used in catacomb paintings, mosaics, and carved sarcophagi. As Christianity spread, regional variations of iconography emerged, incorporating local artistic traditions while maintaining core religious themes. The use of icons, sacred images of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints, became a defining feature of Byzantine and Eastern Christian art. These devotional paintings, often adorned with gold backgrounds and stylized figures, were believed to hold spiritual power and serve as windows to the divine. The veneration of icons sparked theological debates, culminating in the iconoclast controversy, 8th to 9th centuries, during which the destruction of religious images was briefly enforced. However, the eventual triumph of icon veneration reinforced the centrality of sacred imagery in Christian worship. In Western Europe, illuminated manuscripts, stained glass windows, and frescoes became essential means of spreading Christian teachings. Monasteries played a crucial role in producing elaborately decorated biblical texts, such as the Book of Kells and the Lindisfarne Gospels, which combined Christian iconography with intricate ornamentation. Gothic cathedrals further elevated religious art through vast stained glass compositions that transformed churches into luminous storytelling spaces, visually narrating biblical events for worshipers. The rise of Christian iconography not only shaped medieval religious art, but also laid the foundation for centuries of artistic tradition. By transforming ancient artistic techniques into new sacred expressions, Christian art became a powerful medium of faith, devotion, and cultural continuity throughout the Middle Ages. Illuminated manuscripts and the book arts. Illuminated manuscripts were among the most significant artistic achievements of the Middle Ages, serving as both religious artifacts and masterpieces of craftsmanship. These handcrafted books, richly decorated with elaborate illustrations, gold leaf, and intricate lettering, played a vital role in preserving knowledge, religious teachings, and artistic traditions. Produced primarily in monastic scriptoria, illuminated manuscripts were not only functional texts, but also expressions of devotion and artistic skill. The origins of illuminated manuscripts can be traced to late antiquity, but they flourished during the medieval period, particularly in the Carolingian, Ettonian, and Gothic eras. Monks dedicated years to producing these works, carefully copying sacred texts onto parchment or vellum, which were made from treated animal skins. The text, usually written in Latin, was often accompanied by elaborate decorative elements, including ornate initials, intricate borders, and detailed miniature paintings depicting biblical scenes, saints, or symbolic motifs. The gold and silver embellishments used in these books gave them a luminous quality, symbolizing divine light and spiritual illumination. One of the most famous examples of an illuminated manuscript is the Book of Kells, created by Irish monks around the 9th century. This manuscript is celebrated for its complex interwoven patterns, vivid color palette, and intricate depictions of Christian iconography, blending Celtic artistic traditions with biblical narratives. Another important manuscript, the Lindisfarne Gospels, produced in Northumbria in the early 8th century, features a fusion of Anglo-Saxon, Celtic, and Byzantine influences, showcasing the interconnected artistic traditions of medieval Europe. The Carolingian Renaissance, initiated by Emperor Charlemagne in the late 8th and early 9th centuries, revived the classical traditions of book arts, leading to the creation of manuscripts with clearer script and more naturalistic illustrations. The Gospels of Charlemagne and the Utrecht Psalter are notable examples, reflecting a renewed interest in Roman artistic principles while maintaining Christian themes. Later, during the Gothic period, illuminated manuscripts became even more elaborate, with full-page miniature paintings, delicate tracery, and an increasing use of naturalistic details. While monasteries remained the primary centers for manuscript production, the rise of universities and royal courts in the later Middle Ages expanded the book arts beyond religious settings. Secular manuscripts, including medical texts, historical chronicles, and literary works, began to feature elaborate illumination, reflecting a growing interest in intellectual and artistic pursuits outside monastic life. Illuminated manuscripts stand as enduring testaments to the medieval fusion of art, faith, and scholarship. Through their exquisite craftsmanship and devotion to beauty, these works not only preserved knowledge, but also provided a visual representation of the spiritual and cultural ideals of the Middle Ages. Chapter 2, Romanesque Art, c. 1000 to 1150. The Romanesque period, spanning roughly from 1000 to 1150, marked a significant transformation in medieval art and architecture. With the stabilization of European society after centuries of Viking, Magyar, and Islamic invasions, a new era of cultural and artistic flourishing emerged. This period saw the widespread construction of monumental stone churches, the revival of large-scale sculpture, and the development of richly decorated manuscripts, all of which reflected the growing power and influence of the church. Romanesque architecture was characterized by massive, fortress-like structures with thick stone walls, rounded arches, and barrel or groin vaults. Inspired by the grandeur of ancient Roman engineering, these buildings sought to convey stability, strength, and divine authority. Churches such as the Abbey of Cluny in France and Santiago de Compostela in Spain became important centers of pilgrimage, attracting worshippers from across Europe. The layout of Romanesque churches often included expansive nave interiors, semicircular apses, and radiating chapels designed to accommodate large crowds of pilgrims. Towering facades, sometimes flanked by twin towers, further emphasized their monumental presence. Sculpture played a crucial role in Romanesque art, particularly in the decoration of church portals, capitals, and tympanums. Unlike the more naturalistic forms of classical antiquity, Romanesque sculpture was highly stylized, often elongated and expressive, conveying a sense of spiritual intensity. The tympanum of the Cathedral of Saint Lazare in Autun, for example, features a dramatic Last Judgment scene, with Christ enthroned in majesty, surrounded by angels, saints, and the souls of the saved and the damned. These relief sculptures served as visual sermons, educating an often illiterate population about biblical narratives and Christian doctrine. Painting also flourished during the Romanesque period, particularly in frescoes and illuminated manuscripts. Church interiors were often adorned with large-scale fresco cycles depicting scenes from the Old and New Testaments. These paintings, characterized by bold outlines, flattened perspectives, and vivid colors, aim to create an awe-inspiring and instructive environment for worshipers. Manuscript illumination, which had been a vital art form since the early Middle Ages, continued to thrive, with monastic scriptoria producing elaborately decorated Gospels, Psalters, and Bibles. The Winchester Bible and the Spanish Beatus manuscripts are prime examples of this intricate artistry. The Romanesque period laid the foundation for the artistic advancements that followed, bridging the transition between the early medieval world and the later Gothic style. With its monumental churches, expressive sculptures, and vibrant painted decorations, Romanesque art reflected the deep religiosity of medieval society while demonstrating the artistic ambition and technical ingenuity of the time. Characteristics of Romanesque architecture. Romanesque architecture, which flourished between 1000 and 1150, was the first truly pan-European architectural style since the fall of the Roman Empire. Emerging from the early medieval tradition, it combined influences from Roman, Byzantine, and local artistic styles to create a distinct and cohesive aesthetic. The defining features of Romanesque architecture reflected the growing power of the church, the needs of pilgrimage culture, and advancements in building technology. One of the most recognizable characteristics of Romanesque architecture is its massive and solid construction. Churches and monasteries were built with thick stone walls, which provided durability and fire resistance. These buildings often had a heavy, fortress-like appearance, emphasizing stability and permanence. The use of stone vaulting, instead of the wooden roofs of earlier churches, reduced the risk of fire and allowed for larger, more ambitious structures. The use of rounded arches was another hallmark of Romanesque design. Unlike the pointed arches that would later define Gothic architecture, Romanesque arches were semicircular, appearing in doorways, windows, and arcades. This reliance on rounded forms extended to the vaulting systems used for ceilings. Barrel vaults, which consisted of continuous curved ceilings, were common, though some buildings featured more complex ribbed or groin vaults to better distribute weight. Romanesque churches were often laid out in the shape of a Latin cross, with a long nave, side aisles, a transept, and a large apse. The nave was typically covered by a barrel-vaulted ceiling, supported by thick piers and columns. To counteract the outward pressure of these heavy roofs, architects incorporated buttresses, though they were simpler and less pronounced than the flying buttresses of Gothic architecture. Towers were another key feature of Romanesque buildings, frequently appearing as part of the facade or at the crossing of the nave and transept. Many churches had twin-towered facades, giving them a grand and imposing presence. Windows were relatively small due to the thickness of the walls, meaning interiors were often dimly lit compared to later Gothic cathedrals. Decoration in Romanesque architecture was rich and symbolic. Sculptural elements were commonly integrated into the architecture, particularly around portals, tympanums, and capitals. These carvings, often depicting biblical scenes, saints, and apocalyptic imagery, served both ornamental and didactic purposes. Elaborate reliefs could be found above entrances, with intricate depictions of the Last Judgment or Christ in majesty serving as a visual sermon for worshippers. Romanesque architecture, with its monumental strength and harmonious proportions, represented a period of artistic revival and technical advancement. It laid the groundwork for the soaring innovations of the Gothic era, while embodying the deep spirituality and ambition of medieval society. The expansion of monastic orders and church construction. The Romanesque period witnessed a significant expansion of monastic orders, which played a crucial role in the religious, cultural, and artistic development of medieval Europe. Monasteries were not only centers of spiritual devotion, but also hubs of learning, agriculture, and architectural innovation. As monastic communities grew in influence, their need for larger and more elaborate churches led to a surge in church construction across Europe. One of the most influential monastic movements of the time was the Cluniac order, which emerged in the 10th century and reached its peak during the Romanesque period. The Cluniacs emphasized grand liturgical practices, requiring expansive and richly decorated churches to accommodate elaborate rituals and large congregations. The Abbey of Cluny in France became the most significant example of this, with its vast layout, towering vaults, and intricate sculptural decorations. It set a precedent for Romanesque church design, inspiring the construction of numerous monastic complexes throughout Europe. Another important monastic movement was the Cistercian order, founded in the late 11th century as a reaction to the perceived excesses of the Cluniacs. The Cistercians sought a return to a simpler, more austere form of monastic life, which was reflected in their architectural style. Cistercian churches, such as those built under the influence of Bernard of Clairvaux, rejected excessive ornamentation in favor of clean, unadorned stonework, harmonious proportions, and an emphasis on light and space. Despite their simplicity, Cistercian churches demonstrated remarkable architectural sophistication, particularly in their use of ribbed vaults and carefully planned layouts. The growth of monastic orders also coincided with the rise of pilgrimage culture, which further fueled the construction of large churches. As thousands of pilgrims traveled to sacred sites, including Santiago de Compostela, churches needed to accommodate large crowds while maintaining a sense of sacredness and order. Romanesque pilgrimage churches often featured long naves, spacious transepts, and radiating chapels to allow pilgrims to venerate relics without disrupting regular services. Church construction during this period was a feat of engineering and artistic ambition. Innovations such as barrel vaults, Massive piers and buttresses allowed builders to create larger, more durable structures than ever before. Skilled stonemasons, often working under monastic supervision, carved intricate capitals, tympanums, and portal decorations depicting biblical narratives and religious symbolism to educate and inspire worshipers. The expansion of monastic orders and the surge in church construction transformed the religious and cultural landscape of medieval Europe. These monumental churches stood as symbols of faith, power, and artistic achievement, shaping the architectural and artistic direction of the centuries to come. Frescoes and mosaics in Romanesque churches. Frescoes and mosaics played a vital role in the decoration of Romanesque churches, serving as both artistic expressions and didactic tools for an often illiterate congregation. These vibrant images adorned walls, ceilings, and apses, bringing biblical stories and theological themes to life. Unlike later Gothic stained glass, which filtered light into churches, Romanesque frescoes and mosaics covered vast surfaces, creating immersive sacred environments that reinforced the power and presence of divine figures. Frescoes were the most widespread form of wall decoration in Romanesque churches. This technique involved painting directly onto freshly applied lime plaster, allowing the pigments to bond with the wall surface as they dried. The result was a durable, vivid composition that could withstand centuries of wear. Romanesque frescoes typically followed a hierarchical structure, with Christ, angels, and saints depicted in dominant positions, often in the central apse or vault. Figures were stylized rather than naturalistic, with elongated proportions, bold outlines, and striking, expressive faces designed to convey spiritual significance rather than physical realism. One of the most iconic themes in Romanesque frescoes was the Christ Pantocrator, or Christ in Majesty, which often occupied the semi-dome of the apse. Depicted with a commanding presence, Christ was usually shown enthroned, surrounded by a mandorla, an almond-shaped halo, with one hand raised in blessing and the other holding a gospel book. This imagery, found in churches like Sant Clement de Tal in Spain, reinforced the idea of divine authority and judgment. Mosaics, though less common than frescoes, were particularly favored in regions influenced by Byzantine artistic traditions, such as Italy and Sicily. These elaborate compositions were created by assembling small colored glass or stone tesserae onto wet mortar, resulting in dazzling, reflective surfaces. The mosaics of churches like Monreale Cathedral in Sicily and the Basilica of San Marco in Venice display intricate gold backgrounds, celestial figures, and detailed biblical scenes. The luminous quality of mosaics made them particularly effective in dimly lit Romanesque interiors, where flickering candlelight would enhance their brilliance. Both frescoes and mosaics served an essential educational function. Through these grand visual narratives, worshipers could absorb biblical lessons, moral teachings, and the mysteries of faith. Scenes from the Old and New Testaments, the Last Judgment, and the lives of saints provided a visual catechism, reinforcing church doctrine in an accessible and compelling way. These artistic traditions in Romanesque churches bridged the gap between the early medieval period and the innovations of the Gothic era. Their bold, symbolic style and deeply spiritual themes left a lasting impact on Christian art, shaping the visual language of the medieval church for centuries. Sculpture and reliefs, biblical narratives in stone. Romanesque sculpture played a crucial role in conveying biblical narratives and religious teachings, particularly through the intricate reliefs adorning church facades, portals, and capitals. As literacy was limited among the general population, these sculptural works served as visual scripture, depicting scenes from the Old and New Testaments in a dramatic and expressive manner. One of the most significant locations for Romanesque relief sculpture was the tympanum, the semicircular space above church portals. These large, highly detailed compositions often featured the Last Judgment, with Christ enthroned in majesty, angels, and the division of the blessed and the damned. The tympanum of St. Lazare Cathedral in Autun, sculpted by Gisela Bertis, is a prime example, with elongated, emotive figures emphasizing divine justice and the consequences of sin. The intensity of these scenes was meant to inspire awe and encourage piety among worshippers entering the sacred space. Another common theme in Romanesque sculpture was the life of Christ, including the Nativity, crucifixion, and resurrection. These scenes were frequently carved into church capitals, which crowned the tops of columns within the nave and cloister. The capitals at Vézelay Abbey in France, for instance, depict lively, swirling compositions of biblical events, demonstrating the era's characteristic blend of stylization and narrative clarity. Old Testament stories were also prominent in Romanesque relief work, particularly those that prefigured Christ's sacrifice. Scenes such as the sacrifice of Isaac, Noah's Ark, and the fall of man reinforce key theological connections between Jewish and Christian traditions. The sculptors of the period used exaggerated gestures and expressive faces to emphasize the moral and spiritual messages within these stories. In addition to biblical narratives, Romanesque sculpture incorporated elements of Christian symbolism and medieval bestiaries. Fantastic creatures, demons, and hybrid beasts adorned capitals and doorways, serving as allegorical warnings against sin and temptation. Some carvings drew from popular medieval legends, blending Christian teachings with local folklore. These decorative elements, while sometimes unsettling, reflected the medieval worldview of a universe filled with both divine order and spiritual peril. The Romanesque period marked a significant revival of monumental sculpture, departing from the more abstract and geometric styles of early medieval art. Although figures were often elongated and rigid, they conveyed a sense of movement and emotion that would later develop into the more naturalistic styles of the Gothic era. These stone narratives, carved with skill and devotion, transformed church architecture into a storytelling medium, immersing medieval viewers in the drama of salvation history and reinforcing the church's spiritual authority. Pilgrimage and the influence on artistic exchange. Pilgrimage was a defining feature of medieval religious life, and its impact on art and architecture was profound. As devout Christians traveled to sacred sites such as Santiago de Compostela, Rome, and Jerusalem, they not only sought spiritual rewards, but also facilitated the exchange of artistic ideas, techniques, and styles across vast regions. This movement of people, relics, and artistic traditions contributed to the development of Romanesque art and laid the groundwork for later artistic innovations. Pilgrimage routes, particularly the Camino de Santiago, played a crucial role in spreading artistic influences. Along these well-traveled roads, churches and monasteries were built to accommodate and inspire weary travelers. Many of these structures displayed a mix of regional artistic traditions, as local craftsmen incorporated elements they had encountered from other cultural centers. This fusion of styles led to a more unified and recognizable Romanesque aesthetic, characterized by large-scale stone churches with elaborate sculptural decoration. One of the most visible ways pilgrimage influenced art was through the construction of grand pilgrimage churches, designed to accommodate large crowds of worshipers. These churches, such as Santiago de Compostela in Spain and Saint-Sernin in Toulouse, featured elongated naves, wide aisles, and radiating chapels where pilgrims could venerate relics without disrupting the central liturgy. The need for greater space and circulation directly impacted architectural innovations, including the use of barrel vaults, transverse arches, and massive stone piers. Pilgrimage also encouraged the exchange of sculptural and decorative motifs. Stone reliefs on church facades often depicted scenes related to pilgrimage itself, such as Christ as the judge of souls, St. James welcoming pilgrims, and elaborate representations of the heavenly Jerusalem. These themes reinforced the spiritual journey of the faithful, reminding them of their ultimate goal, salvation. Additionally, influences from Byzantine, Islamic, and Nordic traditions filtered into Romanesque art through the movement of artists and craftsmen along pilgrimage networks. Relics were at the heart of medieval pilgrimage, and their veneration inspired the production of luxurious reliquaries. These ornate containers, crafted from gold, silver, and precious gems, housed the bones or belongings of saints and were displayed prominently in churches along pilgrimage routes. The demand for reliquaries and other sacred objects fueled the growth of workshops specializing in metalwork, ivory carving, and illuminated manuscripts, further enriching medieval artistic production. Through the constant flow of pilgrims, Romanesque art became a shared visual language across medieval Europe. The artistic exchange fostered by pilgrimage not only strengthened religious devotion, but also created a vibrant, interconnected artistic culture that bridged geographical and stylistic boundaries, paving the way for the artistic advancements of the Gothic period. Chapter 3, Gothic Art, c. 1150 to 1400. Gothic art emerged in the mid-12th century as a dynamic and innovative movement that transformed medieval artistic expression. Originating in France and spreading across Europe, it was characterized by a shift toward greater naturalism, verticality, and an emphasis on light and space. This period saw significant advancements in architecture, sculpture, stained glass, and manuscript illumination, reflecting both theological ideals and the growing influence of urban culture. One of the most defining features of Gothic art was its architectural style, best exemplified in the great cathedrals of Europe. Buildings such as Notre Dame de Paris, Chartres Cathedral, and Reims Cathedral showcased revolutionary structural techniques, including pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses. These innovations allowed for taller buildings with large stained glass windows, filling sacred spaces with an ethereal glow that symbolized divine light. The increased emphasis on height and openness contrasted sharply with the solid, heavy forms of Romanesque architecture, creating an environment that inspired awe and devotion. Gothic sculpture also reflected this new artistic direction. While Romanesque figures were often rigid and stylized, Gothic sculptors introduced more lifelike proportions, fluid drapery, and expressive facial features. Portal sculptures, such as those adorning Amiens Cathedral, depicted biblical narratives with heightened emotion and naturalistic detail, making religious stories more accessible to the faithful. These figures often interacted with their surroundings, stepping out from architectural niches in a way that suggested movement and depth. Stained glass windows became a hallmark of Gothic art, transforming cathedral interiors into dazzling displays of color and storytelling. Masterpieces such as the rose windows of Chartres and the extensive glazing at Sainte-Chapelle in Paris illustrated biblical scenes, saints' lives, and complex theological messages in vibrant hues. The windows not only served a decorative function, but also acted as a medium for religious instruction, conveying sacred narratives to an audience that was largely illiterate. In addition to architecture and sculpture, Gothic painting and manuscript illumination flourished during this period. The International Gothic style, which emerged in the late 14th century, was characterized by elegant figures, rich colors, and intricate decorative patterns. Illuminated manuscripts, such as the Très Riche du Duc de Berry, showcased exquisite detail and refined compositions, reflecting the growing patronage of royal and noble courts. Gothic art represented a profound transformation in medieval artistic expression, emphasizing light, grace, and an increasing focus on human emotion. It bridged the sacred and the earthly, elevating religious experience through grandeur and beauty, while laying the foundation for the artistic developments of the Renaissance. The birth of the Gothic cathedral. The Gothic cathedral emerged in the mid-12th century as a revolutionary architectural form that redefined sacred space. Unlike the massive, fortress-like structures of the Romanesque period, Gothic cathedrals emphasized verticality, light, and intricate ornamentation. These grand edifices were not only places of worship, but also symbols of civic pride, economic prosperity, and theological ideals. The first fully realized Gothic cathedral was Saint Denis, near Paris, under the direction of Abbot Suger in the 1140s. Inspired by the belief that divine light was a manifestation of God, Suger sought to transform church interiors through the use of large stained glass windows and soaring vaults. His architectural innovations, including pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses, allowed for taller, more open spaces that flooded with colored light, creating an ethereal and spiritual atmosphere. This approach set the standard for subsequent Gothic cathedrals across Europe. One of the most defining elements of Gothic architecture was the pointed arch, which replaced the rounded Romanesque arch. This innovation distributed weight more efficiently, enabling the construction of taller walls and larger windows. The ribbed vault further enhanced structural stability by channeling the weight of the ceiling through intersecting stone ribs, reducing the need for thick walls. The introduction of the flying buttress was another groundbreaking feature that distinguished Gothic cathedrals. These external supports absorbed lateral forces, allowing for expansive stained glass windows and an overall sense of lightness. Cathedrals such as Chartres, Reims, and Amiens demonstrated how these engineering advancements could create awe-inspiring spaces that lifted the eyes and the soul toward heaven. The role of stained glass in Gothic cathedrals was both artistic and educational. Large, rose windows, often found in the facades of major cathedrals, depicted biblical stories, saints, and divine symbols, serving as visual sermons for the largely illiterate medieval population. The interplay of light and color was intended to evoke the presence of the divine, transforming the cathedral into a heavenly space on earth. Gothic cathedrals were not just religious centers, but also hubs of community and culture. They housed relics, hosted grand ceremonies, and attracted pilgrims, merchants, and scholars. The construction of these monumental structures required the collaboration of architects, sculptors, masons, and artisans, often taking decades or even centuries to complete. The birth of the Gothic cathedral marked a shift in medieval thought, reflecting a newfound emphasis on human ingenuity, divine presence, and artistic grandeur. These towering edifices stood as testaments to faith, ambition, and the boundless potential of architectural innovation. Innovations in stained glass, light as divine presence. The development of stained glass in Gothic cathedrals was one of the most profound artistic and architectural innovations of the Middle Ages. Unlike the smaller, simpler windows of Romanesque churches, Gothic stained glass reached unprecedented heights in both scale and complexity. These luminous artworks were not merely decorative. They played a vital role in transforming cathedral interiors into spaces of divine radiance. Light itself was seen as a manifestation of God, and stained glass became a medium through which the sacred was made visible. The introduction of larger windows was made possible by key architectural innovations such as pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and flying buttresses. These structural advancements allowed for thinner walls and expansive openings, enabling artisans to create vast compositions of colored glass. Some of the most famous examples include the rose windows of Chartres Cathedral and the breathtaking stained glass of Sainte-Chapelle in Paris. These intricate designs bathed church interiors in shifting patterns of jewel-toned light, creating an ethereal atmosphere that reinforced the spiritual experience. Medieval stained glass artists developed increasingly sophisticated techniques to achieve greater detail and depth. They used colored glass pieces joined by lead strips, a method known as cames, to construct complex images of biblical narratives, saints, and celestial visions. To enhance shading and realism, they introduced grisaille painting, where delicate details were painted onto glass surfaces before firing. This allowed for more expressive facial features, intricate drapery, and layered textures, bringing sacred scenes to life with newfound depth and emotion. Beyond their artistic beauty, stained glass windows served as visual storytelling tools. In an era when much of the population was illiterate, these windows functioned as Biblia Pauperum, or the Bible of the poor, illustrating biblical stories in a way that was accessible to all. Scenes of Christ's Passion, the Virgin Mary, the Last Judgment, and the lives of saints were prominently displayed, reinforcing Christian teachings and deepening the faith of worshippers. The interplay of light and color was central to medieval theology, particularly the ideas championed by Abbot Suger of St. Denis. He believed that the beauty of stained glass could elevate the soul toward God, with light serving as a divine presence within the sacred space. The shifting hues created by the sun's movement through the windows symbolized the ever-changing, yet eternal, nature of the divine. The innovations in Gothic stained glass were not only artistic achievements, but also profound expressions of medieval spirituality. These masterpieces transformed cathedrals into radiant sanctuaries, where light was no longer just an element of nature, but a tangible representation of the divine. The rise of naturalism in sculpture. The Gothic period saw a profound shift in the approach to sculpture, moving away from the rigid, stylized figures of the Romanesque era toward a greater emphasis on naturalism and human emotion. This transformation was driven by an evolving artistic vision that sought to depict the world with greater accuracy and expressiveness, reflecting both theological ideals and a growing appreciation for the beauty of the human form. One of the most striking aspects of Gothic sculpture was the increasing individualization of figures. Unlike earlier depictions, which often emphasized symbolic representation over realism, Gothic sculptures displayed more lifelike proportions, flowing drapery, and intricate facial expressions. Figures no longer appeared stiff and frontal, but rather engaged with their surroundings in more dynamic and naturalistic poses. This shift can be seen in the statues of saints, apostles, and biblical figures that adorned cathedral facades, such as those at Chartres, Reims, and Amiens. A major development in Gothic sculpture was the softening of drapery and the enhanced sense of movement. In contrast to the geometric folds of Romanesque garments, Gothic drapery cascaded in fluid lines that responded to the body underneath. Sculptors achieved this effect through deeper carving and more sophisticated modeling of surfaces, which allowed for greater depth and shadow play. This created a heightened sense of realism, making the figures appear more dynamic and relatable to viewers. Another defining feature of this period was the growing emphasis on human emotion. Gothic sculptures often conveyed tenderness, sorrow, and contemplation, reflecting a more intimate and personal connection to religious narratives. This can be seen in works such as the Visitation Group at Reims Cathedral, where the figures of Mary and Elizabeth engage in a warm, animated exchange, their faces full of gentle expression. Similarly, Pieta sculptures, depicting the Virgin Mary cradling the dead Christ, became more common, emphasizing deep sorrow and maternal devotion. Reliefs and statues were no longer just decorative elements, but also key components of architectural storytelling. Many cathedrals featured detailed tympanums above their portals, illustrating scenes of the Last Judgment, Christ's Passion, or the lives of saints. These compositions, filled with carefully crafted figures, provided a narrative and didactic function, guiding worshippers through biblical history in a visually compelling way. The rise of naturalism in sculpture marked a turning point in medieval art, setting the stage for the even greater advancements of the Renaissance. By bringing figures to life with increased realism and emotional depth, Gothic sculptors not only enhanced the visual splendor of churches, but also deepened the spiritual experience of those who gazed upon their work. Manuscript illumination and the Parisian influence. During the Gothic period, manuscript illumination reached new heights of artistic refinement, with Paris emerging as a major center of innovation and influence. The development of universities, increased patronage from royalty and clergy, and the growing demand for beautifully illustrated books all contributed to the flourishing of this art form. Paris, home to the prestigious University of Paris and numerous scriptoria, played a key role in shaping the distinctive styles and techniques that defined Gothic manuscript illumination. One of the most significant innovations of this period was the elaboration of page decoration. Earlier Romanesque manuscripts were often dominated by bold, rigid figures and large initials, but Gothic illuminations introduced delicate, flowing lines, intricate borders, and rich, naturalistic details. Parisian artists excelled in creating illuminated books that featured refined human figures with graceful postures, expressive faces, and elaborate drapery, characteristics that set them apart from earlier traditions. The use of bright, jewel-toned colors and gold leaf enhanced the visual impact of these manuscripts, making them objects of both spiritual devotion and aesthetic admiration. A key development in Parisian manuscript illumination was the Gothic script, often referred to as textura or blackletter, which became the standard writing style of the time. This script, with its compact and angular forms, allowed for more text to be included on each page while maintaining a formal and elegant appearance. This change in script complemented the evolving artistic style of illumination, where narrative scenes, historiated initials, and delicate marginalia became more prominent. The influence of Parisian illuminators can be seen in works such as the Bible Moralisée, a highly detailed and lavishly illustrated manuscript that combined biblical text with moral commentary. Commissioned for members of the French royal family, this manuscript showcased the extraordinary skill of Parisian artists in creating intricate compositions that blended religious themes with courtly elegance. The Book of Hours, a popular devotional text for laypeople, also became a hallmark of Parisian manuscript production, with examples such as the Triche Heur du Duc de Berry, epitomizing the refined style of Gothic illumination. Marginal decorations also became increasingly elaborate, featuring playful grotesques, whimsical animals, and detailed floral motifs that demonstrated the creativity of Gothic artists. These embellishments often served both decorative and symbolic functions, reinforcing the religious messages of the text while adding an element of visual delight. Parisian influence on manuscript illumination extended beyond France, shaping artistic traditions across Europe. The refined elegance, attention to detail, and expressive human figures developed in Parisian scriptoria would continue to inspire illuminated manuscripts well into the late medieval period, leaving a lasting legacy in the history of book arts. The role of universities and intellectual revival. The rise of universities in the Gothic period played a crucial role in shaping the intellectual and artistic developments of medieval Europe. As centers of learning, universities fostered a renewed interest in classical knowledge, theology, and philosophy, which in turn influenced artistic expression, manuscript production, and architectural design. The intellectual revival of the 12th and 13th centuries not only transformed medieval education, but also left a lasting impact on the visual culture of the Middle Ages. One of the most significant aspects of this revival was the systematic study of classical texts. Scholars in newly established universities, such as those in Paris, Bologna, and Oxford, recovered and translated ancient Greek and Roman works, particularly those of Aristotle. These texts, often preserved by Islamic scholars, re-entered Western Europe and profoundly influenced medieval thought. The synthesis of classical philosophy with Christian theology, championed by figures like Thomas Aquinas, laid the foundation for scholasticism, an intellectual movement that sought to reconcile reason with faith. This emphasis on logic and structured debate shaped not only theological discourse, but also the way art and architecture were conceptualized and designed. The university system also contributed to the growth of manuscript production and illumination. As literacy expanded among clergy and lay scholars, the demand for books increased, leading to the development of university scriptoria and professional workshops. The production of textbooks, commentaries, and encyclopedic works, often beautifully illuminated, helped disseminate knowledge and artistic techniques across Europe. Paris, in particular, became a leading center for manuscript illumination, where artists created exquisitely detailed Bible manuscripts, legal texts, and philosophical treatises that reflected the refined Gothic style. Additionally, the influence of universities extended to cathedral architecture. The intellectual rigor of scholasticism, with its emphasis on order and clarity, found expression in the precise geometric designs and structural innovations of Gothic cathedrals. The careful planning of ribbed vaults, pointed arches, and flying buttresses demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of engineering principles, paralleling the logical methods used in university education. Beyond the realm of manuscripts and architecture, the rise of universities also led to a greater appreciation for naturalism in art. Scholars' growing interest in the physical world encouraged artists to depict figures with greater anatomical accuracy, emotional depth, and realistic spatial arrangements. This shift, evident in sculpture, painting, and stained glass, foreshadowed the artistic developments of the Renaissance. The establishment of universities and the subsequent intellectual revival not only enriched medieval thought, but also left an indelible mark on art and culture. By fostering a climate of inquiry, scholarship, and creativity, medieval universities helped shape the visual and intellectual landscape of Europe for centuries to come. Chapter 4: Secular and Courtly Art. While much of medieval art was deeply rooted in religious themes, the later Middle Ages saw a flourishing of secular and courtly art, reflecting the tastes and aspirations of the nobility. As feudal courts became centers of culture and sophistication, artistic production expanded beyond the church to include illuminated manuscripts, tapestries, jewelry, sculpture, and decorative arts that celebrated themes of chivalry, romance, and daily life. This period saw an increased appreciation for luxury, refinement, and personal patronage, shaping the visual culture of aristocratic society. One of the most striking manifestations of courtly art was the illuminated manuscript, particularly the Book of Hours, a personal devotional book commissioned by wealthy patrons. These manuscripts, often adorned with gold leaf, elaborate borders, and naturalistic miniatures, reflected the patron's status while also incorporating elements of courtly life, heraldry, and secular imagery. The Très Riche du Duc de Berry, created for the Duke of Berry in the early 15th century, is a prime example of this trend, featuring detailed calendar pages that depict aristocratic leisure activities alongside religious devotion. Tapestries also played a significant role in secular artistic expression. Lavishly woven and intricately designed, tapestries were both functional and decorative, used to insulate castle walls while showcasing wealth and prestige. The Hunt of the Unicorn and The Lady and the Unicorn series are famous examples, depicting themes of chivalric adventure, courtly love, and allegorical symbolism. These textile masterpieces provided vivid narratives that celebrated the ideals of the aristocracy while displaying technical skill and artistic creativity. Courtly sculpture and decorative arts also flourished, particularly in the form of ivory carvings, jewelry, and metalwork. Small-scale sculptures, such as mirror cases, combs, and caskets, often featured finely detailed scenes of romantic encounters, mythological figures, and tales of knighthood, appealing to the tastes of the nobility. Precious materials such as gold, enamel, and gemstones were used to create opulent objects that reinforced social status and power. The growth of secular art was also evident in courtly portraiture, which gained popularity among the nobility. While earlier medieval art focused primarily on religious figures, later medieval portraiture began to emphasize individual identity, fashion, and the refinement of aristocratic figures. This shift reflected an increasing awareness of personal legacy and self-representation, a trend that would continue into the Renaissance. Secular and courtly art of the Middle Ages provided a glimpse into the luxurious and sophisticated world of the medieval elite. Through illuminated manuscripts, tapestries, sculpture, and portraiture, these artworks celebrated themes of romance, power, and aristocratic identity, marking an important evolution in medieval artistic expression. The growth of royal and aristocratic patronage. As medieval Europe evolved, the patronage of art extended beyond the church to include royalty and the aristocracy, leading to a flourishing of secular artistic expression. Kings, queens, and noble families sought to demonstrate their power, wealth, and cultural sophistication through commissioned works of art, which ranged from illuminated manuscripts and tapestries to grand palaces, sculptures, and decorative objects. This shift in patronage significantly shaped the development of medieval art, emphasizing themes of chivalry, courtly love, heraldry, and personal legacy. One of the most prominent forms of aristocratic patronage was the commissioning of illuminated manuscripts, particularly books of hours, chivalric romances, and historical chronicles. These exquisitely crafted books were not only devotional objects, but also status symbols, often featuring elaborate gold leaf, intricate borders, and personalized heraldic imagery. The Très Riche du Duc de Berry, a masterpiece of the late Middle Ages, exemplifies this trend, blending religious devotion with detailed depictions of noble life, leisure, and feudal landscapes. Royal and noble patrons also played a crucial role in the expansion of tapestry production, which became a defining artistic medium of the medieval court. Lavish tapestries adorned the halls of castles and palaces, depicting scenes of mythology, courtly life, and dynastic history. These works were not only decorative, but also served a political function, reinforcing the power and prestige of their owners. The Bayeux Tapestry, though an earlier example, reflects this tradition, chronicling the Norman conquest in a monumental narrative format. Aristocratic patronage extended into architecture, as rulers sought to construct opulent palaces, fortified castles, and civic buildings that showcased their dominance. Gothic cathedrals were often sponsored by monarchs who wished to link their rule with divine authority, while castles became centers of courtly culture, adorned with elaborate frescoes, sculptures, and stained glass that reflected the grandeur of noble life. The rise of personal portraiture also marked a significant development in aristocratic art. While medieval religious art often depicted figures in stylized, symbolic ways, noble patrons increasingly commissioned realistic portraits that emphasized individual identity, lineage, and personal achievements. These portraits, often found in illuminated manuscripts, panel paintings, or sculpted reliefs, foreshadowed the Renaissance's growing emphasis on humanism and self-representation. The growth of royal and aristocratic patronage during the Middle Ages transformed the artistic landscape, fostering aesthetic refinement, technical innovation, and a broader range of artistic subjects. Through their support, noble patrons helped shape an enduring legacy of medieval art, blending religious devotion with expressions of power, identity, and courtly splendor. Tapestries and textile arts. The Bayeux Tapestry. The Bayeux Tapestry is one of the most remarkable surviving examples of medieval textile art, offering a vivid glimpse into the historical and artistic culture of the 11th century. Measuring nearly 70 meters, 230 feet in length, this embroidered masterpiece narrates the events leading up to the Norman conquest of England in 1066, culminating in the Battle of Hastings. Despite its name, the Bayeux Tapestry is not technically a tapestry, but an embroidered cloth, crafted using woolen threads on a linen background. Commissioned by Bishop Odo of Bayeux, William the Conqueror's half-brother, the tapestry served as both historical record and political propaganda, legitimizing William's claim to the English throne. The narrative unfolds in a series of scenes bordered by decorative motifs, depicting key moments such as Harold Godwinson's journey to Normandy, the appearance of Halley's Comet, and the brutal combat of Hastings. The artistry captures a striking level of detail and movement, from galloping horses to the expressive gestures of figures engaged in battle. One of the tapestry's most distinctive features is its Romanesque style, characterized by bold outlines, flat areas of color, and a strong sense of linear storytelling. The figures, though stylized, convey emotion and energy, enhancing the drama of the unfolding events. The embroidery technique, primarily using stem stitch and laid and couched work, showcases the skill of the artisans, who were likely Anglo-Saxon or Norman embroiderers working in a monastic workshop. Beyond its historical narrative, the Bayeux Tapestry offers valuable insight into medieval life, warfare, and textile artistry. The depictions of armor, weapons, clothing, and ships provide an authentic visual record of 11th century military and social customs. Additionally, the tapestry's elaborate borders feature scenes of hunting, fabled creatures, and decorative patterns, suggesting influences from Viking and classical traditions. The Bayeux Tapestry's legacy extends far beyond its immediate historical context. As one of the few surviving large-scale textile works from the Middle Ages, it represents the significance of tapestries and embroidery in medieval visual culture. Textile arts were highly valued in aristocratic and ecclesiastical settings, often used for decoration, insulation, and storytelling. In many ways, the Bayeux Tapestry exemplifies the broader medieval tradition of using woven and embroidered textiles to communicate history, status, and identity. Today, the tapestry is carefully preserved in the Bayeux Museum in France, remaining a priceless artifact of medieval European art and history. Its enduring appeal lies in its unique combination of artistic craftsmanship, documentary value, and powerful storytelling, making it one of the most celebrated works of the Middle Ages. Courtly love and chivalric themes in art. During the High and Late Middle Ages, the concept of courtly love and the ideals of chivalry became central themes in European art and literature. These themes, deeply rooted in the feudal and aristocratic culture of the time, celebrated the refinement, honor, and romantic devotion of knights and noblewomen. Artworks depicting courtly love and chivalric ideals often adorned illuminated manuscripts, tapestries, panel paintings, and even architectural reliefs, reflecting the cultural values of the noble classes. Courtly love, known as fin amour, was a highly stylized and often idealized form of romantic admiration, typically between a knight and a noblewoman who was often married to another. This theme was popularized by troubadour poetry and medieval romances, which glorified the virtues of loyalty, secrecy, and unattainable love. Artistic depictions of these themes often featured scenes of knights presenting gifts or tokens to their beloved, couples engaging in refined conversation, or noblewomen bestowing their favor upon their champions before a tournament. One of the most striking visual representations of courtly love can be found in illuminated manuscripts, particularly in works such as the Roman de la Rose, a French allegorical poem that explores the ideals of love and devotion. These manuscripts were adorned with delicate miniatures, depicting knights kneeling before their ladies, exchanging glances in enclosed gardens, symbolizing love and secrecy, or engaging in elaborate courtly rituals. The style of these illustrations was often highly detailed, with rich colors and gold leaf accents, emphasizing the grandeur of aristocratic life. Tapestries, such as the famous Lady and the Unicorn series, also reflected themes of chivalry and love. These large textile works, commissioned for noble households, often depicted scenes of courtly romance, with knights and ladies in elaborate clothing surrounded by lush landscapes. The presence of symbolic animals, such as unicorns, representing purity and desire, further reinforced the ideals of love and virtue. Chivalric themes extended beyond romantic love to emphasize valor, honor, and the knightly code. Panel paintings and frescoes often depicted knights in shining armor, engaged in tournaments, battles, or noble quests, reinforcing their role as protectors of Christian values and noble ideals. The Arthurian legends, particularly the tales of Lancelot, Guinevere, and the Holy Grail, were frequently illustrated in medieval art, showcasing the intersection of love, duty, and heroism. Ultimately, the portrayal of courtly love and chivalric ideals in medieval art served not only as entertainment, but also as a means of reinforcing social norms within the noble class. These images provided a model of refined behavior and moral conduct, emphasizing the importance of devotion, honor, and romantic longing in aristocratic society. Heraldry and the artistic expression of nobility. Heraldry emerged as one of the most distinctive artistic expressions of medieval nobility, serving both practical and symbolic functions. Initially developed as a means of identifying knights on the battlefield, coats of arms evolved into intricate visual representations of lineage, status, and allegiance. By the High Middle Ages, heraldic designs became a sophisticated form of artistic expression, appearing on shields, banners, armor, manuscripts, and even architecture. At its core, heraldry was a system of visual symbols governed by strict rules, ensuring that each coat of arms was unique to its bearer. The primary components of a coat of arms included the shield, escutcheon, which bore the central design, and various charges, such as animals, crosses, or geometric patterns, each carrying specific meanings. Colors, known as tinctures, followed a distinct palette. Metals like gold, ore and silver, argent, along with colors such as red, gules, blue, azure, green, vert, and black, sable. The arrangement of these elements followed a carefully established heraldic code, ensuring consistency across generations. The artistic significance of heraldry extended beyond the battlefield. Noble families incorporated their coats of arms into their castle walls, tomb effigies, stained glass windows, and illuminated manuscripts, reinforcing their status and legacy. Manuscripts such as armorials, which documented noble coats of arms, became elaborate works of art, often featuring gilded embellishments and finely detailed illustrations. These books not only recorded noble genealogies, but also served as propaganda tools, demonstrating alliances and noble achievements. Tournaments and ceremonies provided another venue for heraldic display. Jousting knights adorned their shields, surcoats, and horse trappings with their coats of arms, ensuring their recognition in competitions. Heraldic banners and standards lined grand halls and churches, marking noble patronage and reinforcing dynastic pride. Kings and high-ranking nobles often granted coats of arms to their vassals, solidifying their influence through this visual language of power. The influence of heraldry extended into personal and civic identity. As the practice expanded beyond the aristocracy, guilds, towns, and even clergy adopted coats of arms, incorporating symbols relevant to their trade or religious devotion. This widespread use solidified heraldry's role as an enduring form of medieval artistic expression. By the late Middle Ages, heraldry had become a deeply ingrained aspect of noble identity, blending art, tradition, and social hierarchy into a unified visual language. More than just decoration, it was a means of storytelling, each shield, crest, and emblem carrying a narrative of honor, lineage, and prestige that would endure for centuries. The role of art in medieval festivities and pageantry. Art played a crucial role in the grand festivities and public spectacles of the Middle Ages, transforming celebrations into visually stunning experiences that reflected the power, beliefs, and traditions of medieval society. Whether through elaborately decorated banners, intricately designed costumes, or impressive temporary structures, artistic expression was central to the grandeur of tournaments, religious feasts, royal coronations, and civic celebrations. One of the most spectacular displays of medieval artistry was found in tournaments, which were not only contests of skill, but also theatrical events infused with heraldic imagery and pageantry. Knights adorned in colorful, meticulously designed armor carried shields emblazoned with their coats of arms, while jousting arenas were draped with elaborate tapestries and banners that reflected noble lineages. These events often featured triumphal arches and decorative pavilions, showcasing the wealth and artistic patronage of their sponsors. Religious festivals were another setting where art played a central role. Large-scale processions featured illuminated manuscripts, painted altarpieces, and sculptures carried through the streets, providing both a devotional and aesthetic experience for the public. Mystery plays, performed in town squares or church courtyards, brought biblical stories to life through elaborate stage sets, painted backdrops, and intricately designed costumes that enhanced the spectacle of sacred narratives. These performances blurred the lines between religious devotion and theatrical artistry, making religious stories accessible to all social classes. Royal and civic celebrations further highlighted the intersection of art and festivity. Coronations, royal weddings, and victory processions were adorned with grand visual elements, including gold-gilded banners, embroidered garments, and richly decorated carriages. Towns constructed elaborate arches and sculptures along parade routes, sometimes commissioning painters to create temporary murals or frescoes to honor visiting dignitaries. The blending of architecture, sculpture, and painting in these festivities reinforced the ruler's divine right and the city's prosperity. Guilds and merchant associations also contributed to the visual splendor of medieval festivities. Their involvement in processions included elaborately designed floats representing their trades, decorated with carved figures, textiles, and painted panels that celebrated their craftsmanship. These displays not only entertained but also reinforced the economic and cultural significance of artisans in medieval society. Medieval pageantry was a fusion of art, performance, and spectacle, where visual elements played an essential role in enhancing the grandeur and meaning of celebrations. Through carefully crafted decorations, costumes, and stage designs, these events became immersive experiences, leaving lasting impressions on participants and spectators alike. Art not only adorned medieval festivities but also deepened their impact, turning them into powerful expressions of identity, faith, and social hierarchy. Chapter 5. The Role of Religious Art and Devotion. Religious art in the Middle Ages was not merely decorative, but served as a powerful tool for devotion, instruction, and spiritual experience. Whether through monumental church architecture, painted altarpieces, or small personal devotional objects, artistic expression played a central role in shaping medieval religious life. Art provided a means for believers to engage with sacred narratives, reinforcing faith and conveying theological messages to a largely illiterate population. One of the most significant ways religious art functioned was through its presence in churches and cathedrals. The grand, stained glass windows of Gothic cathedrals, for instance, served not only to illuminate interiors with ethereal light, but also to depict biblical stories in vibrant color. These windows acted as visual scriptures, educating the faithful through vivid imagery of Christ's life, the saints, and scenes of salvation. Similarly, sculpted reliefs and frescoes on church walls and portals provided a dynamic means of storytelling, making sacred history accessible to all who entered. Altarpieces and devotional paintings further deepened religious experience. Large polyptychs, often commissioned for cathedrals and monastic chapels, depicted scenes of Christ's Passion, the Virgin Mary, or revered saints. These works were not just artistic masterpieces, but served as focal points for prayer and contemplation. The detailed, expressive figures encouraged personal devotion, while gold leaf and rich pigments heightened their spiritual impact, emphasizing the divine nature of the subjects. Beyond the public spaces of churches, smaller religious objects allowed individuals to practice devotion in their homes. Illuminated manuscripts, such as Books of Hours, contained exquisitely detailed illustrations and prayers tailored for private worship. These works, often personalized with images of the patron in prayer, reflected the deep connection between art and personal piety. Likewise, carved ivory diptychs, painted icons, and devotional medals were cherished as intimate aids to faith, offering a tangible link between the believer and the divine. Monastic communities played a crucial role in both the creation and preservation of religious art. Monks and scribes meticulously copied and illustrated manuscripts, ensuring that theological knowledge and artistic traditions endured. Monasteries also commissioned elaborate church decorations, reinforcing the role of art in daily worship and the monastic ideal of contemplation. Religious art in the Middle Ages was deeply intertwined with faith, shaping the way people worshipped, learned, and experienced the sacred. Through architecture, sculpture, painting, and personal devotional objects, medieval artists created visual expressions of belief that not only adorned religious spaces, but also transformed them into profound experiences of divine presence. The power of relics and reliquaries. Relics played a central role in medieval religious life, serving as tangible connections to the divine. These sacred objects, often the bones of saints, fragments of the true cross, or items associated with Christ and the Virgin Mary, were believed to hold spiritual power. Pilgrims traveled great distances to venerate relics, seeking blessings, miracles, and a closer relationship with God. The belief in the potency of relics fueled the development of reliquaries, elaborate containers designed to house and display these sacred artifacts. Reliquaries were often crafted from the finest materials, including gold, silver, and precious gemstones, reflecting both the importance of their contents and the devotion of those who commissioned them. These objects ranged from small personal containers to grand, cathedral-sized shrines. Many were designed in the shape of the relic they contained, skull-shaped reliquaries for cranium fragments or arm-shaped reliquaries for bone relics of saints. Some were casket-like structures, adorned with intricate carvings depicting biblical scenes or the lives of the saints whose relics they held. The power of relics was reinforced by the Church, which recognized their ability to inspire faith and attract pilgrims. Large pilgrimage centers, such as Santiago de Compostela, Canterbury, and Cologne, became renowned for their relic collections, drawing vast numbers of visitors who contributed to the local economy and the prestige of the churches that housed them. Many churches competed for possession of the most revered relics, sometimes leading to disputes or even the theft of particularly prized items. The desire to acquire relics resulted in a thriving trade, with some objects being falsely attributed to saints or duplicated to meet demand. Relics and reliquaries also played a role in political and social life. Rulers and nobility often sought to acquire important relics to demonstrate their divine favor and legitimacy. Some reliquaries were presented as diplomatic gifts, forging alliances between kingdoms and religious institutions. In times of crisis, relics were carried in processions, believed to offer divine protection from plagues, wars, and natural disasters. The devotion to relics and the artistry of reliquaries highlight the medieval belief in the physical presence of the sacred. These objects not only provided spiritual comfort, but also reinforced the power of the Church and the significance of pilgrimage in medieval society. Through their exquisite craftsmanship and deep religious significance, reliquaries remain among the most remarkable artistic achievements of the Middle Ages, embodying the era's fusion of faith, art, and devotion. The cult of saints and their visual representations. The veneration of saints was a defining feature of medieval Christian devotion, shaping religious practices and artistic traditions. Saints were seen as intercessors between the earthly and divine realms, offering protection, guidance, and miracles to the faithful. Their cults grew around their lives, deeds, and martyrdoms, with local and universal saints gaining dedicated followings. This deep reverence inspired a rich visual culture that sought to depict saints in ways that emphasized their holiness, virtues, and miraculous powers. Art played a crucial role in fostering the cult of saints. Churches and monasteries commissioned paintings, frescoes, mosaics, sculptures, and stained glass windows to depict saints in narratives that illustrated their legendary acts, sacrifices, and miracles. These images were not mere decorations. They served as devotional aids, helping worshipers connect with the saints and reinforcing the stories of their sanctity. The artistic representations varied across regions, but often followed symbolic conventions that made each saint recognizable. Saint Peter with his keys, Saint Catherine with a wheel, or Saint Sebastian pierced by arrows. Reliquaries, often exquisitely crafted, further emphasized the presence of saints in religious spaces. Containing fragments of their remains or personal belongings, these objects were treated with the utmost reverence. They were sometimes shaped to resemble the saint or a part of their body, such as a hand or a head, emphasizing the physical connection between the relic and its veneration. The artistic embellishment of reliquaries using gold, silver, and gemstones reflected the sanctity of their contents and underscored the importance of the saint to the community. Large-scale altarpieces and illuminated manuscripts also contributed to the visual culture of saintly devotion. Altarpieces featuring multiple panels often depicted a central holy figure surrounded by scenes from their life, reinforcing their spiritual significance. Manuscripts, particularly hagiographies, biographies of saints, were richly illustrated with intricate depictions of their miracles and martyrdoms, ensuring that their stories could be passed down to future generations. These texts and images helped spread devotion, especially in an era when most of the population was illiterate. Public displays of saintly imagery were not confined to churches. Processional banners, statues, and even pilgrim badges bearing the likeness of saints allowed devotion to extend beyond sacred spaces. Pilgrims, in particular, sought out shrines dedicated to revered saints, carrying back small tokens or images as souvenirs of their journey. These representations reinforced the saint's presence in daily life, offering a tangible reminder of their divine protection. The visual representation of saints was essential in sustaining their cults, strengthening the faith of believers, and integrating religious devotion into daily life. Through art, the medieval world celebrated and perpetuated the legacy of its holy figures, ensuring their influence endured for generations. Mysticism and visionary art. Mysticism played a profound role in shaping medieval religious thought and artistic expression. Mystics sought direct, personal experiences of the divine, often through visions, contemplation, and ecstatic revelations. Their descriptions of these experiences inspired a unique visual language that attempted to capture the ineffable, scenes of heavenly glory, divine radiance, and encounters with Christ, the Virgin Mary, and angels. Visionary art, deeply influenced by mystical writings, became an important means of communicating spiritual insights to a broader audience, reinforcing faith and devotion. One of the most significant influences on visionary art was the writings of mystics such as Hildegard of Bingen, Julian of Norwich, and Mechthild of Magdeburg. Hildegard of Bingen, a 12th century abbess, recorded vivid symbolic visions that combined theological themes with dazzling imagery. Her manuscripts contain striking illustrations of cosmic order, divine light, and the interplay between heaven and earth. These images, often circular and symmetrical, reflect her understanding of divine harmony and the interconnectedness of creation. Visionary art also found expression in illuminated manuscripts, where mystical themes were rendered with intricate detail and vibrant colors. These works often depicted scenes of Christ's passion, the Last Judgment, and celestial visions, filled with angels, flames, and radiant light. The use of gold leaf and deep blues sought to evoke a sense of the divine presence, making the images shimmer as though illuminated by heavenly light. Such manuscripts served as devotional aids, helping readers meditate on the mysteries of faith. Stained glass windows, particularly in Gothic cathedrals, became another medium for visionary representation. Light, a central metaphor in mystical thought, was used symbolically in cathedral windows to create an ethereal atmosphere. The windows often depicted biblical revelations, saints receiving visions, and divine apparitions, reinforcing the idea that sacred spaces were portals to the divine. The changing light throughout the day added a dynamic, almost supernatural quality to these images, enhancing their spiritual impact. Mysticism also influenced monumental religious paintings and altarpieces. Artists sought to depict the intensity of mystical experiences by using dramatic compositions, elongated figures, and expressive gestures. The works of late medieval painters, such as Giotto and Fra Angelico, captured moments of divine encounter with a newfound emotional depth, emphasizing the personal, transformative nature of mystical visions. Mystical and visionary art provided a means for believers to engage with the divine beyond the limits of ordinary perception. By translating spiritual experiences into visual form, medieval artists helped bring the mystical world closer to the faithful, making the unseen mysteries of faith more tangible and deeply felt. The spread of Marian devotion and its artistic impact. During the Middle Ages, devotion to the Virgin Mary became one of the most significant aspects of Christian worship, profoundly shaping religious art. As the Mother of Christ, Mary was seen as an intercessor between humanity and God, embodying purity, compassion, and divine grace. Her growing prominence in theology and popular devotion led to an explosion of Marian imagery in churches, manuscripts, and personal devotional objects across Europe. One of the most iconic representations of Marian devotion was the Madonna and Child, which became a central theme in medieval Christian art. Early depictions, influenced by Byzantine traditions, portrayed Mary as the Theotokos, Mother of God, enthroned and holding the Christ child in a solemn, hieratic style. Over time, Western European artists infused these images with a greater sense of naturalism and tenderness, emphasizing the maternal bond between Mary and Jesus. These depictions served as a powerful visual reminder of Christ's humanity and Mary's role as a compassionate mother figure. The rise of Marian shrines and pilgrimage sites further spread devotion to the Virgin. Cathedrals dedicated to her, such as Notre Dame in Paris and Chartres, became major centers of worship. Stained glass windows, sculptures, and frescoes in these churches often depicted scenes from Mary's life, including the Annunciation, the Visitation, and the coronation of the Virgin. These artistic programs reinforced her significance as Queen of Heaven and emphasized her role in salvation history. The use of brilliant colors and radiant gold in Marian imagery sought to convey her divine purity and celestial status. Another important expression of Marian devotion was the emergence of the Pietà, a deeply emotional representation of Mary cradling the dead body of Christ. This image, which gained prominence in the late Middle Ages, reflected an increasing focus on Christ's suffering and Mary's sorrow. Artists such as Michelangelo would later create some of the most famous interpretations of this theme, capturing the intense grief and compassion associated with Mary's role as the Mater Dolorosa, sorrowful mother. The artistic impact of Marian devotion extended beyond monumental church art to personal devotional items. Illuminated books of hours, popular among the nobility and wealthy patrons, frequently contained richly decorated images of the Virgin, providing a private means of prayer and reflection. Small sculptures of Mary, often carried by pilgrims or displayed in home altars, reinforced her presence in daily life. By the late Middle Ages, the spread of Marian devotion had firmly established her as one of the most beloved and frequently depicted figures in Christian art. Whether in grand cathedrals or personal prayer books, her image inspired deep spiritual connection and remained a powerful symbol of divine love and protection. The art of the mendicant orders, Franciscans, and Dominicans. The rise of the mendicant orders in the 13th century, particularly the Franciscans and Dominicans, profoundly influenced medieval art and religious expression. Unlike monastic communities that withdrew from the world, mendicant friars embraced a life of poverty, preaching, and direct engagement with urban populations. Their emphasis on personal piety, humility, and evangelical mission shaped a new visual language in Christian art, moving away from the grandeur of earlier Romanesque traditions toward a more accessible and didactic style. The Franciscans, founded by Saint Francis of Assisi in 1209, placed great importance on Christ's humanity, especially his suffering and compassion. This focus led to a rise in emotionally evocative imagery that sought to inspire devotion. The crucifixion, for example, became a central motif in Franciscan art, often depicted with heightened realism and dramatic expressions. Giotto's frescoes in the Basilica of St. Francis in Assisi exemplify this new approach, showcasing naturalistic figures, expressive gestures, and a narrative clarity that deeply engaged viewers. St. Francis himself became a frequent subject in art, depicted receiving the stigmata or preaching to the birds, reinforcing his connection to Christ and nature. The Dominicans, founded by Saint Dominic in 1216, emphasized theological scholarship and the defense of Orthodox faith. Their approach to art was more intellectual, serving as a means of teaching Christian doctrine. Gothic church interiors, particularly those built by the Dominicans, were often more austere than their Franciscan counterparts, designed to create a space of contemplation rather than overwhelming visual splendor. However, Dominican patronage contributed to the development of some of the most intricate and symbolically rich altarpieces and fresco cycles. Artists like Fra Angelico, a Dominican friar himself, produced works that combined spiritual intensity with technical brilliance, such as his Annunciation fresco in the convent of San Marco. The mendicant orders also played a crucial role in the evolution of panel painting and devotional imagery. As they sought to connect with urban lay audiences, they commissioned portable altarpieces and devotional paintings that could be used in churches, homes, and processions. These works often depicted Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints in intimate, humanized forms, encouraging personal devotion. Additionally, the rise of narrative cycles, such as the life of St. Francis, reflected the mendicants' desire to make religious stories more accessible to the faithful. By fostering a more emotional and instructive style, the Franciscans and Dominicans transformed medieval art, paving the way for the Renaissance's heightened naturalism and focus on individual experience. Their artistic legacy endures as a testament to their spiritual mission and their profound impact on religious imagery. Chapter 6. Art in the Later Middle Ages, c. 1300 to 1500. The later Middle Ages saw significant developments in art driven by shifting political landscapes, economic growth, and evolving religious and philosophical ideas. During this period, Gothic art reached its peak, and new artistic techniques emerged, paving the way for the Renaissance. Artists sought greater naturalism, depth, and emotional expression, moving away from the rigid, hierarchical compositions of earlier medieval styles. One of the defining features of this period was the refinement of Gothic architecture. Cathedrals became taller and more ornate, with increasingly complex vaulting systems and intricate facades. The rayonnant and flamboyant Gothic styles, particularly in France, emphasized delicate tracery, elaborate window designs, and decorative sculptural elements. Structures such as the Sainte-Chapelle in Paris and Milan Cathedral showcase the grandeur and technical advancements of late medieval architecture. Painting also underwent remarkable transformations. The development of panel painting, particularly in Italy and the Netherlands, allowed for greater detail and realism. The use of tempera and later oil paints enabled artists to create subtle gradations of color and more lifelike textures. Figures became more three-dimensional, with naturalistic proportions and expressive gestures. The International Gothic style, which flourished in the late 14th and early 15th centuries, blended elegance with intricate detail, as seen in the works of artists like Simone Martini and the Limburg brothers. In Northern Europe, the early Netherlandish painters, such as Jan van Eyck and Rogie van der Weyden, pioneered oil painting techniques that allowed for an unprecedented level of realism. Their meticulous attention to light, texture, and atmospheric perspective set new artistic standards. Van Eyck's Arnolfini portrait exemplifies this innovation, with its exquisite rendering of fabrics, reflections, and interior space. Sculpture also evolved, reflecting the growing emphasis on individual expression. In Italy, artists like Lorenzo Ghiberti and Klaus Sluter created dynamic, emotive figures that departed from the static poses of earlier medieval sculpture. Monumental altarpieces and tomb sculptures became increasingly elaborate, serving as both devotional objects and status symbols for wealthy patrons. The later Middle Ages also saw the flourishing of illuminated manuscripts, particularly in courtly settings. Luxurious books, such as Les Très Riches du Duc de Berry, combined exquisite miniatures with intricate borders and vibrant colors. These works reflected the opulence of aristocratic life and the deep connection between art and literature during this period. By the late 15th century, the artistic innovations of the later Middle Ages laid the foundation for the Renaissance. Greater attention to humanism, perspective, and naturalistic representation transformed artistic production, marking the transition from medieval traditions to the new artistic visions of the early modern era. The transition from Gothic to International Gothic. The transition from the Gothic style to the International Gothic movement in the late 14th and early 15th centuries marked a shift towards greater refinement, elegance, and an increased focus on detail in artistic expression. While maintaining the structural innovations of Gothic art, International Gothic introduced a heightened sense of realism, delicate ornamentation, and a more fluid approach to composition. This period was characterized by the blending of regional artistic traditions facilitated by increased courtly exchanges, trade, and the movement of artists across Europe. One of the defining features of International Gothic was its emphasis on grace and sophistication. Figures in paintings became more elongated and posed with an almost theatrical elegance. Drapery was rendered with a flowing, rhythmic quality, creating a sense of movement. Colors became richer, and a greater attention to light and shadow provided depth to compositions. The works of Simone Martini, such as The Annunciation, exemplify this shift, with their refined figures, delicate gold detailing, and expressive facial features. In architecture, while the fundamental principles of Gothic design remained intact, International Gothic introduced an increased complexity in decorative elements. Structures featured intricate tracery, elaborate pinnacles, and finely sculpted embellishments. This style was particularly evident in the courts of France, Burgundy, and England, where artists sought to create environments that reflected the grandeur and opulence of their patrons. The evolution of manuscript illumination also played a crucial role in this transition. Lavish manuscripts, such as Les Très Riches Heures du Duc de Berry, displayed an extraordinary level of detail and narrative sophistication. These works combined vibrant colors, meticulously rendered figures, and an expanded sense of space, moving beyond the flat, symbolic compositions of earlier medieval book arts. The Limbourg brothers, who created this masterpiece, exemplified the International Gothic style's ability to merge artistic refinement with storytelling. Sculpture, too, became more naturalistic, with artists paying close attention to anatomy and emotional expression. The work of Klaus Sluter, particularly in his Well of Moses, demonstrated a shift towards individual characterization and realistic drapery, moving away from the more rigid and formalized figures of earlier Gothic sculpture. The transition to International Gothic was also shaped by the influence of courtly culture. As European aristocracy sought to express their wealth and sophistication through the arts, artists responded by creating works that emphasized luxury, detail, and visual splendor. The cross-cultural exchange between Italy, France, and the Netherlands helped spread these artistic ideals, leading to a more unified yet highly decorative approach to visual storytelling. By the early 15th century, the principles of International Gothic began to merge with emerging Renaissance ideas, particularly in Italy. The growing interest in perspective, proportion, and the study of classical antiquity gradually led to the decline of the Gothic aesthetic, paving the way for the artistic revolutions of the Renaissance. Advances in panel painting and altarpieces. The later Middle Ages saw remarkable advancements in panel painting and the development of increasingly elaborate altarpieces. These artistic innovations reflected the growing sophistication of European painters, who experimented with new techniques to enhance realism, depth, and narrative expression. Panel paintings, once primarily used for small devotional images, evolved into grand multi-paneled altarpieces that adorned churches and private chapels, serving as focal points for religious devotion. One of the key advancements during this period was the widespread use of oil paint, particularly in the Low Countries. Unlike tempera, which dried quickly and limited blending, Oil paint allowed for greater control over shading and the creation of lifelike textures. This innovation enabled artists such as John van Eyck to achieve an unprecedented level of detail and luminosity, as seen in works like the Ghent altarpiece. The ability to layer translucent glazes gave paintings a rich, almost glowing quality, which heightened their emotional and spiritual impact. Altarpieces became increasingly complex in both structure and narrative depth. Earlier medieval altarpieces were often simple wooden panels with painted religious scenes, but by the 14th and 15th centuries, they expanded into intricate polyptychs, multi-paneled works that could be opened or closed depending on the liturgical calendar. These altarpieces often depicted scenes from the life of Christ, the Virgin Mary, or various saints, with a central image flanked by complementary stories. The Isenheim altarpiece by Matthias Grunewald is a striking example, featuring dramatic, emotionally charged imagery that brought biblical narratives to life with stunning realism. The increased use of perspective and spatial depth also marked a turning point in panel painting. While earlier medieval art often displayed figures in flat, symbolic arrangements, later painters sought to create a sense of three-dimensional space. The introduction of linear perspective, particularly in Italy, allowed for more naturalistic compositions, drawing viewers into the scene. Artists like Fra Angelico and Rogier van der Weyden masterfully used perspective and atmospheric effects to create immersive religious experiences. Gold leaf remained a significant element in panel painting and altarpiece decoration, but it was often combined with more naturalistic rendering of figures and landscapes. The backgrounds of paintings shifted from abstract golden heavens to realistic interiors or rolling landscapes, reflecting the growing interest in capturing the world as it appeared. This shift not only made religious narratives more relatable to viewers, but also demonstrated the increasing technical skill of medieval painters. By the late 15th century, the advances in panel painting and altarpiece design laid the groundwork for the Renaissance. Artists had developed a refined understanding of light, color, and perspective, which would soon be further explored in the works of Leonardo da Vinci, Albrecht Dürer, and Raphael. These medieval innovations helped bridge the gap between the Gothic and Renaissance artist traditions, ensuring that religious art remained both visually captivating and spiritually profound. The Black Death and its influence on art. The Black Death, which ravaged Europe between 1347 and 1351, had a profound and lasting impact on medieval society, reshaping art in ways that reflected the devastation, fear, and spiritual anxiety of the time. As the plague wiped out of Europe's population, artists responded by incorporating themes of death, suffering, and the fleeting nature of life into their work. These artistic transformations not only reflected the collective trauma of the period, but also signaled a shift in religious and philosophical perspectives. One of the most striking artistic developments in the wake of the Black Death was the emergence of macabre imagery, particularly in the form of the danse macabre, dance of death. This motif, which appeared in murals, manuscripts, and panel paintings, depicted skeletal figures leading people from all walks of life, kings, clergy, peasants, and merchants, toward their inevitable fate. The danse macabre served as a powerful reminder of death's universality, reinforcing the idea that no one, regardless of wealth or status, could escape mortality. Another significant shift was the increasing presence of memento mori symbolism in medieval art. Skulls, decaying corpses, and hourglasses became common visual metaphors for the passage of time and the transient nature of earthly existence. These symbols, often found in illuminated manuscripts and religious paintings, urged viewers to reflect on their mortality and prepare their souls for the afterlife. Works such as frescoes in churches depicted decomposing bodies or scenes of Judgment Day with an intensity that underscored the era's heightened concern with salvation and divine justice. The Black Death also influenced religious art by deepening expressions of suffering and compassion, particularly in depictions of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and saints. Images of the Pietà, showing Mary cradling the lifeless body of Christ, became more widespread and emotionally charged, mirroring the grief and loss experienced by plague-stricken communities. Similarly, saints associated with healing and protection, such as Saint Roch and Saint Sebastian, gained prominence in devotional artwork as people sought their intercession against disease and death. At the same time, artistic patronage was deeply affected by the demographic and economic upheaval caused by the plague. With entire populations decimated, the demand for monumental church construction slowed, while a greater emphasis was placed on smaller altarpieces, private devotional works, and memorial art commissioned in remembrance of the dead. Some surviving artworks from this period feature inscriptions specifically dedicating them to plague victims, emphasizing the role of art in both mourning and seeking divine mercy. Ultimately, the Black Death left an indelible mark on medieval art, shaping its themes, symbolism, and emotional depth. The artistic response to the plague reflected not only the fear and grief of a society in crisis, but also a deepened engagement with faith, morality, and the afterlife, setting the stage for later artistic developments in the late Middle Ages and early Renaissance. The rise of portraiture and individual expression. During the later Middle Ages, particularly in the 14th and 15th centuries, portraiture emerged as a significant artistic genre, reflecting a growing emphasis on individual identity, personal legacy, and human expression. While medieval art had traditionally focused on religious themes and idealized figures, the increasing prominence of secular patrons and humanist thought led to a greater interest in capturing the unique features, personalities, and status of individuals. This shift marked an important transition from the symbolic representations of earlier medieval art to a more naturalistic and personalized approach. One of the key factors behind the rise of portraiture was the expansion of aristocratic and merchant patronage. As cities flourished and commerce grew, wealthy individuals, particularly in Italy, the Low Countries, and France, sought to commemorate themselves through commissioned artworks. Nobles, scholars, and affluent merchants desired portraits that not only preserved their likeness, but also conveyed their power, intelligence, and virtue. These works often included elaborate clothing, jewelry, and heraldic symbols to reinforce their social standing. Advancements in painting techniques also played a crucial role in the development of portraiture. The increased use of oil paint, particularly in Flemish art, allowed for greater precision and depth in rendering facial expressions, textures, and details. Artists such as Jan van Eyck mastered this technique, producing strikingly lifelike portraits that emphasized realism and psychological depth. His Arnolfini portrait, 1434, for example, is not only a detailed depiction of a wealthy couple, but also a complex representation of identity, status, and domestic life. Religious influences remained present in portraiture, but were increasingly combined with secular themes. Donors often commissioned portraits of themselves within devotional paintings, kneeling in prayer alongside saints or the Virgin Mary. These donor portraits reflected both personal piety and a desire for eternal remembrance. In Italy, artists like Pisanello and Fra Filippo Lippi blended religious and humanist elements, portraying their subjects with grace and individuality while still adhering to medieval traditions. The emergence of self-portraits also became more frequent during this period. Artists began to insert themselves into their works, either subtly within larger compositions or as standalone representations. These self-portraits not only served as exercises in technical skill, but also signified the growing recognition of the artist as an individual rather than a mere craftsman. This newfound sense of self-awareness would later become a defining characteristic of Renaissance art. The rise of portraiture in the later Middle Ages reflected a broader cultural shift toward humanism and individual expression. While religious themes continued to dominate art, the increasing attention to personality, identity, and realism laid the foundation for the fully developed portrait tradition of the Renaissance. The role of guilds and workshops in artistic production. During the later Middle Ages, the creation of art was not solely an individual endeavor, but rather a highly organized and collaborative process regulated by guilds and workshops. These institutions played a crucial role in shaping artistic production, ensuring quality, fostering apprenticeship systems, and maintaining economic stability for artisans. The structure and influence of guilds and workshops varied across regions, but they were integral to the professionalization of art and the transmission of technical skills from one generation to the next. Guilds functioned as trade organizations that regulated the artistic professions, much like those governing merchants, blacksmiths, and masons. Membership was often required for artists, sculptors, painters, stained glass makers, and other craftsmen to legally practice their trade within a city. These guilds established strict guidelines on pricing, materials, and techniques, ensuring a standardized level of craftsmanship while preventing unfair competition. By setting regulations and commissions, guilds provided financial security for their members and upheld the reputation of their respective trades. Workshops served as the primary spaces for artistic creation, where masters, journeymen, and apprentices worked together to produce paintings, sculptures, illuminated manuscripts, and architectural decorations. The master artist, typically a senior guild member, oversaw the workshop and took on commissions from religious institutions, noble patrons, or civic bodies. Journeymen who had completed their apprenticeships assisted in the execution of large-scale projects, while apprentices learned the trade through hands-on experience. This structured hierarchy ensured that artistic skills were meticulously passed down, preserving both traditional techniques and stylistic influences. One of the most prominent aspects of medieval workshops was the collaborative nature of artistic production. Many artworks, particularly altarpieces, fresco cycles, and stained glass windows, were the result of numerous hands rather than a single artist. While a master might conceptualize and design a piece, the detailed execution was often divided among skilled assistants. This system allowed for efficiency in meeting the high demand for religious and civic commissions while maintaining stylistic consistency across different works. Guilds and workshops also played an essential role in the training and recognition of artists. Before an apprentice could become a master, they were typically required to produce a masterpiece, a work demonstrating their skill and worthiness for independent practice. Those who passed this test could establish their own workshops and accept commissions, while those who did not remained journeymen or assistants. The structured environment of guilds and workshops helped elevate the status of artists, paving the way for their increasing recognition as skilled professionals rather than mere laborers. This system laid the foundation for the artistic innovations of the Renaissance, where master artists like Giotto and Jan van Eyck emerged from these medieval traditions to redefine the role of the artist in society. Chapter 7: The Dawn of the Renaissance. The transition from the medieval period to the Renaissance marked a profound shift in artistic expression, intellectual thought, and cultural values. Emerging in Italy during the late 14th and early 15th centuries, the Renaissance, meaning rebirth, was characterized by a renewed interest in classical antiquity, a growing emphasis on humanism, and advancements in artistic techniques that would redefine the course of Western art. While the medieval period had been dominated by religious themes and rigid artistic conventions, the Renaissance sought to balance spiritual devotion with a more naturalistic and human-centered approach. One of the key factors in the rise of the Renaissance was the revival of classical learning. Inspired by ancient Greek and Roman texts, scholars and artists sought to emulate the ideals of harmony, proportion, and realism found in antiquity. This intellectual movement, known as humanism, placed a new focus on individual potential, the study of nature, and the observation of the human form. Unlike the heavily stylized figures of Gothic art, Renaissance artists aimed for anatomical accuracy and lifelike representation, making their subjects appear more three-dimensional and dynamic. Technological and scientific advancements also played a crucial role in shaping Renaissance art. The development of linear perspective, pioneered by Filippo Brunelleschi, revolutionized the way artists depicted space and depth. This mathematical approach to composition allowed for more realistic landscapes and architectural settings, creating a sense of depth that had been largely absent in medieval art. Similarly, the study of light and shadow, known as chiaroscuro, helped artists like Masaccio bring a new level of realism to their paintings. Patronage was another significant factor in the Renaissance's emergence. Wealthy families, such as the Medici in Florence and the Sforza in Milan, provided financial support to artists, architects, and scholars, fueling a flourishing cultural environment. Churches, civic institutions, and aristocratic patrons commissioned artworks that reflected both religious devotion and worldly sophistication. As a result, artists gained increasing social status, transitioning from anonymous craftsmen to celebrated figures whose individual styles and contributions were recognized and valued. Early Renaissance artists like Giotto, Masaccio, and Donatello set the stage for later masters such as Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael. Their innovations in perspective, naturalism, and composition laid the foundation for a golden age of artistic achievement. The Renaissance was not merely a period of artistic renewal, but a cultural transformation that redefined humanity's relationship with art, knowledge, and the world itself. The rediscovery of classical antiquity. The Renaissance was deeply rooted in the rediscovery of classical antiquity, as scholars, artists, and intellectuals sought to revive the artistic ideals, architectural principles, and literary traditions of ancient Greece and Rome. This revival was fueled by the study of ancient texts, archaeological discoveries, and a renewed appreciation for the humanist values that had once defined classical civilization. The result was a profound transformation in art, architecture, and intellectual thought, shaping the course of Western culture for centuries to come. One of the key catalysts for this rediscovery was the fall of Constantinople in 1453. As the Byzantine Empire collapsed, Greek scholars fled to Italy, bringing with them invaluable manuscripts containing the works of ancient philosophers, scientists, and historians. These texts, many of which had been lost or forgotten in Western Europe, provided Renaissance thinkers with direct access to the wisdom of antiquity. The study of these classical works led to the emergence of humanism, an intellectual movement that emphasized the potential of human beings, the importance of reason, and the pursuit of knowledge. Artists and architects also drew inspiration from the ruins of Rome and the writings of ancient theorists. Figures such as Leon Battista Alberti and Filippo Brunelleschi carefully studied classical structures, applying their principles to Renaissance architecture. The use of columns, domes, and harmonious proportions in buildings like Brunelleschi's dome for Florence Cathedral reflected a conscious effort to revive the grandeur of Roman engineering. Similarly, sculptors like Donatello and painters like Raphael looked to classical statues and reliefs to capture the idealized beauty and naturalism that had once defined Greek and Roman art. The renewed fascination with antiquity also extended to literature and philosophy. Thinkers like Petrarch, often called the father of humanism, actively sought out and translated ancient texts, reintroducing the works of Cicero, Plato, and Aristotle to a broader audience. These classical ideas reshaped perspectives on education, ethics, and governance, influencing everything from political theory to artistic representation. In painting and sculpture, the study of ancient forms led to a shift toward realism and proportion. Artists developed techniques like linear perspective and chiaroscuro to create a greater sense of depth and lifelike representation. The emphasis on anatomical accuracy, seen in works like Michelangelo's David or Leonardo da Vinci's sketches of the human body, reflected a return to classical ideals of physical perfection and harmony. Ultimately, the Renaissance's rediscovery of classical antiquity was not just an imitation of the past, but a reinvention of it. By blending ancient knowledge with contemporary innovation, Renaissance artists and thinkers forged a new cultural era that celebrated human potential and artistic mastery. Humanism and its impact on medieval art. Humanism, a philosophical and intellectual movement that emerged during the late Middle Ages and flourished in the Renaissance, profoundly influenced the development of art. Centered on the study of classical antiquity and the belief in human potential, humanism shifted artistic focus from purely religious themes to a broader exploration of human experience, individuality, and the natural world. While medieval art had long emphasized the divine, humanism introduced a more human-centered approach, fostering a transformation in artistic expression. One of the most significant ways humanism impacted medieval art was through a renewed interest in realism and naturalism. Rather than depicting rigid, stylized figures with little concern for accurate anatomy, artists began to study the human body in greater detail, leading to more lifelike and expressive figures. This change was particularly evident in late Gothic and early Renaissance art, as seen in the works of Giotto, whose frescoes in the Arena Chapel marked a departure from the flat, symbolic representations of earlier medieval painting. His use of three-dimensional space, emotional expression, and natural poses reflected a growing concern for the human experience rather than just religious doctrine. Another key impact of humanism was the emphasis on individuality and portraiture. While medieval art had typically portrayed religious figures and saints in an idealized, otherworldly manner, humanist ideals encouraged artists to capture unique personal characteristics. This shift laid the foundation for the rise of portrait painting, where patrons sought to immortalize themselves in a more realistic and personal way. Artists like Jan van Eyck created detailed portraits that not only highlighted the physical likeness of their subjects, but also conveyed their status, intellect, and inner life. Architecture also saw changes under humanist influence. Gothic cathedrals, with their towering spires and vast stained glass windows, were designed to inspire awe and direct focus toward the heavens. However, as classical ideas resurfaced, architects began to favor balanced proportions and harmonious designs reminiscent of ancient Rome. This transition became more pronounced in the early Renaissance, but its roots can be traced back to the medieval period, as humanist scholars rediscovered ancient architectural treatises. Humanism also encouraged a broader exploration of secular themes in art. While religious subjects remained dominant, artists began incorporating mythological and historical scenes, reflecting a renewed interest in classical literature and philosophy. This expanded the scope of artistic storytelling, allowing for greater creative freedom and intellectual engagement. In essence, humanism redefined medieval art by shifting its focus from rigid, divine symbolism to a more dynamic and realistic portrayal of the human experience. It laid the groundwork for the artistic revolution of the Renaissance, bridging the medieval world with the rebirth of classical ideals. Early Renaissance artists influenced by medieval traditions. The transition from the medieval period to the Renaissance was not an abrupt break, but rather a gradual evolution, with many early Renaissance artists deeply influenced by medieval traditions. While they embraced new techniques and perspectives, these artists retained aspects of Gothic and Byzantine styles, blending them with emerging Renaissance ideals of naturalism, humanism, and perspective. This fusion created a unique artistic language that bridged the two eras and set the stage for the artistic innovations of the High Renaissance. One of the most notable early Renaissance artists influenced by medieval traditions was Giotto di Bondone. Although often credited as a pioneer of Renaissance painting, Giotto's works retained elements of medieval religious iconography and gold backgrounds, commonly seen in Byzantine art. However, he introduced a sense of volume, emotion, and natural movement that departed from the flat, symbolic figures of earlier medieval paintings. His frescoes in the Arena Chapel in Padua demonstrate this balance between tradition and innovation, with figures that express human emotion while still adhering to religious themes. Another key artist who embodied this transition was Fra Angelico, a Dominican friar whose paintings reflect both the spiritual devotion of medieval art and the emerging Renaissance interest in light and perspective. His works, such as the Annunciation, maintain a delicate, otherworldly quality reminiscent of medieval illuminated manuscripts, while incorporating a greater sense of depth and realism. His use of architectural space and refined detail demonstrates how medieval devotional art continued to shape early Renaissance painting. The influence of medieval traditions is also evident in the work of Lorenzo Ghiberti, particularly in his bronze reliefs for the Gates of Paradise on the Florence Baptistery. While Ghiberti applied Renaissance principles such as linear perspective and classical motifs, his compositions were still deeply rooted in the storytelling traditions of medieval religious art. His figures retain a Gothic elegance, with elongated proportions and intricate drapery reminiscent of earlier sculptural styles. Even Masaccio, whose frescoes in the Brancacci Chapel revolutionized the use of perspective and naturalism, built upon the legacy of medieval art. His depiction of religious scenes echoes the narrative clarity and moral instruction found in medieval murals, but with an unprecedented level of three-dimensionality and human emotion. These artists, while embracing the new intellectual currents of the Renaissance, did not completely abandon their medieval heritage. Instead, they integrated its spiritual depth, intricate detail, and storytelling traditions with the emerging principles of realism and perspective. Their works exemplify the artistic bridge between the medieval and Renaissance worlds, demonstrating how artistic evolution is often a process of synthesis rather than rupture. The end of medieval artistic conventions. The end of medieval artistic conventions was a gradual process rather than a sudden break, as Renaissance ideals began to take precedence over the rigid stylistic traditions of the Middle Ages. Medieval art, characterized by its emphasis on religious themes, hierarchical composition, and symbolic representation, gave way to a new artistic vision that prioritized naturalism, humanism, and the rediscovery of classical forms. This shift was driven by advances in perspective, anatomy, and a growing interest in individual expression, marking the decline of the medieval artistic paradigm. One of the key factors in this transformation was the development of linear perspective, pioneered by figures such as Filippo Brunelleschi and later perfected by artists like Masaccio. Unlike medieval compositions, which often relied on flat, two-dimensional figures and gold backgrounds, Renaissance painters created illusionistic depth, drawing viewers into more lifelike spaces. Masaccio's The Holy Trinity is a prime example of this shift, as it demonstrates a mathematical approach to perspective that was absent from medieval works. Another significant change was the increased study of human anatomy and the natural world. Medieval figures were often stylized, with elongated proportions and minimal concern for realism. In contrast, Renaissance artists such as Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo sought to depict the human body with anatomical accuracy, reflecting a growing fascination with the sciences and the physical world. Leonardo's detailed anatomical studies and Michelangelo's sculptural mastery, as seen in David, highlight this newfound commitment to lifelike representation. The role of patronage also contributed to the decline of medieval artistic conventions. While medieval art was largely commissioned by the church and monasteries, Renaissance artists found new patrons in wealthy merchant families, civic institutions, and secular rulers. This diversification of support led to an expansion of artistic themes beyond religious subjects, incorporating mythology, portraiture, and historical narratives. The Medici family in Florence, for instance, played a crucial role in funding artists who explored these broader themes, encouraging works that blended religious devotion with classical humanism. Additionally, medieval art was deeply rooted in symbolic storytelling, where figures and compositions were designed to convey theological messages rather than realistic portrayals. In contrast, Renaissance artists began emphasizing individual expression, psychological depth, and emotional realism. This is evident in John van Eyck's Arnolfini portrait, which, while still rich in symbolism, presents a highly detailed and naturalistic depiction of a secular couple. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, the artistic conventions of the Middle Ages had largely been replaced by the innovations of the Renaissance. The transition was not abrupt, but rather an evolution that saw medieval techniques adapted and refined until they were ultimately overshadowed by a new artistic language rooted in observation, perspective, and classical antiquity. Legacy of medieval art in the modern era. Medieval art has left a lasting impact on the modern era, influencing everything from contemporary artistic movements to architectural design, religious iconography, and even digital media. While the Renaissance marked a shift away from many medieval artistic conventions, the aesthetics, themes, and techniques developed during the Middle Ages continue to inspire artists, designers, and historians today. One of the most enduring legacies of medieval art is its influence on architecture. The grand cathedrals of the Gothic era, with their pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and intricate stained glass, set a precedent for monumental construction. This style experienced a revival in the 19th century with the Gothic Revival movement, seen in structures like the Houses of Parliament in London and countless churches built in Europe and North America. Even in contemporary architecture, echoes of medieval design can be found in university buildings, museums, and civic structures that draw from Romanesque and Gothic traditions. Medieval manuscript illumination, with its rich use of color, gold leaf, and intricate borders, continues to inspire modern graphic design and illustration. Many contemporary book artists and calligraphers study medieval scripts and decorative motifs, incorporating them into works that bridge the past and present. The illuminated manuscript tradition has also found new life in digital art, where artists replicate its aesthetic in video games, fantasy literature, and films that seek to evoke a historical or mythical atmosphere. The themes and symbolism of medieval religious art remain deeply embedded in modern visual culture. Depictions of saints, biblical stories, and moral allegories still appear in contemporary religious art and iconography. Moreover, the medieval fascination with storytelling through images, seen in stained glass windows, frescoes, and altarpieces, has influenced the way narratives are visually structured in everything from comic books to animated films. Medieval art also plays a significant role in popular culture, particularly in fantasy and historical fiction. The worlds created in literature and cinema, such as The Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones, borrow heavily from medieval aesthetics, using the visual language of illuminated manuscripts, Gothic cathedrals, and medieval armor to create immersive settings. The romanticized view of the Middle Ages, shaped in part by medieval artistic traditions, continues to captivate audiences worldwide. Ultimately, medieval art serves as a bridge between past and present, preserving the cultural and spiritual expressions of earlier centuries, while continuing to inspire new artistic endeavors. Whether through architecture, digital media, or contemporary design, its legacy remains a vital part of the modern artistic landscape. Conclusion. The art of the medieval period was far more than a mere precursor to the Renaissance. It was a dynamic and evolving form of expression that shaped the cultural, religious, and intellectual landscapes of Europe. From the solemn grandeur of Romanesque architecture to the soaring heights of Gothic cathedrals, medieval artists and craftsmen created works that continue to inspire and captivate audiences today. Through illuminated manuscripts, frescoes, mosaics, sculptures, and tapestries, they conveyed religious devotion, political power, and societal values, ensuring that their messages transcended time. One of the most remarkable aspects of medieval art is its adaptability and innovation. Despite the constraints of available materials and techniques, artists refined their methods, experimented with new forms, and responded to the shifting needs of their patrons, whether they were monarchs, clergy, or merchant guilds. The transition from Romanesque to Gothic styles demonstrated a growing emphasis on naturalism, light, and movement, culminating in artistic achievements that set the foundation for later developments in Renaissance art. Beyond its aesthetic contributions, medieval art played a crucial role in shaping the spiritual and intellectual life of its time. Churches and cathedrals functioned not just as places of worship, but as visual narratives of Christian theology, guiding the faithful through their elaborate iconography. Meanwhile, the rise of universities, manuscript production, and the influence of humanism began to bridge the medieval and early modern worlds, paving the way for new artistic perspectives. Despite the Renaissance's shift towards classical ideals and human-centered representation, the medieval period never fully faded into obscurity. Its artistic legacy endured through later revivals, such as the Gothic revival in architecture and the Pre-Raphaelite movement in painting, which sought to reclaim the spiritual depth and intricate beauty of medieval art. Even today, elements of medieval design appear in fantasy literature, film, and digital media, reflecting a continued fascination with the era's aesthetic and cultural richness. The study of medieval art is not merely an exploration of the past, but an ongoing dialogue with history. Its forms, symbols, and meanings still resonate in contemporary society, reminding us of a time when art was deeply intertwined with faith, community, and the search for meaning. As we continue to uncover and reinterpret the art of the Middle Ages, its enduring influence stands as a testament to the power of creativity and human expression across centuries.